I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel.
Hello and welcome to Roundtable Discussions with CJ. I've got three special guests today, none other than Chicago, 23, Torsos, 23, and Snowy, 24. Welcome, boys.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Really.
Do you often have your age sort of introduced with your name?
I think every land there's a Wikipedia post saying I'm the oldest there. So yeah.
So you guys kind of know why the three of you are here then, you know, the three...
Sadly. Not looking forward to it.
The oldies.
Yeah, well, they tricked us into being here. And then, you know, when we got here, they were like, well, this is actually about age. And we were like, whoa, we've been done dirty here. Like, what's going on?
You've got it. It's the veterans, the oldies of Rocket League. We're here to talk about age in Rocket League. And is it a factor anymore? What are you thinking as the old people, as the young guys are coming through, they're trying to push you out of the scene? Is age a factor?
Yeah. I think once you hit 20, you're out of your prime. So after 20, I'm just trying to keep as many people away from my job as possible and just gatekeep them. So that's my goal in life.
You are just getting close to like the end.
Would you say Torsos, or Old Man Tors, sorry, as
It's not what people call
Old Man Tors, as he is called back in
not.
OCE?
I don't think it's what people call me.
Would you say that you're gatekeeping an entire region, not just some
I
players?
would say that. And I think people aren't happy that a 80-year-old man is just taking the RLCS spot away every time.
Did you say 80 years old? Is that like
in like esport years?
Esport years, okay. So
I'm like basically dead, almost.
You have been hanging on for a long time. You said the peak was 16. Is that 16?
Maybe mine was 18. Maybe I was exaggerating a little bit. And, you know, that's like a 20-year difference in esports.
So you've been going downhill for many years now, but
It's been
still,
bad.
you're still here. So
Yeah.
what does that say about the up-and-coming players?
That they're really not that good. That's what it says about them.
They're lacking talent, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
I suppose me at 24, 3, it's just 18-year-olds can't do it. No, they can't.
So if age is a factor, if 20 years old is the peak, why are you guys still here? What is it that's keeping you guys at the top?
We just have the best mental, best motivation. You know, we're hard workers. We keep going.
You didn't seem to...
I don't know how I'm still here, to be honest. I mean,
he's just taking it as it
I
comes.
just do what I've been doing, and I guess, yeah, like, no one's good enough.
And what do you guys think about the guys that are younger than you, that have retired, or around the same age, that have, you know, they come out and they put a post saying, oh, I'm going to become a coach. I'm going to become a content creator. Do you think that, or have you realised that none of them just say, I'm not very good anymore? Have you noticed that?
It's just the easy way out, though, isn't it? Like they're getting worse and worse, and they're like, oh, maybe I'll get out before, like, I don't. Maybe I have to put in more effort to improve. Like, I'd rather just phone it in.
Obviously, not me included. That's not. I'm not talking about myself.
Right.
That's,
of course.
yeah, not
totally different thing. Yeah.
I was at the top. I was still.
Was that question very like?
Yeah, it was just other people. You know, other people.
I saw a bit of like a correlation.
Really? I don't know. It is funny though, because I haven't seen a retirement post yet that has just been, you know what? Don't think I've got it anymore. It's always, too much, you know, too much time, too much stress. I'm looking forward to doing something else.
The mental's just been gone for ages.
I'd say 80% of them probably just aren't that good.
Probably.
And they've just been having like 10 hours past 2 for maybe 3 years.
Yeah. That's a big problem.
Turbo Pulsar. We're looking at you. But you guys have stuck around. You're still at the top. Do you feel you owe it to the older players? You know, not talking about pros, but just older, you know, we're talking about the 30-plus-year-olds that are still playing Rocket League. Do you owe it to those guys to keep playing, to show that you can still do it, even when you're 80 years old?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think it's unseen territory where we're at right now. You know, I don't think 3 years ago you were seeing many 23-year-olds compete. So when you make the lands, it's kind of just.
I was 23 a few years ago.
But you didn't keep going though.
Well,
Like
that's
you
true.
see, it's up to us now. We have to keep. We
we
got to
are
push the age limit in Rocket League.
Yeah, you retired at 23. That's my point exactly.
Like you see, you just went with the stereotypical like I'm like 23, like all the world champions they like got to 23, they fell off. It's my time, and you retired.
I still had it though, so I just retired because I just
That's-
wanted to do other stuff.
I don't.
But that's what we're saying. Like, you get old, you get these little boys on your team with like the mental might be questionable, and you just can't handle it, and you don't want to put in the effort anymore.
So would you say you guys have the best mental in Rocket League? You've had so many different teammates, teams, players. It's the mental?
Of course.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I would say I'm renowned for my mental.
I would thoroughly disagree actually on the mental, but maybe.
Where have you heard that?
I've heard from, I think you sometimes have got tilted in the past, but maybe age
Maybe-
has changed you.
On stream, potentially. During my gaming tournament, unrivaled. I've got Banana Head smashing his controller every match. And I'm just like, right, mate, you need to.
And what do you say to her? You just think he's a kid, you know, he's a child.
He's like 12. You just like gotta put it away, like I know you like had a bad day at Kinder, but like just calm it down. Like we're here to play some games. And you know, like me and Jimmer, we've had a rough time with him, but he's coming around slowly.
Do you guys feel like you're at times babysitting your teammates?
Definitely.
No, I wouldn't agree. I specifically choose my team so I don't have to feel that way. Because I think that would drive me over the edge. I think I would quit right then and there if I had to babysit.
If you had two 15-year-olds,
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
you'd just,
Nah, it's just not worth it.
that is when you see the light. I
That's
think,
also
as
just a
well.
little bit like what are we doing here? Like,
Yeah.
let's go to the next step.
You're on a different intellectual
Yeah,
plane.
these guys
than
are,
them.
like their thought process like ruins like my brain.
Yeah.
So I don't want to like involve myself with that and deteriorate.
They just have that zoomer brain, you know, they can't concentrate on
Disgusting.
2 hours of scrims. It's probably too much
they've
for
got
them
like
to just
Subway
sit there.
Surfers on the other monitor. Like, I have to look over between
That's
goals.
a good point. You get to the second hour of scrims and they're just trolling. Like the concentration level's gone. You know, attention span.
I've noticed that as well, you know, scrims, people, I feel like other esports, they're practicing for 5-6 hours a day. Why is it that over here in Rocket League, we can do 2 hours maximum before we just pack it in?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, a Rocket League game is 8 minutes. So they're used to just being like, I'll play 8 minutes. They can decide every 8 minutes if they want to stop playing. If you're playing like CS or Dota, it's like an hour. Like you committed to that map for an hour. So I think they're just more used to it in those games.
There's a lot less downtime in Rocket League. You know, you have to fully concentrate for that.
Which would be hard in your age to
CS,
concentrate for that
If
long.
I was like 25 playing CS, I get like the entries on me. Like I'm just chilling for like a minute and a half. Just like
For the rest of the round, you're just like, I'm out
don't have
now.
to pay attention. Whether like when you're old in Rocket League, you get demoed over and over. You're 26.
So is that why the age is, I guess
It's stressful.
the threshold is so low in Rocket League, because you have to be so on the whole time, and the older you get, as you would know,
It's just
old
a
man talks,
purely negative experience 100% of the time.
it's.
They're beaten to the ball over and over, get scored on over and
And
over.
would you say the stress of competing in Rocket League, as you said, it's so full on, even though you are 24 years old, your brain right now might be 70 because of the stress
I might
and
have the
fatigue.
wisdom of like an 80-year-old man.
Would you agree?
Of course. I reckon I do.
Just in general, wisdom?
Yeah, I might be the wisest.
What's the population of Vietnam?
At least 60 million.
I think that's wrong.
Well, I guess.
Actually, I know that's wrong, because there's no, if you've hit that on the head, then that's pretty good. But no, look, it's great to be here amongst fellow veterans, fellow soon-to-be retirees.
Champions.
Soon-to-be
Yeah.
world champions. Where's the limit then? Where's the ceiling for you guys? Where do you see your careers going from here, as you guys are well and truly in the twilight of that career?
I'd say comfortable another 10 years. What do you guys reckon? Yeah.
No way. I got another year or two and then I'm tapped. I'm done. I can't. It's nuts. You have a grace period.
I don't think there's anyone in OC that can push me out still. So I think I'll just keep going.
You're just gonna keep gatekeeping.
Yeah, hopefully.
Like the whole time.
I think so.
Wow.
So just keep going until that
Yeah.
one day.
Well,
where-
unless unless I get got, then maybe not.
You see, it's a good thing. Like, OC has him, and they need like a real superstar to just come through and like be good enough to knock him off.
Unfortunately, this hasn't happened though.
It's like a boss fight. Like if you beat Torsos, like that's how you know you've done
The boss
it.
has not been defeated.
Yeah,
I like
the
that.
last boss fight.
Well, it looks like I'm gonna have to unretire and come back. I feel motivated now to get back into it, but thank you very much, boys. It's felt great to talk to people that are on the same very aged intellectual level as myself, and I think that's going to wrap it up for our roundtable discussion. Hopefully you guys have gained some insight into the old men of this esport, and well, let's keep going, boys. 30 is on the horizon.
Cheers, mate. Thanks, CJ.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Actually, I did see you there. I just wanted to make you wait just a little bit, but EWC in Riyadh is finally here, and things are getting a little bit hot, both literally and figuratively. Figuratively, because I'm here, but more literally because it is actually really hot outside. But I'm LeafX, and I'm going to be hanging out in the lounge. The players' lounge is really sick. We're going to show you in a few moments here, talking to players, talking to talent, and just seeing what the vibe is. So, come on, join me. Are we going to see any teams in this tournament fumble as badly as Achieves has so far?
I'm really excited to watch Power. Power, you know, if you watch the RLCS events, they've made it to the 5th round of Swiss. They've looked really good. And I think, you know, as someone who's been watching a long time and seeing some great runs, especially from Torsos, you know, I want to see that again.
Are we going to finally see some of these regions that don't perform as strongly as others make a step up here? I mean, it's a little more of a chill environment overall.
I think there's always a good reason to believe that a team like James mentioned with Power definitely has an opportunity.
I didn't think they would win that last regional in the RLCS either.
That's a hot take. No, okay, let me say it. Hot take. Power outdoes a lot of teams more than they'll think.
Honestly, Power seems to be a theme, and I have a real big feeling we are jinxing them so hard as commentators.
I do too.
We're so sorry, Power, if you watch
We
this.
believe in you though.
We are so sorry. Okay, give me the ultimate. If Power does great, give me the ultimate winner right now, because I feel like there's a few top teams, honestly, that we saw even contention in past tournaments. Now EWC really could take the title here. Can you give me one that maybe edges in percentage for winning?
For winning the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh my gosh. I still want to say Power is like my crazy, super out there banana head pops off.
Crazy's right word for that.
Yes, it is. But hey, you know what y'all called me last year for saying V1 was gonna win? Crazy.
That and among other things, but yes, you're right.
This month actually might be crazy.
She was a prophet last year, so okay. Good luck. I'm going to let you enjoy your egg a little bit longer. Words of advice for anyone that needs to use this, because I saw there was some fumbling at the beginning.
Word of advice, look down when you sit in it.
Amazing. Okay, thanks, Herc. We'll see you around, all right? Enjoy the egg. So I've been informed that this is not just for looks. This is actually a door hidden in the wall that leads to some sort of secret dungeon with mysterious happenings going beyond. There may be magic. I'm not sure what to expect when we open this door. Probably not magic, but let's take a look at the secret catacombs. People have been talking about Power and saying that that might be their underdog in all of this. You look very confused, and which means you probably disagree with this take.
No, Power's good. Power is. I feel bad because they're like the permanent underdogs. Like every land. That's actually like a cop-out answer, because that's a guarantee. Power's gonna be underdogs because they could beat you.
Okay, well, if that's a cop-out answer, what's the real answer?
Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Probably Power.
We can pull up the Wikipedia if you like.
Honestly, yeah.
Go for it.
Let me do that real quick.
Quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in just a moment.
Proper underdogs to like where they could like go far and they're probably not slated to. I like SSG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty good pick. How far, though?
I see top 4. I think a top 4 is very in line for SSG. I think they can do it. I like how they play.
Are we going to see something similar at EWC? Do we feel like that talent is consistent across all of the different regions to continue carrying on here to EWC?
Yeah, it's always a good event. Always cool to see, especially, we get a couple extra minor region teams. So, yeah, I think we'll still see some top level competition, some new faces.
Do you know any spells that I can cast if I come across any demons?
I actually did just watch the entire Harry Potter series, so.
I'm reading the last book right now. Awesome. We are synced up. All right. The one that casts light, Lumos. I've walked into the place where they make everyone pretty. Maybe I can get in there sometime. But I found 2 of the G2 players to the side. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to ask you questions. You look very worried. A Wild Daniel and an Atomic. Have you had your photos yet?
Yeah, we already did both of ours.
Okay.
Just waiting on them.
You happy with them?
Yeah, we're happy.
Did you do anything cool, like a backflip?
Yeah, Daniel did like 3 backflips in a row.
What? Yeah.
Okay, I need you to tell me about this. So, what is the proper form for starting a backflip?
I don't really know. I usually just do it.
It's just like your Rocket League gameplay. It's just natural, right? Like, you don't think about it.
Nah, not really. I just do like 5 in a row and it's whatever.
It's kind of like a backflip, but it's like a running backflip and then like a kickflip.
Does Naz have a secret move at all?
I don't know. He hasn't told me about anything. He might though.
He might pull it out on stage.
Maybe.
You're gonna say yes, but I just need to put it on paper here. You guys winning again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Naz, follow up with a third yeah.
Yeah.
I do need to know before we go, though, what's your secret anime move that you're going to pull out on stage? We got the triple backflip. We got some sort of gainer kickflip from him. What's your move?
Sui.
Could you? Okay. Yeah, you're.
A musty flick.
A musty flick in real life?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you show us right now?
Nah, not right now.
Okay. We'll keep it safe. Hey, man, I'm waiting. I'm looking forward to seeing your photos, man. Good luck in the tournament. All right, we out of here. We'll leave him alone. Where am I? What's going on? Oh, Jorby, Corelli. Guys, hey, I'm glad I found you guys.
I'm in the middle of a thought.
Huh?
I'm literally in the middle of a thought. We're busy.
No. No, this is way more. No, this is way more important. Okay, I have a really important question. Huh? No, obviously, it's more important. This is my segment right now, and I need to know. You're telling me. Where's lunch?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome to sunny Saudi Arabia. Pre-show starting. Let's get going.
This might take a while. Johnny, I need some help.
Why? What happened?
I cannot hold this for much.
CJ, you got this, bro. You can carry me. I believe in you. I was born to be carried.
Johnny, I think they're rotating.
No, they can't be.
I think they are. And
No.
it's perfect.
No, they can't be. I've never seen Stumpy rotate. It's impossible.
Johnny, they've just rotated again.
No, you're right. It was perfect. We have to switch. Come on, we can do this. We have to switch.
Come on.
I got it. I got it. Okay, lock in.
You've got this.
We can't lose to Stumpy Goblin.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Day 2 here in Riyadh for Rocket League is about to get underway. I'm Lee Fax. I'll be your host for the rest of the day, again, with so much Rocket League on the way. I'm certainly going to need some friends to help me out, so I've brought some along, Johnny and Cole, to help me out as well. How is your back, by the way, after that move you pulled in the golf cart?
Hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do. It's a little bit sore, you know, at the 10-year age.
We're old now.
Yeah, we saw
As a word.
age VT earlier. You know, they're youngsters compared to us. So yeah, we'll be fine though. We'll be fine.
I thought you were going to say how is back from carrying me in the casting booth yesterday. I was like, cool, what a horrible thing to say, Leaf, to start us off. But no,
well,
you
are just, that tells where your mental is, I guess.
Very true. I could be OCE.
We'll take a look after and see when he does it again on this death stare. How about that?
That sounds okay.
I just gave you a death stare too, by the way. Anyways, let's get away from this awkward tension and take a look at the Club Championship Explainer.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Hello everybody, Quickshed here, the host of EWC Central. Now yesterday we kicked off day 1 of the Esports World Cup featuring a Rocket League group stage. And while no teams have been eliminated or advanced yet, let's check out the matches to watch in this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC. I'm mostly want to focus in on Group A for 2 reasons. First and foremost, Team BDS has taken that first step towards their second top 8 finish, but they are facing none other than G2 Esports. However, G2 is playing with that sub, remember. Now, a reminder that one more top 8 placement and Team BDS will officially become eligible for the club championship, and their 1,000 points secured from the Rainbow Six win will convert into actual prize money, as well as however many points this Team BDS roster can do. Now, the strong Rocket League teams to keep your eyes on in the overall standings are going to be G2 Esports. They are facing the aforementioned Team BDS today, and Team Vitality, the reigning world champion, trying to regain their form. You can see a top 16 eligible teams. Team BDS, Lunar Galaxy, and Tianba are the 3 squads that need to ensure top 8 finishes. Now, of course, Team BDS, Team Vitality, they're the reigning world champion. They're going to face Furia, who themselves sit outside of the top 16 with only 335 points. With a win today, the Brazilians would put them back onto the prize graphic as well as prize money range. Only the top 16 clubs at the Esports World Cup will be eligible, and of course, Team Falcons are locked in at first. If you'd like more updates on the EWC Club Championship, as well as every other game happening here at EWC in Week 8, why don't you join us here at EWC Central every Thursday to Sunday, 3 till 7, twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. I've been your host, Quickshot, and this has been another episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
And you can take a look at the standings here again. Quickshot did a good job of explaining all of it, but I guess the big story looking at that is that grayed out name, Team BDS. If they can get a win, get into top 8, they'll get themselves on through. Now, speaking of the EWC Central, who is this we got going on? I tried to get rid of you, and you're still here.
Hello, hello, hello. I heard your show wasn't that great yesterday, so they brought in the big guns. I'm back. I'm back for 5 minutes. What's going on, everybody? It's good to see you.
I'm not used to this. It's been a while having you to my right or left side.
Yeah, we used to host NA all the time together, but lately, yeah.
Now we're hey. So talk to me about it. I mean, you've been on EWC Central, and that's just a whole what's going on in the whole event here at EWC.
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts on the whole vibe.
So most weeks, there's only 3 games, but this week for the closing week, there's 4 games going on. So it's just chaos right now. It's just mayhem. We're doing live look-ins all the time. We have racing with Rensport 1. We have Tekken 8. So that finishes today, actually. And then we have PUBG as well. So it's just been fun getting to know the other experts of their games.
Right.
And obviously Tekken 8, 9-time EVO champion, Justin Wong. I'm sitting on the same couch with him. I'm like, I don't belong here.
I don't.
I don't at all. But it's been great to pick his brain about fighting games, and it's just nice because I got to pick their brains about Rocket League. Like, I would show them how to aerial. None of them hit the ball, but they did get in the air. I hit the ball. I scored. Come on.
Woo. Gibbs, well done.
I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you, Gibbs.
It was high pressure, but I got it done.
You got them hitting the ball that's not even moving. That is impossible. Like, I think every Rocket League player can attest to the difficulty of that. So, they shouldn't be too ashamed if they can't hit the ball. It's really weird for some reason. When it's sitting there in the air still, doesn't work.
It's the same in Rumble.
I was going to say Rumble when it's frozen.
Everyone misses.
Everybody misses.
Yeah. But there's a big argument on our show with Quickshot. He's the host. And last week, 8 of the FIFA players, or the FC players, said that Rocket League is the hardest esport. And Quickshot wanted none of it. He wanted none of it. And I'm like, well, try the game. And he didn't hit the ball.
Okay, so let's break that down. Yeah.
StarCraft, he would say.
StarCraft 2, StarCraft 2. I guess StarCraft.
Yeah,
generally.
2. Yeah, StarCraft 2. Yeah.
I mean, that's a hard game, Johnny, but I would, biased, would put Rocket League still above.
So I can actually, I think I have a unique take on this because the first RTS I ever played was StarCraft 2, right at the release of the game. And I got up to Master, then I, stopped playing. Well,
where's Master in the tiers?
That was the second highest at the time. I don't know if it is anymore. But yeah, I got to Master. It wasn't High Master or anything, but I did get to Master, and I'm Grand Champ in Rocket League. I can definitely say that it was harder to get Grand Champ in Rocket League than it was to get Master in StarCraft 2 with no RTS experience. And there is no other game like Rocket League, so unless you played the original, which I did not. So coming in brand new to those genres, I would say Rocket League was harder, but StarCraft 2 is more strategical. So I'd put them on S tier difficulty.
Okay.
They're both super hard. But also, StarCraft 2 is 1v1, so the mental,
the mental
harder for StarCraft. Strategy is harder, but Rocket League mechanics are, I think, harder.
And that's the beauty of our show, though. We're going over all 4 games, comparing them, just having fun on the show, live look-ins. But again, we're playing games. I think today I'm going to learn how to do a Tekken 8 combo.
Are there any
So we'll see how that works.
Any esports that you've really gotten into since being here and watching them?
No, I've been watching PUBG. And
we checked out the PUBG.
So they were like, you're actually way more knowledgeable than you think. And I'm like, I got this, guys. I'm a pro. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I got 2 chicken dinners when the game came out. Okay. All right. Well, just 2.
Whole big 2.
And then I quit.
That's great. Well, before we let you go, then I just want to take a quick look back at the club championship behind these things. You were mentioning Luna Galaxy. For your thoughts, your perspectives on this, any extra information we should know about the club championships?
So Luna Galaxy, they only have 1 game left. They're playing PUBG. So far, they've done one of their group games, and they have 2 total, did not do well. So they might not make their finals. If they do, they'll be knocked off this board completely. And then obviously we know about BDS on this show. They just need a top 8, right? So they got 2 chances today and tomorrow. So we'll see if that pans out.
Hey, Gibbs, I would love to have you longer, but I know you don't want to spend any more time with us than you have to. I'm going to give you something you never get, is we're going to talk about format, and you actually get to leave and not have to talk about it this time.
Fine.
How do you feel? Okay. Get the format.
I think you made him sad leave. I think he was looking forward to that. Just been taking over the show. But
he is sobbing now in the corner. He's left us here. But yeah, the format is not changed since yesterday. Cole, it's 16 teams, 4 groups. We're still in that group stage. They're all vying to get to that single limb.
The good news as well is that today we're going to be breaking through some of these keys as well, squishing them, which is going to be very satisfying. Half of them will go today, the other half tomorrow. And I was thinking, do we need the hydraulic press? I feel like I could just, you know...
Could you do it?
Yeah, I think I could bend metal.
You imagine it's the same as like ripping an apple apart or something?
Yeah.
I'd love
like,
to see that.
You know, tearing open a shawarma. It's really easy.
Or a phone book or something. I have 0 faith in him doing this.
I think a shawarma is probably easier to turn than a phone book. That's the one I said.
Okay.
You put phone book at me. So.
Let's take a look at the prize pool as well. Get that on the board. Because, again, that also has not changed. $500,000 for Rocket League. $200,000.
Get out of the way, Johnny.
He is the prize now. $200,000 for first place, which, Johnny, is a good amount of money as we go between the RLCS events.
I wouldn't mind that personally. Yeah, that would be nice. But, yeah, these guys are obviously looking to get that first because it's, you know, a big jump to first. Sometimes it's like double your money. Sometimes it's like get an extra 50%. This time you're getting, was that an extra 150% of your money? That is a massive jump. So it's all about first place here. Big time nerves in the final.
And of course, money isn't the only thing these teams are fighting for. You mentioned the keys. Let's talk about it.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Again, still hands down, Cole, the coolest trophy system I've ever seen.
It's incredible. I just cannot wait to see some of these pros just have to stare into their opponent's eyes after they go out and go, take it.
Do you want to see tears? Do you want to see?
No, I want to see. I want to see in their eyes the thought of revenge. Like, this is not going to happen again. You can have it now, but next time, next year, I'm gonna take your key back. That's what I want. The revenge arc beginning today.
Well, hey, let's look at some of the matchups that will eventually be eliminations and key handovers that will be happening later on. We start off pretty front heavy, Johnny.
Yeah.
With G2 and BDS.
Yes, this is obviously a matchup we've seen with the main roster in the RLCS this year 2 times. It's 1-1. They've both taken a series off each other, but now with Nas in the roster, G2 looking to maybe catch BDS with a slight surprise. But yeah, the other matchups we have also seen Vitality Furia, that's a rivalry. Falcons, Gen.G. Falcons just eliminated Gen.G from the recent events. So the top row there, all matches we've seen before. These teams know each other really well, and then the rest of the matches are all a little bit newer, but we do get those key crushes, so that's going to be exciting.
Cole, anything specifically that you're looking out for on the these matchups? I mean, again, front heavy.
for me, it's Chiefs versus Space Station Gaming. I want to see if the Jorriers arc can continue. I want to see if Space Station Gaming, I feel like stylistically they'll do better against Chiefs than Gaming Gladiators, than Gentlemates did. I think they're a bit more expansive. They're more free-flowing in their game, which might shock Chiefs, but we will see. Maybe Chiefs really are that good. Today is the day we'll find out.
I'll tell you what, the thing is, I talked to Hoxer in the hotel yesterday, and he just asked, okay, what happened? What do you think? So, I told him I think Chiefs played really well. I think they genuinely did play a good series. So I don't think they're going to underestimate Chiefs, which is what I think Gentlemates did do. Yet our Chiefs now just better than Gentlemates? Are they the top 3 team in the world? No, I don't think so. I think most likely what happened is the Gentlemates thought, we're just going to dominate this team. We could just go in and win. And
especially after game 1.
Try too hard.
When there was double commits and there was also some mistakes. When that stopped, they were like, what's going on
SSG
here?
are not going to make that mistake, and they're also, I don't think they're going to get, tilted. You can clearly see frustration and a little bit of confusion from Gentlemates when they were conceding, when they're losing games. If SSG drop a game, they're just going to think, hey, this team's a legit team. That's not going to rattle them, because they know this team, Chiefs, can get those results. So I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for them mentally.
Well, let's take that OC talk a little bit further and dive deeper into the region. Torsas has our back.
Well, I feel like OC as a region kind of got a bit messed up by the online sort of era. We had quite a few good players that didn't really make it to the other side, so we've kind of had to build up from the ground with like new players since then, which hasn't obviously been too successful. Well, with the younger players as well, maybe the mentality isn't there in the team, like we get to land, but something's like internally going on. Maybe the team just isn't actually good enough because like not enough experience. Coming into the future, the next season, I think we'll probably get 2 pretty decent teams that will actually be able to compete with international people. It's like fast with a bunch of idiots, like Banana Head said, but it's kind of like got the dichotomy of like there's us, like Power, who play really fast, and then a lot of, I think more other teams play really slow. So it's a very big like difference between the top players. Some play like extremely fast and others play like extremely slow. There's not like sort of a balance. I mean, the differences from 2016-17 OC to now is pretty huge. I mean, the entire, like all the veterans from back in the day, like none of them are really around anymore except CJ, but he's obviously not playing. The play styles have changed. I feel like the region's slowed down over the most part. And I think OC can only really go up from where it is now, because we've only really had a first seed for like just one competitive team since the Open era. I think we definitely have enough talent for 2 teams to be good enough to compete with like in like NAEU at least, maybe the 4th seed, maybe not the top few. It's pretty hard for OC to have the resources or like whatever it gets to compete. I feel like the only way would be to like fly out the good teams boot camp in the off season, maybe for like months. We haven't got many people, we haven't got access to like EU ranked, NA ranked. We're just sort of in our own little tiny world. I mean, OC is like on a personal level very, like exciting or special. The gameplay always might not be the best at times, but it's very fun to watch. And I mean, personally, like making a top 8 at a tournament would be a huge achievement because it's been such a long time. Well, EWC helps a lot, really, because there's not really much exposure to many international tournaments for OCE. Like this is like my only chance. All the practice we can get is very valuable.
I think it brings up a good point there about the mental, because you saw it yesterday too, where there tends to be this cliff that they just fall off sometimes.
Yeah, I think we've seen that from many teams in the past. Pioneers, the Banana Head, Scrub, super lucky roster. They were a really good example of that because they had so much potential, so much mechanical ability, especially for an OCE team. And then they would just show up occasionally and just completely bomb out, just look like they don't even want to be there. And that really contrasts for me to the CJ era, where CJ was on the top team in OCE, CJ and Kami and Fever. That personality, that kind of carefree attitude is something OCE needs to, I think, get back to. We saw it yesterday. Hunter, Kaka, not care in the world. Hey, we only scrimmed one day. It doesn't matter if we lose. That, you know, freedom to just go in, play their game with no pressure, brought out the best in them.
It suits them as well. I mean, the self-deprecating OC teams, it's always classic. They always used to, you know, mock their own rotations. Say, oh, we score loads of own goals and all that. But it worked perfectly for them. That seems to have gone down, and now they're taking it all a bit too seriously at times.
We took a look at the schedule before and talked about one of our matches of the day, is what we might think be the one to watch, but CJ has the actual one.
Still a few days left until we crown our Esports World Cup champion for Rocket League. And hasn't this segment turned out to be something pretty special? Yesterday, we talked about the Chiefs with Joreous being the matchup of the day against Gentlemates. Well, I might just be a prophet, but today it's a new day, and we're going to talk about our new Jamil Motorsport match of the day, and that's going to be hometown favourites Falcons taking on Gen.G. These two dynamite teams of the world will be an absolute doozy. Cannot wait to see it. Falcons, they're looking hot. They had a sweep yesterday. Gen.G, well, I know apparently Jack's going to be cooking something special. Cannot wait. Tune in.
Johnny, I heard a bit about, we were all expecting the Chiefs.
No, I
Furia Vitality.
I was thinking Furia Vitality.
Yeah,
I thought CJ was going to go for Furia Vitality. I mean, but hey, Falcons, Gen.G, not bad. Match of the day picking.
Shows how many good ones we've got, that we all fought different games as well. That's genuine too. That's not just us.
I mean,
no, I just thought Chiefs because CJ.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a prophet yesterday. Got it right. So maybe that's a sign. Don't miss Falcons, Gen.G. CJ's like 1 for 1 so far. Right. Match of the day.
Well, Cole, what do you think about that matchup then? Gen.G Falcons. I mean, Falcons are the hometown heroes right now. They're one of the favorites.
Everything points in the way of Falcons. I mean, they knocked Gen.G out before. I would say, a better team on paper. But First Killer yesterday was looking back to his best. You know, he scored some stunners. He was getting beautiful assists. He looks like he's owning the pitch, and I think it's been a while since First Killer has been doing that. So maybe this is where Gen.G begin their resurgence ahead of Worlds, and here as well, you know, want to take that top prize. But I think that Falcons are going to have too much, especially on home soil.
Right. How about you, Johnny? What are your initial thoughts?
Well, you know, after the London Major, Gen.G went on record saying the Falcons have been, you know, beating them pretty badly in scrims, and then they did beat them pretty badly on stage. So it all really depends on how practice has been going. If they've had another round of practice and Falcons are still crushing them, then yeah, they're probably just going to keep on that same trend, especially like Cole said, on home soil. But I've not heard it. I don't have any behind-the-scenes info on that. Not sure how the scrims have been going. But Gen.G did look good yesterday. So I'm hoping for a more not a more one-sided, more closer.
Johnny wants a smashing.
A less one-sided series.
10-0 every game.
And last time he's played was 4-1 in favor of Falcons. So hopefully this time it'll be a close one.
Well, that matchup will come in a little bit. We first have to get to our first matchup. That's how firsts work. It's G2 and BDS. What a doozy to start off our day. I said front heavy and I wasn't joking. This matchup is going to be really fun to watch. Reminder though, G2 is coming in with that sub player, right? They have Naz.
They are. It's the battle of the Moroccans as well. Drali versus Naz. Both rookies relatively in the RLCS. I think that Naz played a few games last season, a few series last season, but didn't quite make it into this sort of upper echelon of top tier talent. And land debut as well. Yeah, exactly. So huge performance, huge opportunity for him. And to be honest, you know, I mean, it was against Limitless, which is something of a free hit there for G2. They're going to be expecting to score lots of goals and, you know, get things working flare-wise. But I would say that Naz seemed to fit in quite well. But it's big shoes to fill, Johnny, when you have to replace Beast Mode.
Yeah, you know, it is. In Beast Mode, most people would say is the best player on G2. So the biggest shoes to fill is a lot of people even say Beast Mode is best in the world right now, just between any team. He's certainly in the conversation. I think everybody would agree he's top 3, minimum top 5. So I don't think that should be the focus really for Naz. He shouldn't try to be Beast Mode. He should just try and play his game as best he can, because he has got unbelievable potential. Naz is a player with a ton of potential. Hopefully he can unlock.
Well, we can talking about it in just a moment here, but we do want to get you guys involved as well. stcplay.gg is the place you want to be if you want to get your voice heard. Go cast your votes for this first matchup where you think G2 or BDS is going to win it. Now we can keep talking about it while we watch the players arrive to the stage. It's time for the Jamil Motorsport team arrival. And here they roll on in. Johnny, again, I feel like for Naz, this is a really good environment to feel comfortable in, especially with that first Limitless match. But now they're going to have to amp it up.
Yeah, you know, even though it's a matchup they're expected to win, there's Daniel's dad, lovely guy. Yeah, they were expected to win against Limitless. It's still good to get that stage practice in. That'll be valuable to them. BDS, back in action as well. This is where both these teams' tournament begins. They've made it through the match they're supposed to win, and now this is the coin flip match. I think most people would put G2 as the favorites if they had their full roster. Surely, with the full roster being absent, Beast Mode not being here, that swings the pendulum a little bit in BDS's favor. But will it be one of those situations where the fact that they've got a substitute player playing just takes the pressure off? We saw it. Well, is it a sub with Chiefs? Jarius? We saw it yesterday.
That's true.
These guys have some history against each other as well. This is the World Championship 2021, I think it was. Was it 2022?
Yeah,
in my mind, they've all sort of
21.
All those years
exactly. The 1/2 is what confused right. In 2022, World Championship there, and of course G2 knocked Team BDS out in Copenhagen as well. We were all expecting BDS to take G2 down again. So these guys have had some heavyweight battles. You know, Atomic and Monkey Moon being at the forefront of those for each respective team.
Let's talk about G2 just a little bit more, and what better person to do it than one of the players, Atomic, standing by.
My name is Atomic, and I play for G2 Esports. It feels really good to be back in Riyadh. This tournament's like one of the biggest in the world, if not the biggest, and we're excited to be able to play in it. The differences in our approach this year compared to last year is right now we're way more confident, we're playing better as a team, and it's a different team, so we're definitely way more excited, and it's a new opportunity, and that's how we're looking at it. Even though we're here without our full team, we kind of are keeping the same kind of play style. We haven't had that much practice with our new player, but I think mainly it's trying to show him how to play how we play and have him fit into how we play. It would be huge for us to lift the trophy in Riyadh. Daniel, my teammate, he won it last year, and he's been talking about wanting to do it again, and that's what our goal is here. Something we have as a team that makes us different than everybody else is our ability to play fast while still controlling the ball, which not every team can do that, and I think that keeps us at an advantage. To G2 fans, even though it's not our full team, I hope you still support us because we feel like we can still go far in this tournament, and we hope to make you proud.
I guess, Johnny, something we should talk about there is, some changes or things that maybe they're doing that he mentioned. What do you think they are?
Yeah, well, Atomic mentioned there is trying to they're trying to bring Nas in, play like they do, which makes sense. He's the new addition to the team. And, luckily for Nas, even though Beast Mode is one of the absolute best players in the world, I do think that what he does on G2 is something that Nas will be quite good at. He just, insta-challenges everything. Beast Mode is the guy who just goes. He just puts the pressure on. Can Nas do that? Yes. Can he be an effective ball chaser, if you will? And I don't say that in a bad way. I think yes, he can. So as long as he can do that while finding space on the pitch, because that's the other thing G2 like to do. They like to spread out. They like to really prioritize boost a lot. Then I think he's going to be just fine. And that's an easier style to slot into than teams like Falcons, really close and hard reading each other. Gentlemates, trying to really play close and tight and pressure the other team. G2 are a little bit more spread out and just let Beast Mode go. So if they just unleash Nas, say just go. You want to go? Go. We'll back you up. I think he can do that.
Nas, despite being Moroccan as well, has been playing in North America throughout this season in the RLCS, so he would have had plenty of experience playing against G2. He knows the North American style of play and the culture over there, so these are all steps that will help Nas assimilate into the G2 roster. It's still going to be tricky, especially when you're up against a team like Team BDS, but there are some positives and some advantages there that it's Nas that's joining them.
Right. We've done a lot of talking about G2 right now. What if we flipped to BDS for a moment, right? Because I feel like BDS is one of those names that when you think about those three letters, they strike you with terror. But lately, it's kind of changed a bit, right? Like, they aren't the ones in talks for those grand finals, maybe.
They've always been quite a swingy team, though, Team BDS. They can be in the worst form you will ever see. Going into a major, somehow they scrape their way through, and suddenly they win it. Equally, they go into a major, winning the previous two open qualifiers, and they underperform, and they get, frankly, embarrassed by a fellow European team. So which version of Team BDS you're going to see is probably the least consistent team, top quality team out there. It's a BDS thing. It's a Monkey Moon thing, I think, as well. He has huge peaks, and then he does have big valleys where suddenly it looks like he can't hit a ball. So I think a lot of it depends upon which version of Team BDS we're going to see. I've got a feeling it's going to be a very good version of Team BDS. I think they'll like it here, but could be completely the opposite.
Do you agree? You said okay, you agree? Like, I mean, after yesterday too, it does feel like a more relaxed environment overall, like a fun environment. So maybe this
I think
is
that'll suit them.
BDS.
I do think they get over competitive at times.
Well, they're not facing elimination. You know, facing elimination in our LCS, both lands, BDS looked pretty awful. You know, Monkey, like you said, couldn't hit an open net, and we had the most recent example where they were outshot, what was it, 18 goals to 3 in a best of 7 by Gentlemates, a team who they do really well against online. So it's when the elimination arrives, that's when BDS have struggled. They're not facing elimination today, so I think they're going to be okay. It's all about G2 for me. Will they be comfortable with this sub?
Okay,
will that help them or not?
Give me a quick prediction here. The game's coming up in a second.
BDS in 5.
I'm going to say BDS in 4.
BDS in 5, BDS in both BDS.
Both BDS. How about you?
I might feel odd about having the G2 pick then.
You're going G2?
Oh, I may have made a mistake.
Man.
Only way to find out is the play of the match. G2 versus BDS. Day 2 starts now.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League. I am Veracity, joined alongside Fancy. And Fancy, we're on day 2 and it's only just started kicking off. Day 1 was absolutely explosive. Give me and the folks at home a little bit of a TLDR.
Well, I mean, there's so much that happened yesterday. A lot of upsets as well. A lot of teams that we thought that they're going to win the whole tournament that did not win yet. But yesterday's matches were all upper bracket matches, but tonight we have a lot of lower bracket matches. It means 4 teams will be eliminated from the tournament. 4 keys will be crushed by the end of today.
Hopes and dreams will be crushed. And speaking of that crushing, Gentlemates. Oh my God, that upset was absolutely astounding. Chiefs pulling out all of the stops and proving that, you know what, you don't necessarily need the most amount of scrims in the world to perform on the big stage. Speaking more about the big stage though, we got some teams joining us for game number 1. Give me your thoughts and feelings about this.
Honestly, G2 versus BDS, it could go either way. We know that G2 is still the favorite team to win this matchup, but we just heard the panelists talk about it. It's either BDS doing really well in the big stage or they're not just performing at all. So which version of BDS that we're going to see in this match, I'm still not sure. But either way, it's going to be an exciting one.
I'm certainly excited for this, but BDS struggled just a little bit against Power yesterday. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check in with our fantastic commentators to tell us a little bit more. Who do you think is going to win?
I mean, she asked us who we think's gonna win. CJ?
I don't know here. I mean, the first round matchups, it's hard to go. It's hard to go by much. I mean, we had the Limitless G2. That was a nice little sweep. And BDS Power was an interesting series there. Power starting really well. BDS getting the win 3-1. But it's great to be here. I thought I'd just take over the casting booth. You know, I was doing some interviews backstage and stuff. And I thought, you know what? Let's get back to what I know and love.
Yeah, we wanted to sneak you in. We could not sneak you into here. We had to bring you back. It's what everybody wanted. So we had to put you on a really exciting matchup. Our first matchup where somebody's actually going to qualify into the rest of the weekend. So you get to hold on to your key a little bit longer because, yeah, today's first time we are going to be seeing keys crushed. Of course, this matchup this is the one that puts you on the line for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's win 2 and you're in, lose 2 and you're out pretty much in this groups of 4 double elim. So, and I think we know how important seeding is. So this matchup is massive. I know that both teams have a second chance, but just how stacked the top 8 is, we've seen it at Majors and at Worlds before. You just want to get the best seed possible to give yourself the best chance.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of giving yourself the best chance, obviously, if you guys missed it, surprise, Beast Mode is not here.
Where is he?
I don't know. He's sitting at home watching, probably.
What is he doing?
They brought in Nas to give themselves the best chance here at the Esports World Cup yesterday. Obviously, that worked out. It looked great for them. A little bit slower than the G2 we're used to, but still the same successful one.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Mode, I don't know what he's doing. He's missing out on all the fun, but yeah, no, I mean, they look good yesterday, as I said. Limitless, obviously, it's not the most, it's a pretty one-sided matchup, so it's hard to gauge, but we're going to be jumping straight into this one again. All day, we've got cracking series. Elimination matches coming up in the second half of Friday, but for now, this is a banger. NA versus EU, a classic.
This matchup, honestly, is very interesting just because I think, honestly, having Nas might, in some people's brains, even this out a little bit more. You have to, consider that BDS hasn't quite been playing at their peak. They dropped a match yesterday to Power. It was a little interesting. Even game 2 had gone all the way to OT between the two of them. So BDS, it's really on the eyes for them to kind of get into the swing of things. And of course, all eyes are going to be on Nas here and the beginning stage of this game 1.
Yeah, G2 starting off pretty nicely here. As you said, BDS, there are a few question marks on that win over Team Power. I was looking at a few social media posts that said, well, Monkey Moon wasn't looking too crash hot, so I'm going to have my eyeballs right on him here in game 1 to see if he can step up. Obviously, G2 not playing with their full roster, but I mean, so much quality on that team as well.
Oh yeah, definitely quality and sound. They haven't had the longest amount of time to be able to scrim together and learn and understand. I'm sure Sathu caught Nas up to speed. And as far as attacks are going, G2 has had quite a number so far, at least at the beginning stages of this right now. Atomic's going to drive that one upfield to the backboard. Great coverage there from Drala to clear out mid. But I don't know, G2 is still looking pretty similar to the original game plan, holding down the fort in the midfield, letting Daniel have a little bit of space. Those cleanups, though, a little slower. I think that's, I don't know, maybe just trying to play the safe game here, especially against BDS.
Yeah, great start. A lot of pressure early, and they're just so relaxed, even off pitch as well. Talking to Sathu, they're pretty chill, obviously coming off that major victory as well, and a fantastic warm-up for the World Championships, albeit without Beast Mode. But here we go again, almost the infield pass. Nas not quite able to get that one, but for the first 2 minutes, this has just been a G2 onslaught. Another double coming through. Atomic tries to drop it across. Double commit coming through from BDS as well. So much pressure for G2.
Oh yeah, and it's not stopping there. It's been 2 or 3 infields at this point already, and finally a little bit of a breather for BDS, but it's going to be short-lived. Here comes Atomic. This one taken away, but this was very reminiscent of the game plan we saw yesterday from G2 against Power. It was Daniel and Nas really working together and allowing Atomic to just be that very solid third. And that really was in turn to the fact that Nas sometimes can get made uncomfortable very quickly, and that's kind of where G2 starts to fall apart a little bit. So BDS, eyes on you to try and make them uncomfortable. It's a little bit of a wide shot, slow follow here from Monkey Moon, but still scoreless in game 1.
They've done well here, BDS, just to stave off this early pressure, and they're getting something around. It's a big miss coming through. Exotic can work it. Can he get the bump as well? He was trying. Dan, 5 boosts to work with. Still able to find enough time for his teammates to get back. Great start here. Again, G2 not just showing up on offense, but once again, still not able to break through just yet. Here's Dan, cut across for Exotic again. BDS looking a little bit better than their game 1 yesterday.
Definitely looking better than yesterday, and I would hope so too, especially after the performance they gave. It was a slow start, lots of ramping up to the end. You want to start on a strong foot here if you're BDS, again, especially if it's against G2. These guys have never lost. They were confident enough to even play without Beast Mode in general. They're like, okay, you want time off? Sure, have it. We can still give ourselves potentially that top 2 finish like we normally have, but less than 90 seconds here in game number 1. G2, for the most part, have had all the pressure, and it's going to continue on as this one gets passed down. Atomic over to Nas around the corner here. This is a great setup. He's going to find himself on in G2, first to score.
And it's Nas, it's the sub, the super sub coming in. You see Atomic with the pass back. It's just a double commit coming through. Monkey Moon and Rally there. leaving Exotic last man, and he said, well, if you guys are gone, I'm going to join the party. Gets beat as well. 1-on-3 there for Nash. G2 finally opened it up.
Now the next question is, how quickly can BDS respond? It's been so long for them to find any sort of a decent play at this point, and G2 really, they've done an incredible job of knowing that balance between when to attack or not. Redirect back towards that net though, less than a minute on the clock here. BDS, it really is not their game to control right now, though. Couple demos, an air dribble from Drawley, he's gonna go for the demo, and it works!
And he just faked out the last man as well. You could see Atomic, he was getting back in time. Dan in huge trouble as soon as this air dribble went up. He lands the bump, the demo, but the fake came through and it was the smoke screen off the demo. BDS, perhaps their first attack of the game, and they've managed to tie it up.
They look good. That was a great sign of life. That's more reminiscent of the BDS a lot of people have been missing for a little bit now, but this one off the backboard. 2 touches to keep it out. Little close for comfort off this one. Drawley over to Exotic, shot on target, sent off by Nas, and I like this from him too. Yesterday there were a couple moments where Nas on defense, little shaky, and again, you guys have to remember, this is Nas's very first tournament on LAN.
I mean, the best thing you can do as well when you have these subs, these imports, and you don't have the chemistry, just let them get to work. Don't try and rely on them to be third man. And that's what they've done here. They've just put Nas up first man, and he's doing just that. Another shot, perhaps a late chance. Australia able to control this one. 3 seconds. I only had OT in game number 1. BDS might be able to find something. There's the demo. Dan with the clear though. Monkey Moon wants to get the ball down. Well done from BDS. I thought this was going to be G2's game.
I really did too. First few minutes were 100% G2's game, but BDS looking like they did against Power, getting back into the swing of things as quickly as possible, trying to find those golden goals again here in OT. Atomic tries to go under. No, oh, bumped off the play. Nas can't finish it. And the attack, it's done.
Yeah, they were just too correct, but they're still on the attack. Atomic ceiling double. Drawley with the pre-jump locked out. They both missed their BDS. Look at the pressure. Nash third man sitting so high. So much confidence against world champions on the other side is Monkey Moon. Speaking of, doesn't have any boost. Has to back off. Dan happy to clear that one down the other side.
Ooh, that's a great 50 there. Keeps this one up. Nas gonna try and finish this one here. Slots it in. 42 on the clock is where G2 call ends here, and it's a calm victory.
The one guy that isn't a major champ on the side of G2, stepping up, the super sub, gets a brace in game 1, the OT winner as well. What a start. I mean, I feel like they deserved that, G2. They had the pressure. They were the attacking side for the majority of the game. BDS did well to find a little counter-attack at the end, but Nas, it's all about that man.
Oh yeah, and you literally hit nail on the head. I was talking about this yesterday. G2, I mean, when you're bringing somebody in so last second for something, the safe plan is, okay, what are you best at? Okay, this kid is a demon offensively.
Yep.
Let's just send him upfield. We'll play a little bit safer on the back end of things, and that's really what it has been. It's been Nas and Daniel just finding each other, Atomic, just letting them do their thing, not playing too much risk. And the few times we have seen Nas back on defense, he hasn't looked too bad. He's definitely improved from yesterday.
I mean, he's looking like the best player on the pitch, and as you said, it's almost reverse psychology. Sometimes if you do sub in, you're thinking, oh, well, you guys have it worked out. You do your thing, and I'll try and fit in, but it's just not like that. You just need to let them go because you can't rely on a sub to make those huge plays third man, albeit he has been pretty good when he has been down back, but that first man play, the 1v3s, he's been clinical up front, and well, it's up to BDS now to respond.
Yep, and BDS, we are waiting for that response. I do still have faith in them. I feel like I'm one of like the few people left that's like, oh, the BDS era isn't over yet. I think Drawley is incredible. I don't think Monkey Moon is washed by any means. It's just about finding your footing again. And we've seen this with some teams over the years where like you're at like a high and then it just kind of dissipates a little bit. It's not impossible to get back into, but right now BDS, mentally, that has been their biggest struggle.
Yeah, they certainly have had some series in majors and worlds as well where you're sort of questioning what's going on with the team, but at the same time their peak is so incredible. As we said, there's a reason why most world champion in Monkey Moon, and well, they need to show it here because this G2 lineup, I mean, beast mode. You can stay at home if your sub's going to play like this. They don't need him right now.
Oh man, I was really excited too when they announced Nas was going to be coming into this one. I was very curious because he's not a bad player. This isn't a slept on, unknown guy. He's just in the early stages of his career right now. I mean, we saw him on M80. He was very consistent in where they were placing it, but I think like most people have always wanted to see what he would look like on a top team.
I mean, you talk about M80, and we got Joris as well on Chiefs. I mean, just pick up anyone, AJ. Well,
maybe they just needed to all separate.
Yeah, everyone needs to split up and be the super sub. It certainly worked out for the Chiefs and G2 so far, but you get into game 2, Atomic with a nice chance here. He's going to go the reset. He might get the fake as well. It's a nice pass. It almost Nas shot up again. This third man from G2, well, he's barely a third man at all. Second man coming in, another shot, another save from Exotic. 0 boost on his side. Drali, the only one on BDS, can get 100 as finally they just gather themselves down back.
Oh man, and you can see Nas lurking too. He was up there for that demo if he wanted to try and get it, but BDS were able to take it away. Monkey Moon's challenge drops down to Exotic, pass over to Drali. And enough boost in the tank to try and work with this here to the backboard. Gonna try and sneak it through, but a great touch there from Nas to keep it out.
G2 with the clear downfield now. 2 minutes gone, a very similar story to game number 1. It's just been a low-scoring game so far, low-scoring series. Dan up top, Monkey Moon goes great speed from him, gets the B, but 0 boost on all of G2. Could be dangerous. Dan scoops up the back 100 and he's thrown it away as Monkey Moon tries to find sidewall, but look at Nas, look at the read, and they're straight back on the attack. He gets the pop, Exotic no boost, Atomic fakes, then he goes, then he fires. G2 once again open it up.
It's the level of speed that dictates these shots so many times. You can physically see the ramp up too, and that's slightly where it starts to catch BDS off guard because they're like, oh, okay, it's gonna be the same level of pace all the way back. I might have enough time to try and catch them, but no. It's so quick on rotation. As soon as Nas didn't get the touch, follow came through. It's too quick right now. Half the game left to go here in number 2. G2 up by 1 still. Like you said, low scoring game. Pretty safe all the way around from everyone.
It's been a game of boost control, and we saw it in that last play. BDS, Exotic, just not having the boost to create a solo. That just means you're going to have space. What a pass, and what a shot from Atomic. How on earth did Dan find this? You could see they pre-jumped, they blocked the shot, BDS. They thought they had it covered, but Dan just flicks it out. It's a deft pass, and Nas is happy with it on the play again.
Oh man, I mean, you cannot be happy with that one. That's so clean, and honestly, it's so nice to see Atomic get in on it. He's been sitting a little bit further back, so it's nice to see him get involved here. 2-0 lead. Exotic gonna try and cut that in half off the backboard. No connect there from Drali means it's now transition for G2. Atomic to the backboard. This one read by Monkey Moon, and I like this from BDS, trying to utilize that coverage, slowing G2 down as much as they can.
Well, pre-jump fake play as well. Atomic's up with Dan, but has to back off. Dan still finds the bump. He had no boost at all. I thought the play was over. Atomic pre-jumped. They double committed, but in the end, Dan just gets the instant reset over the top and gets the flip into the bump on Monkey Moon with 0 boost, if you don't mind.
That's actually so disgusting. And this is what I was talking about too. G2 all the way around, but Daniel in particular right now, him and Nas are so hyper aware of when BDS is extremely low on boost. There was no more than 30 collectively between BDS in that moment, which meant he had all the room in the world to work with. 1:34 on the clock here, 3-goal lead, 3 goals unanswered by BDS right now, and Nas looking to turn it into 4.
Oh, Nas again. Look at the confidence. He's got to get a bump at Exotic. It's going to be another one. Dan walks it in. Nas as first man has been phenomenal. We've got to give credit to Sathu as well. His coaching performance, they've found a play style with no chemistry coming into this event to be looking like a team that's been together for ages.
Oh my God, it looks incredible. I mean, I think you and I, we've talked about it a number of times at this point, but to have, you know, the sense of awareness that it is just best to place Nas in a position where he is going to thrive, and that's a level of confidence that you have to walk into, and you got to give him credit to that. Most people would be terrified to be placed in this position on your first land, but no, he's walking into it like he has been here the entire time.
Look at Atomic as well, just so much control, low boost, but still finds a 50 on 2 of BDS. And I mean, 50 seconds left, even if they do get a last-minute attack, it's a whifty coming through. Dan's going to lock it downfield, 4-0 to G2. This has been phenomenal. I mean, game 1, they looked good, but BDS still forced an OT. This has just been destruction in the second.
And this is honestly, this was kind of my call out for G2 because I felt like, okay, maybe if Nas's first day isn't quite peak, I had a feeling that it is literally just going to progressively get better and better. Atomic from the sky.
What is happening? It's free play. They're just clipping on World Champs. What is this? Atomic with the instant reset. Octane over to Bardowski, if you don't mind as well, to get the 5th goal on the board. I mean, these guys might just be cruising their way to the playoffs. G2, is this a statement or what?
This is probably the biggest statement you could put out if you're
Not
G2.
again.
What a play! The pass to the backboard, double it in. Atomic, he's been forced to sit back for the past 2 days. Finally, dude is in on it, getting the clips of his own.
As the great teammates would say, Mercy, here's the gold! He's been so quiet, Atomic, and not in a bad way. He's just been letting Nas go to work, but back-to-back, 10 seconds apart, absolutely clipping on BDS. Wowee, what a game 2. And to keep a clean sheet if everything goes well in this last 5 seconds, this is unheard of.
Yeah, this is actually insane. This is, I'm sure, the expectation that G2 had coming into this, but a lot of people were slightly doubtful of it. But my goodness, Nas, this is honestly, in my opinion, and you are the pro here, but it's career defining. This is a huge moment to be able to step into the shoes of somebody like Beast Mode and live up to it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the fact that pretty much every roster's going to get blown up as well after the
Yeah.
off-season.
Nobody's going to survive.
Having this on your resume, though, saying that, you know, you did pop off, you went here to the Esports World Cup and competed against the best and dominated against the best so far. Nas, so impressive, but gee, I love the last couple of goals there from Atomic. And just highlight real guys. Even Dan's flip reset before, but Atomic with a 2-piece late and 6-0. Something crazy against BDS.
It's literally almost like unfathomable because a lot of the times the true way it works out is you bring in a sub and it's supposed to be fluky. It's supposed to be rough and difficult. And no, people like Nas are coming in and they're like, no, I look like I'm on the main roster.
I mean, the most impressive, I mean, we can talk about their offense, but the one thing when you do have a sub, you do lack chemistry, is your defense. I mean, they've just held a clean sheet as well against BDS. They've only conceded 1 goal so far this series, which is nearly just as impressive. I know when you do sub in, sometimes we talk about the honeymoon period, you can just kind of pop off offensively, but structurally, they look fantastic as well.
Yeah, and that, again, it's all due in fact that G2 are very understanding of when to play it safe, when to keep that third.
Oh, just call it. Just call it. We can try and build a storyline that BDS are going to come back, but this is just an outright demolition job. Monkey Moon, great pass in chat. Dan throws the top corner. 17 seconds in, Herc. What is happening?
I've seen enough. G2 are winning. It doesn't end here. You can bring a sub in and it's still, you can't stop G2 Esports. BDS though, I mean, it's not like they're not trying, and it's not like they're playing horrendously. They're just not there. Something's not clicking.
I mean, there were question marks yesterday. They did get the win 3-1 over Power, but those question marks have turned into exclamation marks in terms of how we're looking, how this lineup is looking right now. I know that perhaps they'll still have their eyes on the World Championships as well in a couple of weeks' time, but for now, I mean, this isn't even G2's full form. It shouldn't be the peak G2. The missing beast mode. He's sitting at home. Probably, I don't know what he's doing at the moment. He's probably shooting some hoops or something.
That, or he's freaking out a little bit. He's like, oh my gosh,
on the
I
line.
didn't think Nas was going to do this. Go ahead.
Once again, the double could be coming through, but yeah, BDS just looking so shaky. It's been a minute 15. Can Exotic get anything to work here? He doesn't quite have it. The ball's too far across. Another double save coming through from Dan. Shot on. Surely there's the goal, but Monkey Moon has just missed. He had an angle if he hit it, but that's just the story of BDS so far.
And the one thing I gotta say is for the amount of time 2/3 of BDS is always near low or none on boost is actually terrifying. So G2, you had made mention to it, I think in the first game there, that G2's boost game is incredible right now, and that really is causing a lot of problems for BDS. It's slowing down a lot of their attacks right now, and it's really forcing one person to go up. This is pretty much the most that they've had in the most space. Drale, Monkey Moon flips off the play. The cleanup is wide, and this one back out into the corner.
Even these chances, though, they're just not clinical. It's not the BDS. But, you know, what a save from Atomic to doink it up as well. Monkey Moon's going again. They just got to go for ball chase mode. Atomic, can he get the read? He's going to wait on it. So Exotic tries to get an infield, but look at this. There's just no one there. Drale's in behind. The structure's gone wrong. Monkey Moon with a bit of space, but there's just always a hand up there for G2. Defensively, as we said, just as impressive as down the other end.
And now they're heading into that other side there. Nas ends his touch with a bump. This one clears back into the blue side here. They're going to try and send it back, but Monkey Moon stops it. It's a little bit of an awkward touch, and he's actually going to lose control off of it. And even on low boost, though, this one, it's a shot on target, sent off by Exotic. Around the corner here, though, here comes Daniel. And I will give props to G2. They know when to pull off of a play. And that's really what's kind of been slowing BDS down for me, because it's messing with their transitions. It's making things very, very awkward for them to break in.
Yeah, I'm sure Sathu's got that drilled into him if they do overcommit. There'd be nightmares. I reckon he's a drill sergeant. He's an army sergeant sometimes. He's that man, Sath, but for now, this is again, they've got that 1-goal lead. They don't need to score, but they have overcommitted here. BDS is just wide open. In fact, there's two back in it. Atomic's just landed on it. You can see the cheeky grin in the bottom left corner as well. He's loving it. They're having the time of their lives. Look at this. It's 3-on-none down the other end.
Oh my God. Okay, to be fair, I think that one would have bounced out. So if it hadn't gone on his car, I don't think it was going in. But yes, they look incredible. You can see Sathu peeking around on Nas. It's just smiles. The vibes are incredible.
And the kickoff strats are coming out as well. You can almost see Sathu coming there for Nas. And that was perfection. Once again, we're seeing things, we're seeing plays, we're seeing moves that don't happen with a team that's just formed in the past week pretty much. But this, again, I mean, the total score right now, I think 11-1 for the series. BDS, this isn't the team that we know and love. Surely they get one back here, but it's so topsy-turvy. Monkey Moon's overcommitted. They won't concede. They need 3 in 90 seconds.
It is doable, however, with the way things have been looking. I don't know how realistic that is. Yes!
Where has this man come from? And is he beast mode in disguise? We need an ID check on this man. He's got the reset. He's 1v3 BDS once again. Just get him off the stage. It's disrespectful. It's too much at this point. Crazy.
By the end of this, beast mode's gonna be tweeting out like, I'm gonna lose my job. Like, this is insane. What a performance. 1:15 left on the clock here. BDS, most you can do is try and do something that is gonna scare Limitless and Power away, because that one's on the other end of the field waiting for them here. G2, they're just gonna keep piling it on. 1 minute left to go.
I mean, I know Power's already played BDS, but the way they're playing right now, if I'm Team Power, if they do get the win over Limitless, I'm licking my lips at this potential rematch in the bottom half of the bracket to get through to the playoffs. To Atomic now again, he's faking everyone out. It's another double commit for BDS. There's 40 seconds left. G2 have just absolutely destroyed. They've made this team, they've made BDS look second rate. At times it feels like free play, and I don't know, Sathu looks like he's just having the time of his life in behind him.
Yeah, the fact that, you know, a lot of the times you see coaches sitting behind them and it's a little straight-faced or like, okay, I'm prepping for what I'm going to say to you guys next. No, he knows that what they did in preparation for this weekend was more than enough. I think everybody has exceeded expectations here. At this point, you're just having fun. 10 seconds left on the clock. G2 Esports with the addition of Nas, 3-0 sweep BDS and qualify for the playoff stage.
A 3-0 sweep, 12-1 goal diff as well. Only 1 goal managed on the side of BDS. They've cruised their way through to the playoffs, and that's gonna mean as well they're gonna have the best seed possible going into those quarterfinals, into the single elim stage of the bracket. That was completely unexpected, I'll say it. I nearly would have predicted BDS just for the fact that that is a team that's been together. It's a core roster. We've seen the results from them. We know they're a world-class team. And G2 is still unknown, but, well, I mean, if you get rid of the nameplates,
that just felt like the G2 that we know and love. That was so strong and maybe even better than we've seen before.
Yeah, that is, and I don't know, I'll take the heat for it on Twitter. I'll say what you're thinking. There is a world where we might be seeing a performance equal, if not to better at times, than what Beast Mode can put out. Yep. And that is not discrediting Beast Mode by any team. This is the #1 team in the world with him on that roster. But the fact that they have found somebody to come in and just have the natural chemistry is insane. It was supposed to be improbable, and G2 made it possible.
What a crazy first series. Look, I mean, we've got plenty more action coming up, but that's enough from us. I'm flabbergasted. I need to collect myself. I think, Herc, we need to just
we need water
off
in
that
the
one.
pink.
We're going to throw it back to the studio to see what those guys think.
Well, I don't need to think anything extra because I'm the only one that said G2 here.
I mean,
I
said BDS in 4, so I'm the worst of the worst.
Leaf, that you thought that was going to happen. 12-1 in goals.
Nah, man. I said it on camera. It's there. It's on tape.
12-1 in goals. So what on earth did we just witness? I mean, G2 look phenomenal. Nas looks like he's an absolutely world-class threes player. BDS look rusty. They look confused. And I'm starting to really wonder what on earth happened to M80. Why? We need to study M80's failure because Jarius is popping off for this tournament, Nas is popping off for this tournament. They played together and NA couldn't make it top 4 all season. I'm so confused.
I think that G2 are wondering what on earth that was as well, because I can promise you, based on Satu's reaction to winning the Game 1 overtime, and Game 1 went to overtime, it was incredibly close. They weren't expecting to go on and win the next couple of games. What was it, like 13-1?
There's no way,
Something crazy in that regard. And no, it was 10-0. No, was it 7-0 in the first one?
6-0,
was it 6 and then 4? Yeah, okay, 6 and 4. So 10-0 in the next 2. That's utterly mad. I've got no clue how on earth that's happened. I mean, Team BDS have not been playing in the offseason enough, right? So they're out of form. But
yeah, perhaps.
That's not form thing. It doesn't matter if you're out of form. You don't lose like that if you're Team BDS G2 with a sub.
All I know is I'm a little confused about some of these French teams right now with Gentle Mates the other day and this too. Yeah,
Rusty. Hey, Rusty. They've not been playing in the community tournaments recently.
Right.
Vitality could still, save France's honor today, but
they weren't great yesterday.
They were against Furia though,
okay.
so that's losable. We can see all of the French teams, all the EU teams in shambles by the end of today. And like you said, they've not been playing in community tournaments. The NA teams have. So is that maybe biting them a little bit of tournament rust perhaps early on here?
Results speak it. That might be it.
I still maintain that is more than rust. That is something very different.
Well,
okay, a bit out of form.
What about the club championship though? BDS were playing for.
Oh my goodness!
Org.
Yes,
they're playing for.
That's $4 million or so. They don't make it to the top 8. They're like, oh, sorry guys.
Guys, can you get top 8? Lock us in a quick million real quick. And G2 are just like, hey,
is it a million? Oh man.
I mean, it really does seem to be the vibe right now. Play with a sub, no pressure.
That's just been a Rocket League tradition though. Is play with the sub, do well.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just.
Wait, are you putting yourself forward for Team BDS?
Hey, we need to bring it back.
Out, Johnny Boy in.
Bring it back.
We're ready. I mean, CJ's going about doing interviews. I think he could have stepped in and done a little bit better.
Do you think that you could lose 6-0 to G2? I think I could lose 6-0.
I think I could lose even more than 6-2. That's how impressive I am, mate.
We'll have to try it out later. Right now, it's time for our Sony MVP Player of the Match. And if Naz and Daniel keep playing the way they're playing, Atomic's never going to get one. So we're going to give him one now. The whole squad honestly doing good. 6 goals out of the 12 that they got. Atomic was still there at the forefront of this squad playing today, even though the clips were from Naz.
Well, you could pick any of them here.
Yes.
Daniel had a pass in game 2 that had the whole team just confused, thinking where on earth did that come from. Naz scored the first 2 goals in the series for them in a crucial close game 1, assisted the opening goal in game 2, and from then the floodgates opened. I mean, Naz was playmaking brilliantly, but don't forget Atomic's playmaking as well. I mean, this is crazy. Side of the ball, flip reset midair, double tap over 2 for 6-0. I mean, they just completely blew BDS out of the water. They looked like they were fully comfortable here. BDS had no idea what to do. Pressure's on them. They still have to win against, well, likely Power now to make top 8. That's not a free win.
It's not. Sorry, I'm giggling because right at the end there, it just showed Atomic just stealing a goal. It's bouncing, it hits the crossbar, and Atomic just pops it in. It's like, yeah, that makes your replay. Don't worry about the flip reset you got before or the 4 goals you got game 2. Exactly.
I'm pretty sure playing yesterday, the only goal I got with you guys was a goal secure.
How many games did you play with them in the end?
What's that?
How many games do you play with them in the end?
5 or something. 4,
something like that, and I'm pretty sure we lost like 4.
No, I believed in you. I subbed you in. I thought subs were important here.
It was way too. I was tired then, and I'm tired now as well. But for this matchup, I mean, G2. Do you think everyone's watching G2 and saying, "Uh-oh, we got to watch out for them," or are they looking at BDS and saying, "What happened?"
I think Power are looking at BDS and thinking we might have a chance.
No, I think Power licking their lips. Power thinking give us BDS. Exactly. BDS looked awful. They were double backflipping on like aerial contests. They were.
And an OCE team has beaten Team BDS before. It was Pioneers, right, in London. Yeah, back when BDS had one of their first LAN explosions, which they do have in them. So history could repeat itself again.
BDS looked completely rattled there. They looked rusty. I think Power could beat them, and they've got to go through Limitless first later on today. So they're not there yet, but Power could take down BDS. This is a real threat to BDS and their club championship.
Well, that's going to happen later. Of course, they aren't eliminated yet, but they will start happening halfway through the day. So stay tuned as day 2 here in Riyadh continues on.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Day 2 of the Esports World Cup Rocket League matches begin in just a few moments here as we have the Falcons rolling in with Gen.G right behind them. I'm Leafx. I'm still here. And who's still here? It's Cole and Johnny. How you guys feeling about this matchup?
I think it'll be closer than the last one. I think the last one was not what we expected to see. I'm loving seeing the Falcons rolling in and just vibing the crowd, working them, whereas Gen.G looking a little bit cooler. You know, apparently Jack and First Killer at the front there, just vibing, just chilling, relaxing, taking it all in. And Johnny, for me, First Killer, it's great to see him back performing because he hasn't been at his standards for a while. And yesterday it seemed like it was a step towards that.
Yeah, they started to lose some series in North America that you'd expect them to win more recently, especially looking back at the start to mid of the season where they were really the top team in NA. You know, G2, you know, I guess bookended that with, you know, right now being the top team and the start of the season being top. But there was this period in the middle where Gen.G were that team and they just had G2's number. They were the team to beat.
They won one, didn't they? They won an open qualifier.
Yeah, they won quite
five, I think.
2 of them, I think it was. Yeah, they won the last one before LAN. They beat G2 at LAN, then they won, I think, 4. So
it's just
they were that team for a bit, but it's been a while.
Oh, no, absolutely. And they have Falcons coming up against them now. I mean, Falcons is the squad that everyone, obviously here in Riyadh, is backing. I mean, this is their place to win. They've gotten so close to it with the recent RLCS major as well. You know they are thirsting so hard for a win in this tournament.
Yeah, and you know, Falcons have got, what is it now, 2 top 4s here in Riyadh. They lost to Furia with the best of 7 reverse sweep 2 years ago. Lost to version 1, I think it was 4-2 last year. So they just want to make it that one step further and then take it from there. But it all comes down to this today. They like playing against Gen.G. This is a matchup that they enjoy. They have a lot of respect for Gen.G, of course, but last time they played, they were able to dominate them and take 4 straight games to eliminate Gen.G from the London Major. So let's see, can Falcons run that back in the best of 5 earlier on in the tournament? I think that there's a crowd is about to spawn in. Every time Falcons play, the crowd just suddenly fills with Falcons supporters, which I'm sure will help them out.
Well, it's time for you guys to get in and show your support with the STC Play audience vote. STCplay.gg is where you're going to cast those votes. We'll look at them in just a few moments, but we got to give some love to Gen.G, and who better to do it than Jack.
My name is apparently Jack, and I play for Gen.G Esports. It feels incredible to be back here in Riyadh. Obviously, I've been here 3 times now, 3rd time, and yeah, it's always incredible here. The tournament's always great, and yeah, feeling good. The preparation for this tournament is the same as any other big tournament, really. You know, you're playing a lot of ranked by yourself, playing a lot of scrims with your team, and just kind of preparing mentally for playing on a big stage. I think us as a team, if we're clicking, we're very quick, we're very precise. I think really that's what will set us apart. I think we're strong mentally, again, when we're on, when we're feeling good, and we're not afraid to talk things through and figure things out. So I think those are some of our strengths that maybe other teams don't have. It would mean, you know, a lot to be able to win this LAN. I've not won a LAN for about a year and a half now, so it'd be absolutely incredible. Yeah, we'll just have to work hard and hope for the best. Yeah, message to the fans, always thank you guys for supporting us and me. It means the world to me. Genuinely, thank you.
Right, and as a team like that, you do start to get thirsty for something, right? And it does show to the mental goal of this team that he's like, we treat this like any other big tournament. We put in the same amount of work.
I mean, apparently Jack has always been a 30-year-old in a, you know, in an 18-year-old's shoes when he was coming up, a massively mature head on his shoulders, and that has helped him have the longevity now in Rocket League esports that he's had pretty much since the Open era began. And I think having First Killer and Chronic behind him works really well. First Killer in particular, I think is a player that needs to look up to his teammates. He's always craved that, always wanted that, and finally now he is on that roster. Maybe that's now where we're seeing finally stepping up. I don't know what's going on there. They're sharing headsets, are they?
Hand warmers?
Very, very important transfer of goods there
Keep
between. Was that some headphones? I think it was headphones. But yeah, the Gen.G guys, they need to get their mojo back. I think that's really been the lack of confidence that's hurt them both regionally and internationally. But if they can get that confidence, if they can stay communicating, we've all heard their comms videos, they rapidly communicate. So if they're off, if somebody's not talking, really impacts their game. And
they notice it as well. You can't. You can't quietly go quiet on the Gen.G roster. If you stop speaking, people notice because suddenly an entire third of the comms have disappeared.
Yeah, you need to keep that up. So that's their style. That's the way that they communicate. If they can do that, then I think they're going to have a chance.
I will say this is actually one of the least surprising ones. We're in Riyadh, 93% in favor of Falcons right now.
That's a bit much.
I mean, I like those odds if I'm a Gen.G fan. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I agree.
Do you agree?
We're 93-7.
Well, we'll find out right now in just a few moments because our match is coming up. Gen.G versus the Falcons. Let's go.
Our next matchup is gonna be a spicy one. It's gonna be Team Falcons taking on Gen.G esports. Now, Fancy, fun fact for you. Before we headed into EWC, I caught up with TRK and I was like, thoughts, feelings, emotions about heading into this entire tournament? And he said, we're feeling confident, we're really excited. And let me tell you now, for this matchup in particular, after knocking out Gen.G in the playoffs at London, I'm super excited for this because I feel like they might be able to do it again, especially with the fan support.
Absolutely. I mean, they went 4-1 against them in London, and they were the clear favorites there. And in the content that we've seen before we started the match, Falcons were saying that they've been scrimming every single day for the past 2 months. So if anybody is a favorite to win this match, it's Team Falcons. And they got the home crowd supporting them all the way until the playoffs. But Gen.G is also looking really good after yesterday's match. To be honest, it could go either way, but Falcons are definitely the favorites here. Gen.G, let's see what they can do for this match. It is the upper bracket final for Group B. Casters, take it away.
NA took one of the strongest dubs I've ever seen in the first series against EU, but can they repeat the dose here against MENA? It's Team Falcons. It's the home court advantage of all home court advantages, I think. The fan base, you can see it in the audience predictions, 93%. I mean, everyone here's a Falcon supporter.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can even see it in the crowd, too. It fills up lines around the block. I've walked by it once yesterday, and people go insane for them. And it's a valid reasoning. The first time Falcons took a loss was at London. They had won, what, I think it was like something 19 odd series in a row. And that was their first loss. And it was against who other than G2 that just went psycho on BDS. So yeah, this is actually going to be a pretty decently big challenge for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they just dominate here in MENA. They have for so long, but as we said, they are just a massive org here. They just take over the space as we do dive into game number 1. Even in the elevator yesterday at the hotel, don't tell me an early goal here as I'm trying to tell a story, come on. Yesterday at the hotel, there was a fella in there with me in the elevator that didn't speak English. He just saw me and he saw the Esports World Cup badge, and he kind of looked at me and I looked at him and I said Esports because he was looking at the badge. And he could tell as we were going up to our floor, he was thinking of something to say, but he had no English. But he looked at me and he went, Falcons. So I went, yeah, Falcons. Then he was grinning from ear to ear. He knew Falcons. Even when perhaps the language barrier can be a thing over here, everyone knows who Team Falcons are.
You can't not know them. They are plastered everywhere. You can get Falcons themed like lunch boxes in restaurants here. It's actually insane. But yes, first potential goal of the game almost went to the Falcons right there. I mean, it's been a pretty decent attack here in the first minute or so here for them. Not quite unexpected, but again, all eyes fall into Gen.G to see what they're capable of.
Yeah, pick this one as well as the match of the day, the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. Well, so far it's been one-sided for Falcons. They have had all the pressure the first minute, and it's going to be TRK. You can see him just half give it, cut rotation, the half rotate front post, and all of Gen.G just getting caught out.
Oh man, in first killer, actually no boost there. There was no way to get a bailout in any capacity. Falcons want to build on that first goal lead here, already back in the orange side. Chronic's going to try and take this one away, trying to 2v1 his way on out into the corner here. No second touch on it. This one, take it away, ping-ponging its way around the midfield. First killer to send it up, and this is the person that everybody's got their eyes on. First killer, first to score.
Yeah, he looked hot yesterday. He looked in form, and you can see it again. Just a great challenge, overcommit there. Falcons not ready. And Gen.G, as we said, they're going to have the work cut out for them because I'm not sure if you heard it there, Herc, after that first Falcons goal, the TRK chant starting already. Someone tell them it's Friday. We've still got a few days left, and they're still screaming from here to here. I mean, it's going to be tough for Gen.G to come up against not only Falcons, but the entire crowd as well.
Yeah, I feel like there's a mental part of the game that a lot of people don't talk about, which is, you know, being in a crowd that is completely against you. To even see an online favorite of what it was like 97-3 or something.
Yeah.
That is a little rough there, although I'm sure Jack, Chronic, and First Killer of all people couldn't hold their own. But to have those chants, I know the crowd is going crazy. Ruas to 2.
Yeah, you can just see the slice and dice here, and it's a poor clear from First Killer. He tried to drop it down into the corner for Chronic, but Ruas was just the first one there on the scene to read it. The second goal, they get the lead once again. Falcons are loving it. You can see there in the picture up. They're just filling up that crowd.
They look so happy, so excited. We see the waves and potentially another goal here for you guys to scream for. 2:55 on the clock. No touch there. Great fake indeed. Chronic to finish. Gen.G to tie.
Yeah, great fake there. Jack just so clever. You can see they're going to wait for it. They have to respect the touch. He was up so quick, but Chronic didn't need any boost to find the bottom corner. Great placement. Gen.G, as we said, they've equalised once again. We talk about the home court advantage, but I think Gen.G's a perfect team to deal with that. They seem pretty cruisy. They're sort of just an easy-going team as well, similar to how G2 have been at this event as well. They're taking it all in their stride. They're playing a bit of Tekken while they can as almost the dunk comes through, and I don't think they'll be too phased by this one-sided crowd.
Yeah, no, you can't be if you are Gen.G. I think they know how to hold their own fairly well. I will say, though, there are moments where this team is very emotional, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. I feel like they allow that to drive themselves forward, especially in moments like this. They've been able to respond so quickly to the Falcons, not once, but twice, and almost getting the third goal right there. So this one goes out mid. Ruas over 1, tries to take a shot on target, but Chronic, small little clear.
Yeah, I like this from Gen.G. Really smart from Jack as well. He forced a touch. Chronic could get the control, and they're straight on the counter-attack again. TRK this time launches it downfield. You can see it's going to be a short-lived attack. They've got no boost to work with Falcons. Ruas can throw it across. TRK scoops up the mid, but they're just not able to find much past midfield. Great pass to Chronic. Huge dunk coming through from the Falcons. Might be the end of Gen.G's attack, but you can see again, 0 boost. TRK able to get the 100 now, but Falcons needing all 3 members. It's a phenomenal shot from TRK. Perhaps they don't even need any boost because he's found the bottom corner. He's found just some sort of a window that Chronic can't reach.
The level of communication between those two also as well. Ruas leaving that one for him to take the shot. The crowd screaming on their feet in excitement. Falcons back in the lead here. Game number 1. It's been so back and forth, and they're looking to stop this. Killers trying to go up for the double. He finds it, and Falcons to 4.
Okay, that's a statement piece from Killers. Have a look at this. The double. Chronic had to pre-jump, but the placement's phenomenal. Top left corner wide open. And that's what they needed. Just a little bit of breathing room, a 2-goal lead. Each time Gen.G's been able to equalize straight away, but this is going to be tough now with 90 seconds left.
Little demo there off the kickoff. Gen.G just trying to break on into that half. But you got less than 90 seconds to go, and everybody keeps getting sent back home. And Team Falcons comfortably up by 2 right now. Looking to turn it into 3. Ruas just trying to force his way on through. Killer stops this in the mid. First Killer has some space to work with. You can see Jack trying to go up and open up some space for him, but still Falcons doing a great job of stopping and cutting off every play.
Little double commit there from the Falcons. TRK, good boost, able to just launch it downfield. He's not going to take too many risks. As you can see, Killers, as he goes to the reset. 50 seconds. Falcons done really well these last 40, just to neutralize this one. Hang on to this 2-goal lead.
Ruas loses the 50 on Jack, but great follow-up from Killers. The back pass for Gen.G to try and transition out is successful, but no follow-up to come through in time. Precious seconds being wasted. And Ruas's touch might be the one that ended this all. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Falcons still leading by 2. And Gen.G falling behind in the last few moments of game 1.
Yeah, they were always chasing tail, though, for this game. Always at a deficit, even when they were able to claw the margin back. You see how quickly Falcons are able to put on goal after goal. A really strong start here in game number 1. It's going to be too little too late here for Gen.G. Just going to be able to keep the margin to 2, or are they? Never mind. TRK gets a hat-trick to open up game 1.
Tries to just get involved on it, does exactly what we've seen every time, find his way on in. You couldn't be happier if you're a Falcons fan right now. This is the level you wanted to see them playing at. I'm sure everybody was extremely disappointed in the way that the grand finals had played out back in London. So to see them back in that kind of top form and just building on it right off the jump when it matters most is so huge headed into the series.
There's only two things that people love here in Riyadh. It's Team Falcons and it's Johnny Boy. And right now, one of them is absolutely stepping up. What a start. 6 goals, if you don't mind. It was 4-2 10 seconds ago. But they're just going to perhaps deflate the mental of Gen.G with a couple of late goals. 4-goal win there coming through for the home crowd favorites.
Oh man, I love hearing the chants. I love seeing the stadium full. It's energy that truly is unmatched.
What a start, what a statement made by Falcons. You can see Chrome now, coach of Gen.G, just giving them a bit of a reinforcement. They can reset. Series obviously, there's a long way to go for now, but again, we saw what G2 did after a game 1 win. They just went on and built that momentum. You think the momentum's only going to be even bigger when you do have the entire crowd at your disposal as well. But Gen.G, I thought they looked okay. Just a little bit shaky in defense, as you can see there. Just giving the ball up. They look good with their boost control, but just a few missed touches.
Yeah, there was a couple of defensive mistakes that Falcons were pretty easily able to capitalize on. They saw a tiny crack in the defense and they took that as a wide open net. But I do got to give props to them in the first stages of that game. They were able to respond fairly quickly. It was just that moment where Falcons were able to run away with things, like you said, in that last, 10 seconds, we saw 2 goals go up. That's got to kind of beat you down a little bit. You want to be able to hold on in those last few moments. But whether you like it or not, you're going into game number 2. Gen.G down by 1 in the series and almost down by 1 in game 2.
They still could be. Roas wants the double touch. He's got to fake it out. Where's the follow? Killers is just a little bit close this time, but look at this, keeping the pressure on. It's fantastic off the kickoff drop down. Roas wants in his 3rd man as well, but He's not worried about that. Able to just keep the pressure. First killer, though, with a nice win. Wasn't able to get the second on it as Chronic. Well, he's not able to get the boost on the 100. The corner boost did not spawn for him. Rawas able to pop it up. And does have killers. Look how quick the twins are working together. Here's the reset as well. He's got a fake low and drop. What a save. Follow-up shot wide. Chronic in big trouble. Double commit Gen.G. They might be able to get them on the counter-attack, though. Jack over to first killer. And everyone on Falcons able to get back.
And I do gotta say, because I was gonna point this out earlier, and I was waiting to see if it was gonna happen, that moment where Gen.G almost got the goal off the counter, although Falcons were able to get back in time, there have been a few moments where they are overcommitting in the hopes that that first or second man is going to get that shot, and they haven't been able to do so as successfully as they did in game one. So if Gen.G can find that space, make that big clear and follow it up, this could be a different story than what we saw before.
As Gen.G, well, they've staved it off early. I mean, it's just last-ditch saves, so it feels like at any moment, Falcons, even when you think they're not quite set up to score, it's still so awkward, and there's a massive mistake. First killer cannot get a fingernail on it. It's going to be Falcons once again. It's just Jack getting dusted at the ball. First killer not respecting the beat, and Killers just walks it in.
I mean, at some point, you do have to recognize how motivated the Falcons are right now to just keep driving that ball forward no matter what. And this is also the second time that we've seen first killer get put in that last person situation. It's low on boost, and then it's just the weirdest decisions to make and no save to come through. Falcons still leading by 1, potentially 2 here as Killers tries to go to the backboard. Instead, this one bounces out.
Yeah, he got a second touch. He was able to almost get that one on target. So far, though, Falcons just look mechanically better. They just look faster, and look at the bumps. Rawas is trying to find. Jack's done a huge save out of the roof of net. Put him in a 2-0 lead just there, but you can see it's heroics coming out. The demos is going to be too much. Chronic again, he just can't get it in time. Killers with the second.
Falcons are just faster. They are so much faster right now and aggressive. They are not letting up on Gen.G. They even understand that Gen.G isn't able to attack or have as many opportunities as they did in game one, and that's not stopping Falcons from demoing them off the play, making them even more uncomfortable than they were before.
Yeah, I mean, I had this as my Jamil Motorsport match of the day, not because it was going to be close, but because it was going to be party time in Kitty Arena. The home crowd, the Falcons, they're just having fun right now. This has been such a strong start here, and as we said, if they win this, they'll be straight through to the playoffs, giving themselves the best chance, the best seeding into that quarterfinal matchup. Gen.G, though, still a lot of time left. Half the game here in game number 2. First killer, no boost, but you can just see how confident the challenges are coming through. TRK not able to get that pass this time, but no boost here for Gen.G outside of first killer. Means that they're going to have an easy transition down the other end.
And very rare, odd thing I saw in the background of things, but Jack missed the big boost on the trail back, and if Falcons had cleared that, that would have been detrimental. So tiny little things like that are moments where Falcons can just continue to build on the empire that they are putting out for the world to live in right now. Less than 2 minutes to go. Gen.G haven't been able to respond quite yet. This one off the sidewall here. Floater in the air, Chronic gonna try and catch it, slow things down here to the backboard. No cleanup in sight. Instead, it's just Gen.G trying to find each other, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, it's just such a slow attack though. They're really only able to get that one fake goal happening in game number 1. Chronic, here's a great chance. Double, can he get it? He got round 1, but look how quick the rotations come through for Falcons.
It's like you said, they're slower. They're constantly trailing behind right now. Even when they have these moments of opportunity to try and find their way in, whoever's next to help keep it going is like a moment or two delayed. And Falcons, that's not what they've got going on. Everything that they put out on the field is almost instantaneous, but defensively it's the same story. Everything just clicks.
Again, they just, the play style, this meaner play style, and trust me, I've been experiencing this in the talent lounge in ranked. They just go. They're so aggressive. Whoever's closer to the ball just goes, and sometimes you think, what are they doing? But so often it works out. It's also how they drive, I think, in Riyadh as well, based on how the shuttles have been happening. It is absolute chaos, but it is so fast and so hard to deal, or just so challenging for the other team, just knowing the speed is going to be always on the ball. And here we go again. It's Killers up to Rawas. TRK wants in. The panic from Gen.G is immense.
Oh my gosh, less than 30 seconds to go. Low boost. First Killer tried to find Chronic on this one, but it's just a bounce up back into the hands of the Falcons here. First Killer takes it away. Shot on through. 16 seconds in a dream to get back into this series here for Gen.G.
First Killer feels like he's the only player right now that can create offensively. He's once again been able to outpace Falcons, which has been very rare so far this series. 16 seconds. What's a kickoff strat? What's Chrome called? They've gone sidewall. Chronic's going to have to leave, and Jack's backed off. They've lost that kickoff. That's not what you want with 10 seconds left. The Falcons going to be able to lock this in. This would be huge to reverse sweep Falcons. Nigh on impossible, as Rawas is just going to clear it downfield. It's wide. It's over the top of Jack, and all they need is ball on ground. Pop up. First Killer still with boost. Killers jumps. Gets a block in. Jack still with a little bit to work with. Over to Chronic, but look how quick Rawas comes through. Falcons 2-0.
From Rawas, I got to give props to him. He recognized that Jack was just trying to find that last man there, and everybody was lurking around, but no hope is given to Gen.G. I mean, my gosh. Falcons just look incredible. This is the Falcons that was dominating in Copenhagen.
Yeah, this team is just... Again, it feels like they're elevating with that home crowd advantage. I know TRK spoke about it in an interview. He loves playing here. He's obviously been for the previous couple of iterations of Gamers 8 as well. Now the Esports World Cup, and well, they just keep getting better and better. And I just say that visually, they're the most symmetrical team, aren't they, on the play cams? You've got the twins on either side and TRK in the middle. It just looks good when they're on stage together. Have a look at them. TRK obviously the leader with the young twins, and they are just so tough to play, as we said. The pressure, the offense, the pace is right now no match for, well, Gen.G have no match for it.
No, they don't. It's very reminiscent of the G2 BDS game where it's like, what do? You're throwing your hands up, and you got to respect that the Falcons are just playing an incredible series right now. Everything on all fronts clicks and works. Any mistake is such a 1% rarity right now that you can't count on that to find your way on through. And now Gen.G backs against the wall, last chance before they head to their last chance as Falcons look to qualify to the playoffs.
You expect day number one of pretty much any tournament that's seeded correctly to be one-sided, but then once you get into day two, we had a look at the matchups at the start of the day thinking, okay, here we go. We're going to get some game fours, game fives. We're going to get some close series. So far, G2 absolutely dominated BDS, and Falcons one game away from sweeping Gen.G. It'd be a pretty strong start to Friday.
30 seconds into this one, and it looks exactly like the first two games went. Falcons on a disgusting attack that just never seems to end. Gen.G had finally gotten out, and then they just find themselves again back in that orange side. It never stops. TRK holds onto this ball for now. This one's gonna drop down. You see Killers. And this is something I've noticed too. Gen.G, as time has gone on, they're sending somebody extremely far upfield in hopes that they can get that clear to get some sort of like a catch-off pass. But they can't get the clear in general. So what you're doing is you're putting yourself in 2v3 situations because the Falcons, they're on this crazy attack of just drive upfield, all steam ahead.
Just so much space as well. You can just see how many solo plays they're able to get off without any challenge. Even again here, TRK, there's just no midfield game at the moment here for Gen.G. Always having two players back off, almost playing a 1-up, 2-back sort of play style, and that's just because of the speed of Falcons. They don't want to be there in the midfield. You can see again just how quick TRK, and he almost lands on it with a reset. Rawas doesn't get the double follow-up shot blocked. Chronic's come up huge, but so many times it has to be a double save. A player, as we said, stepping up for Gen.G in defense because, you know, they're not really able to rotate in time or as fast as Falcons.
Yeah, it's definitely just, unfortunately, a slower game for Gen.G right now. Falcons, the pace of play that they've dictated what the series is going to be at is almost too much for them. Another big clear into their half, and they don't even look stressed when it falls into the hands of Gen.G, because almost mere moments later, every time they are capable of taking it back almost immediately here. Big bump off the play. Jack to clear out on that blue side. Second touch could be a setup here, but another clear comes in.
And you can just see First Killer not exactly willing to push up hard on that, but I want to see Gen.G, I want to see that second man more aggressive. So right now they're getting dusted to the ball, just like right here. OS double blocked out. Great save, Abjack. He's got to go again, though, because the shot's on. Bar down, double touch, and he's dunked it in. Killers, Falcons, once again, getting the first goal.
You cannot stop them. They are inevitable right now. Everything they touch turns into a goal.
I mean, they are just looking so good right now. You can see Coach Crone for Gen.G, one of the great minds, one of the great coaches of Rocket League. You can tell he was a great mind because he had no mechanics when he played. Even he didn't have an answer until now. Finally, they get a kick-off goal to work. It's the 50 that comes across, and Chronic with a lovely fake. He gets demoed for it. Has to throw his body on the line. They do get a cheapie off the kickoff.
And that was that same strat that I was making mention to that Gen.G has been trying to play so many times, sending somebody so far upfield to either put their body in front and try and be a literal brick in front of someone to stop them. Unfortunately for them, that's the only time it's worked. And Falcons are just rinsing and repeating off the backboard. Ruas to take a shot, sent off TRK next around the corner.
Falcons don't want to be able to giving up this game. I understand that, you know, one game away from a sweep, but Gen.G, if they get some momentum, if First Killer gets some momentum, it's also pretty tough to stop. So far, though, still in relative control. The men in green. 50 comes through. Killers able to scoop up that mid-100. Pops over to the top of Jack. Midfield game not there here for Gen.G. Off the corner. Where's the follow-up? It's going to be Roas. Great speed. Chronic's awkward. Follow-up shot. Great save. TRK, can he get around? He's got to throw it sidewall. No one there at the moment for the Falcons. Gen.G, they're sweating in defense, but they're making it work.
And you just got to keep going. You can't let up either. Ruas leaving this one for TRK. Barely gets past Chronic. Just over a minute left here. Tied game. This one denied for Gen.G to transition in. Instead, TRK off the ceiling down. Chronic uses everything left in the tank to try and take it out, but it just falls back into the hands of Ruas. Off the backboard, not through, and we stay tied.
Oh, Gen.G are having to come up clutch to stop this onslaught of offense coming through. Killers, look at the space they're getting. The midfield game, the second man, so dominant. Jack with the clear, the bump comes through. First Killer can't get the touch. It's got to be Killers with space. He's got to fake it out. Anyone underneath? You betcha, it's TRK. Falcons, 46 seconds left. Just need to hang on now.
Throw your hands up and stand up for the Falcons. They are on the road to a sweep on one of the top teams in North America.
They look so comfortable right now. You can see it in the player cams. So they've almost conceded off the kickoff. What a save follow-up. This has to be a goal. Shot. Triple commit from the Falcons. We might be seeing some nerves finally as the last 30 seconds. They just need to hang on. 30 seconds away from the playoffs, through from the upper bracket. First Killer pops it up, tries to get one more, dunked out this time. Jack, what can he do? He's trying to find Chronic. He's got 100 boost. He gets the beat, drop down. Killer's in trouble, but clutches with a touch.
And literally no boost left for Jack. He's third man right here, makes his challenge on out. 12 seconds on the clock. Gen.G last-ditch efforts to come through might be denied with that clear here. No boost collect for Chronic means Killers is just going to waste all the time in the world. This one popped up. Abjack, low boost. TRK looks to try and kill this one. It's going to bounce off, and it's going to hit the ground. Welcome to the playoffs, Team Falcons.
And they have done it in stunning fashion as well. I reckon the average heart rate combined is under 100 for these three players. They looked cool, calm, and collected. They didn't let the pressure of that home crowd get to them. And if anything, they elevated with it. Wowee, what a performance against Gen.G, who's not a team to sneeze at, one of the top 8 teams in the world. And once again, similar to the first series, it was so one-sided. That time, I believe it was, well, 10 goals to 4 perhaps. So once again, Falcons getting the job done, and looking fantastic along the way.
I think this is the same thing. No, okay, so BDS was only able to get 1 goal in their series. Gen.G a little bit better, like you said, got 4 off that one. But my goodness, yes, it is so one-sided right now. Falcons looked incredible. And I don't know if this is a hot take or not, guys, but this is not Falcons at their peak by any means. I think they actually go crazier as time goes on. I'd love to see a matchup where G2 and Falcons play themselves. That's I'm telling my kids was the grand finals if it goes down. But incredible series all the way around. Gen.G not out just yet. They've got one more opportunity to try and qualify for the playoffs here. But CJ.
We've said enough. Back to you in the studio.
That's all you
we're
guys.
out of here. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'm sick of them too. Get out of here, CJ. Anyway, that was what I think the Falcons needed, really, to be honest, because it started really close at the beginning. Gen.G looked like they were doing all right, and then it kind of crumbled afterwards.
I mean, early stage tournament form for Falcons is just, I think, the best in the world right now. Looking at the combination of London and now here in Riyadh, they are the undefeated team, and they're just cruising, absolutely crushing everybody that they play. Gen.G, they've now beaten them 7 straight games, and I don't think Gen.G even played that badly. They played pretty well, I would say. That performance is probably good enough to make a top 8 through the uppers in some of the other groups, but not this one. Falcons have their number.
Any hesitation, any mistake, and Team Falcons were just swarming them all over. The 3 of them involved in every single play. Gen.G had nowhere to turn. Even towards the end of Game 3, they got their equalizer, and you're thinking maybe Gen.G are going to be able to turn something on, but Falcons weren't shaken, weren't stirred. They just kept on going, and TRK there with the winner in the end. Falcons too good on the day.
Yeah, no, honestly, this is a squad that, I see them in the grand finals. I said right here, I was talking to some of the Arabic casters, and we're saying they need to do well in this matchup. Sure, yes, Gen.G played well, but they have to dominate a matchup like this if they want to beat some of the other teams here. So, Johnny, seeing them win this like this gives me good hopes that we can be confident they'll be in a grand finals.
Well, I think, they've got to be the favorites right now. G2 playing with a sub, albeit playing very well with a sub. They are still playing with a sub. So Falcons, seeing they're showing up this kind of form, and the Gentlemates are struggling. G2 have got a sub. They were the main competition. So Falcons, I think, are the tournament favorites at this point. But the problem for them has really been that grand finals performance in London didn't match the rest of the competition. So being able to replicate what we just saw in the grand final, if they can make it there, that is the question mark for me. But as for Gen.G, it's not the end of the world. I still think make it out of this group, and they are playing pretty well. It's just Falcons are a different level.
Well, it's time to title our Sony MVP player of the match. It's hard to outshine the Twins, but TRK does it. This is a fantastic showing from all of them, Cole.
Well, he was the player that got the winning goal. I mean, to be honest, when we were discussing MVP, I was thinking, it could be any of them. It was one of those true team performances.
We've had a few games like that, haven't we?
Yeah, well, there wasn't really one player standing out, but, I mean, TRK, he was what you needed him to be, really, as effective as you expect. There was a smart finish at the start in Game 1 as well, and I just think that he is the glue, and he has been the glue for Falcons. Let's get together, and that was set the lead as well, Johnny. And from there, they just steamrolled Gen.G.
Yeah, crucial goals. I mean, the winner in Game 3, that go-ahead goal in Game 1. I mean, some very important goals for TRK. Nice fake by Clears who sets up the winning goal. And Falcons have long time been using fake aerial plays, but one thing I did notice that's a little bit scary in that series for the rest of the world is they're faking challengers now as well. So it's kind of like when the Velociraptor learned how to open a door in Jurassic Park. Now they know how to fake challengers.
How the Velociraptor.
They've got that, other trick in their back pocket, so other teams better watch out.
That's true. Well, we have so many more games to get through if anyone wants to get to them by the end in the grand final. So let's carry on and get to a break. Holy moly, we are somehow still cruising on through the day. Some unexpected 3-0s as we go through day 2 of EWC. I'm Leaf, hanging out before our next match here. A couple new faces joining me on the desk, or the dance floor as we like to call it. Hercules and CJ, how you two doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, we got to cast those 2 crazy series, so I expect the rest of the day to be just as insane.
Not often you say a sweep is a crazy series, but I mean, just the manner in which the sweeps happen were crazy, but it's great to be here. And it's weird because we're so used to calling this thing a desk.
Yeah.
We're not.
It's not anymore.
Empty.
Is that a desk?
This is kind of a desk. I could use it.
If you elongated it, it'd be a desk.
It's just a very tiny desk. We took a chunk of one before. But what's important right now, of course, are these logos behind us, because those represent the teams that are about to play. Furia versus Team Vitality. Now, between these 2 teams, who's getting the sweep? Because that seems to be the trend today for the big dogs.
Well, I know over on the MENA stream they had this as the matchup of the day. I had my Jubilee Motorsport match of the day as this previous one with the Falcons, so I was definitely wrong. I think, though, if there's going to be a close match, it's probably this one. Furia looked fantastic. Vitality, world champs. We know what we're going to get.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I might argue, and it's the same argument that everybody has every time, if Vitality show up in a very well-connected manner, it is too easy for them to just stomp all over everybody. But eyes, for me, honestly, go to Radosin. I feel like he's kind of the make or break person on here.
He's the energy.
Yeah, his vibe kind of dictates what it's going to look like for them. But Furia vibes are always high, so good luck to you.
We're going to keep talking about this in a sec, but first, we have some friends at home. We got to get involved. It's time for the STC Play audience vote. Go to stcplay.gg. Get them in. You know what to do. You've been doing well. You voted a lot for the Falcons before. We don't have them up here now, so take your pick. But yeah, let's keep talking about them for a few minutes, because I was talking to the Arabic casters, and one of them was saying that they think Furia is on a downtrend, and I'm very curious if you think that's a hard disagree or agree.
A hard disagree based on yesterday. I think Yan might have nearly been the MVP. It was such a one-sided series, it's hard to say, but he scored about 20 flip resets yesterday. He was absolutely popping off, so I think they're in form.
Yeah, or at least he's definitely in form. He made a montage yesterday. I got to sit in the crowd for that one too, and we were all just kind of like, oh, okay, we can keep moving on. I felt so bad for their opponents too in that matchup.
Yeah.
Well, we won't mention them out of respect.
I mean, it can be a bad thing though when you do have such a one-sided matchup. You look on the other side, Vitality, they had a pretty tough match. Twisted Minds looked strong yesterday. So in terms of a better warm-up, you'd favor Vitality.
Now, on the other side though, Vitality, I feel like this is a team that I definitively have in a top 4. Like if I were making a bracket, this is a top 4 team. Hands down. You're just talking about Radosin too, but look at the other 2. I think really for me, I look to Alpha to step up if he's clean. Zen just does whatever he does, and Radosin brings the energy.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I feel like, honestly, the sentence that you said before that the Minecasters were saying that Furia was on a decline, my hot take, Vitality is kind of been on that very tiny, slow decline. I know, but honestly, a lot of them come true. So I feel bad for putting that energy out into the air for that team right now. But I don't know. I feel like you feel differently.
It's so hard to pick against Vitality. They look so strong. Zen's pretty much the face of this whole thing. He's been popping off. And Radosin yesterday in Twisted Minds, he was the MVP, so...
That's true. Okay, well, the match is starting in a few seconds here, so I need to get a quick prediction from you two.
Furia.
You got Furia?
Furia. I still can't go.
I've been right. I've been 2-0. I'm going to go Team Vitality. Ooh. We're going to see if I'm going to go perfect on the day so far. There's a lot of games to get wrong, but we only find out now if it's Furia or Team Vitality winning. Let's play.
There we have it. It's going to be Furia taking on Team Vitality. Furia going 15-0 in their match yesterday, Fancy. I know you're excited for this series.
Absolutely. I mean, all the matches that we've had today have been one-sided, let's be honest. But this one is the most even match that we might have today. Furia and their team, like their opponent, Vitality, they both have been through a lot through the major in London. And the best thing about this is they lost against them. Furia took the advantage during the group stage, but then in the playoffs, it went the other way around. So you really can't tell how this match is going to go down. All we know that it's going to be an exciting one, and the winner is going to be at the final for the group stage. Either way, let's get it on.
Well, it's time for a true grudge match in the Rocket League world, or at least what is becoming one. It's Furia versus Team Vitality. And Stumpy, last time around, it was Furia that took it.
Yeah, Furia managing to take down Vitality in quite an explosive series as well. We saw right at the end how much it meant to Trofino in particular. Where on earth did you get that?
What do you mean?
Where on earth did you get Colin Stumpy You're Always Right merch?
Stumpy You're Always Right merch.
I need some of that.
Not available now. This is a unique experience. The reason I've got this, by the way, is we didn't actually get to wear it live because we weren't always right. But I was given this and thought I'd surprise you. So yeah, you
I
like
did see you unbuttoning and I was really scared.
Were you?
Because that t-shirt is the same colour as your skin.
True. I've also got this tattooed. I've got Colin Stumpy Always Right tattooed on my chest. Anyway, back to the Rocket League.
Let me talk about Furia. Because Furia, like, as you were saying, last time they played, they won it. And Trofino, he got up in particular and went ballistic.
He did.
The coach STL standing behind him. L on his forehead. And I think it came down to Radosin somewhat looking like, he was feeling a little bit sick.
Here we go.
He was on form in that series, and he always plays for the crowd.
He does always play to the crowd. Of course, Team Vitality have experience of playing to a non-partisan crowd. Back in, it was Boston. It was the Boston Major when they were struggling, and then Coach Ferrer said to the crowd, root for us for the bracket reset, and then go for whoever you want. And the whole crowd turned for Team Vitality. It was one of the great turnarounds in Rocket League history, and now Fairy Peak, Zen, and Co are trying to do the same, but this will not be easy, no matter how much the crowd cheers for them. It's Furia versus Team Vitality.
It also gives us a really fun look into the future, potentially, because if Furia or Vitality win, bear in mind our key system that we've got. Bear in mind our key system that we've got going on. Because, look, if Furia take this and they take the entire event, they can choose Vitality's key to encase in their trophy at the end, or vice versa. But that is a stunner of a pass coming central from Lost.
Yeah, I've got a feeling based on the guy who's just scored, his reaction to Team Vitality in the past, Team Vitality will be the first key that he reaches for. He might even say, do you know what? We don't care about the others. Just give us Team Vitality. Break it into 3. They will be all 3 keys. I don't know if that's part of the rules, but if it can be, Furia will certainly make it so. And they have started early doors. It was a 4-1 victory last time they played against Team Vitality in London, but they did lose to them before then in the Swiss. They've started off good again this time around. It's all Furia attack up to this point. There was a pre-jump in the center. Trofino was trying to find the pre-jumper, wasn't able to. And Team Vitality, a team who managed to grind through their victory yesterday. Weren't playing at their best, I think it's fair to say, against Twisted Minds, but they did enough. Have to get going now. And who else do you turn to if you need to get going?
And who else has Zen turned to after he scores that goal but Furia, immediately cheering towards them. Very Nas-esque that we saw in the G2 series, getting that triple tap from the backboard. But Zen finding the bottom corner, and he was not the man in London when these guys last played that was the issue. As I said, it ultimately came down to, I think, Radosin not feeling on top form. And by all accounts, he had a massive headache being in a position like that when you're feeling not 100%, and you come up against a team like Furia, who are playing at 100%, is going to make it harder. But realistically, you've got to play to what you can do. So Vitality getting a retaliation goal with class.
Well, here comes Jan now. Trofino is in the center, but it's Lost that the ball falls to. Pushes it out wide. Furia not too affected early doors by that Team Vitality equalizer, nor by Zen giving it all that after getting it. That's what you love to see. These guys always getting fiery towards each other. There's love outside the server when they're in it. Desperate to win against one another. Alpha has to get the touch here and doesn't. Trofino thought he could beat Zen to the ball. Now it's Radosin against Jan.
Rado's had a great touch there too defensively. He's already secured a couple. Getting great save, making sure that his team stays nice and safe. Minute 45 through. It's going to be Furia trying to fight their way out of defense. A flick over one high Lost. I think the player for me, the MVP of the previous series when they played in London, Lost was the #1 guy in that series in particular, at least.
Furia, of course, coming into this one off the back of a perfect sweep, but it was against Nkosi Ballers, so tough to tell really what their form is like. It's a match they are always expected to win comfortably. Taking the lead early doors, and I would say having more of a play against Team Vitality is showing that they're building upon that momentum. Zen though has a chance to doink it. He does doink it. That is proof that you must doink the ball, don't backflip. Zen does it.
And you know what? Yeah, fair play, Zen. That mechanic that me and you are so deeply in love with. Didn't get a goal that chance, but if he flicks, it goes to the ceiling. We don't need to convince the people about the doinks here, but Zen is going to be the man doing that for us. Halfway through the game, he's now going to have Lost on a relative open net instead. Actually, no, sorry, Radosin, Alpha was in the back corner. 100 boost picked up right-hand side. Can he get anything central? Who's waiting? everybody on Furia, apparently.
Yeah, and gets that one out wide. It's turned towards Team Vitality a little bit recently. Zen certainly seems up to it. He is the player for Team Vitality that's getting the most on the ball, that's not afraid to dive in from the left and the right, playing first man, really. More of a Radosin role up to this point to show how G'd up he is. But will that work in Team Vitality's favor? Not if Lost has too much control of the ball. Alpha goes up, gets himself involved, but Yan is able to flick this one. Radosin and Zen, one of them has to call the other one off. It's Zen that pulls rank.
That's the chance.
Follows through again, gets himself a chance to the backboard. Alpha's coming in now. Can he get a clean touch on this ball? Radosin again looked like he wanted to come in, just decided against it.
I like seeing players call their teammates off balls as well. Shows that their comms are very much on point. That's a long pinch going far. 100 boost taken.
Well played.
But his life taken along with it. Zen to the scrapyard.
Yeah, that was brilliant play there from Lost to get the demo for a second. Zen, despite having no boost, looked like the ball would fall to him. When Lost came in for Furia and they were in North America, it was a relatively slow transition, but now he is one of their star performers for sure. Incredibly trustworthy, rapid around the pitch. My goodness, that boy got some mechanics, but here comes Vitality again. Zen, the man who has all the mechanics, gets it straight down. It's going to be enough, is it? Radosin charges it in. Full hype, Vitality take the lead.
Those demos across the net too. Alpha with one, gets the bump away, and then it comes down to Zen, the double tap. Drufo does work his way back, but Radosin muscles it home. The 1-goal lead now, found for Vitality. And honestly, every time they score, everyone, don't even bother looking at the goal, look at their player cams.
I love the picture-in-picture player cams that we have throughout the Esports World Cup. Such a simple yet beautiful feature, adds so much. And Furia are now chasing Yan. He gets a touch, but he's been kept so quiet in this first game. Lost, he goes in there. He's got his flip still, I think. No, he had lost it at some point. Zen puts it towards Drafinho. He's trying to get something going. 45 seconds left now. Furia have to pace things up. Lost takes over in the air. Alpha gets it as far as Yan, and Alpha follows it again, but that's a huge challenge one from Yan. Zen is going absolutely nowhere. Thankfully for him, Radosin was back, but Radosin, I think, is just grateful just to get a touch on that ball, and that's not ideal from Lost either. Is Alpha through? He goes for the edgeable bump. He doesn't even need it. It's 3-1.
2 goals clear now, and Vitality making sure that when they get one, they're not going to sit back. There's always the Vitality of, oh, the edgeable bump is going to be a favourite of Alpha as well. We've seen Zen in particular taking those plays, Jack really popularising it years ago. In a 3v3, just as viable.
I think Alpha will be particularly pleased to get one in against Yan as well. He is, of course, Furia's danger man. If he gets rustled and tilted, then Furia are about half the team that they would otherwise be, so getting something that is always frustrating, you know, getting edgeable bumped. You're in the air, you can see it happening, you can tell it's building up, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about it, just like Furia have been able to do nothing about this first game.
I mean, Zen, I think, was dribbling Drafinho down the pitch. He really made that awkward for him to stick anywhere near the back. But 3 goals quite easily cleared. This one extremely level until that final minute. And Vitality have turned it on. They've entered a brand new gear. Final 10 will not matter. Game 1 in favour of Vitality. In this, to be completely honest, a grudge match that has come out of relatively nowhere.
Yeah, and Team Vitality lay the first glove on the face of the opponents. A huge Game 1 performance. All of them involved, everyone doing their jobs. Zen continues to try and hype up the crowd very big. He steals a fist bump from Zen. That was not a fist bump. That was okay. And Furia, they've got some questions to ask.
Yeah, for sure. Zen, I really do just love that it's like, look, fellas and ladies in the audience, we don't share a language here, but what I know that you know is when I lift my hand saying, give me some noise, you're going to give me some noise. But the game is starting off in Furia's favour.
Yeah, it did start off in Furia's favour. They were hot off the blocks. And Team Vitality eventually got going, and that goal going to the ceiling as well, then to the double, and then having 2 Furia goalkeepers still squeezing it in the corner. Do you know what, Zen, mate? You've earned that trash talk. You've earned it.
I think, as far as I know as well, for anyone who might not always watch Rocket League or you don't know where this rivalry has come from, Vitality and Furia, I think it's because it was posted on the Vitality social Twitter account that Radosin was doing like an L dance, saying that's how he was going to dance after beating Furia at the London Major. And Furia were like, oh, that's a bit rude. That's a little bit mean.
L dance? Well, I never.
Exactly. And yeah, of course, that then has just spawned into the most incredible, like, cross-region rivalry that we've had now for the second time in a couple of months.
I think it's also because these are 2 of the teams that have stuck together for the longest time, you know? It's not just the same orgs with one player that still shares the stage. This is 3 players from each team who have experiences going against one another and have been doing so for a long time, continuing to just wallop chunks off of one another. And the first chunk went to Team Vitality. And I'll tell you what as well, Stumpy, if today is anything to go by, Team Vitality now go on to win this series with like a 15-1 goal differential and 3-0 overall. Because each time a team has won game one, they have swept the entire series today, even in these seemingly close series. So there's something in the water here in Saudi Arabia, it would seem, as Alpha clears on. Radosin might be able to get a redirect here. He does, it's just over. Is he following up? Yes, he is. And it continues. Radosin's bouncing on his chair.
That's another sign as well. Well, you know when they're feeling very confident is when Rado decides to just bounce up and down and make sure that he knows. Again,
do you ever bounce? I've never bounced. It's not a natural thing I do. I don't do that.
I'd be so scared that like I just snap the hydraulics in my chair.
Would you?
I'd be terrified of that.
Maybe. I mean, Radosin's a strong guy as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe. But it remains to be seen who taught Radosin the bounce meta, but it seems to be working continually now. Zen takes another shot. Radosin's flying in. And this time at the start of game two, it's Furia that are having to dig deep and show their resolve.
So far, out of the entire tournament, I've only seen 2 series go, where the opposite way to whichever way the game one ends up going. So whoever wins game one...
The entire tournament? Really?
Yeah, there's only been 2. It was Power and it was Gentlemates. So Power, of course, lost a little bit earlier on. Or yesterday, rather, to BDS. They took game one, and then it was also Gentlemates lost to Chiefs, but they won game number 1 as well. So, very indicative, at least so far, in this tournament, but a minute and a half in, and Vitality trying to make sure that they are not giving any openings for Furia.
Yeah, that was disappointing from Lost there. I mean, he got a great fake at first, and then I think he just wanted to do something with the ball, so he went for a flick, even though by then everyone out there, including all the eggs in the arena, realized he had no boost left. Lovely couple of touches there from Zen. He might be able to squeeze this one in. He doesn't in the end. Alpha does. It's brilliance, though, from the young Frenchman.
I mean, getting that touch, the resets keep it close, and then getting a flip central Lost that is just so well to cover it. But unfortunately for him, Alpha has got full pedal to the metal, sees the ball on the edge of the net, and reckons he can take that for himself.
It's happening again. The steam train is currently going at 300 miles per hour along the tracks after a team takes the first game, but Furia back in it with that dagger from Drafinio.
Great pants really starting to maybe settle on that train, with Drufo taking a shot right below the crossbar. Actually catches it right between Zen and Radosin. I don't know if Radosin saved that, to be completely honest. He got contact first, but it might have still been going in. I couldn't quite see the angle.
I don't think Furia will care too much, though, how it goes in. Anyway, will do, especially a goal from the kickoff. Isn't it amazing how quickly Rocket League can swing?
What's that? 2 goals in about 4 seconds?
Not bad. Keep that going. They'll win this one about, I don't know, 26-2.
Pretty good going, that. When you look at the warm-ups both of these teams had coming into the series, Furia, as I mentioned earlier, versus Nkosi Ballers, that was an absolute whitewash. Perfect sweep, 9 goals in one of the games. It was just an easy win for them. Vitality had to fight a lot harder against a lot harder of an opponent in Twisted Minds. So maybe that one, I was going to bring this point up when they were 2-0 up, I'm going to be completely honest. And now that it's turned around a little bit more, not quite as relevant, but still, no, this practice is going to be important. A pinch central towards them with the catch, but again, both these teams wanted to shut down opportunities early. Good bump.
Lost is going to take this touch. The bump helps him out a little bit. Now he has a chance to actually use some boost for the flick. Tried to delay it as long as he could. Couldn't quite pull the trigger in the end because of that. And Zen sure will be able to, though. Drafinio's in front of him. Drafinio just knows that Zen's going to get something here, but Zen takes Drafinio out in the end anyway. Just removes him from the goal line, uses his eraser at the end of his pencil and just scratches him away. Now it's Radosin. Touching to the center. Is anyone going to be there for Team Vitality? Not now. Radosin does take out another, so some big demos coming in for Team Vitality. Zen wins it. Alpha should be able to put this one away, but it's a huge save right there on the goal line. Not actually sure who got the last touch for Furia, but it was all important. Now they can counter. Yan up against Zen. This one's up. Zen almost got bumped away. Didn't in the end, and now it's his turn. So both of these teams is lobbing huge attacks one way to the next.
We're seeing a lot of swarming defense coming in from Furia right now. And making sure that they don't let anything through because they know how quickly Vitality attack, then lost. A pinch off the post, ends up hitting the crossbar, then ricocheting straight back out again. Final 90 seconds. And Furia suddenly finding themselves ready to attack. Their sharpened blades wanting to find a little bit of action.
Zen yet again defending on the front foot, meeting Furia at the earliest possible convenience. Gets this one back. into the Furia corner. Lost is up. Lost bypassed Radosin. Alpha beats him though. Radosin touched into the center where Zen was sniffing around, hoping he could get there. Now it's Alpha going for some bumps. So Team Vitality, they certainly would have been looking at the previous replays between these two teams and realizing that maybe off-the-ball bumps, playing in front of the ball could be the key. Jaffinio, though, could be the key for Furia here. Alpha is just beaten to it. There's two of them there. They have to avoid pitching it into their own net. That was almost disastrous, but it remains twos.
That was a chance too for Jan. Alpha does squeeze his way in there, but I think Jan really could have had a good chance at goal. That was been relatively open. Jan with a beautiful in and out save, and then a whip round shot from Radosin is not going to be successful.
What a save that was from Jan. He had no boost. He had two Vitality players bearing upon him, and they were always going to get the free ball. Had to conjure something up, and now down the other end, what else can he do? Almost a double tap. Next goal maybe wins this one. Zen wraps it round. Lost gets it back into the center. Radosin avoids the bump from Jaffinio. And now Jan can come in. This is the player that Furia really want on the ball. They want him to show his creativity. But look how many free touches the rest of them are getting. Team Vitality have to close them down quicker and turn these free Furia hits into 50-50s at the very least.
I mean, you might want the 50-50s, but there's only 5 seconds left in this game. A reset from Jan. He's got it, but shut down quickly by Alpha in the midfield. Zen clears it. Alpha now his chance. They're going to be keeping this one up too. Zen into that back corner, cleared away by Jan to the ceiling. 1-2, Alpha to catch with boost. Kept up high again.
Radosin prods it long. Jaffinio should just kill this one, and he does. I think every player relieved to see the overtime come up, because that one could have swung either way. One errant touch or poor 50-50, and suddenly the ball's going in your court.
I mean, we're lucky now not to see just another kickoff goal coming in from Furia. A little bit more of an extended play before a goal's going to be scored. But Vitality, they've been scoring a lot more from these open play situations rather than set pieces.
Here comes Jan. Oh, he fakes it out for Lost. The 50-50, sorry, the flip reset attempt wasn't quite good enough. He has to be perfect at this level. Jan almost was, but Radosin gets the read. Jaffinio sends it long. Lost backflips, meaning Alpha will have a clean touch. What can he do with it? Again, not so much. Team Vitality maybe guilty of not taking enough touches in their own half at this point. Zen doesn't have any such issues. So now Alpha can come forward with some time. Radosin is hoping there's a bump, or at least something. He gets the next touch. Zen coming in now. I don't think that was an intentional fake, and the attack comes to nothing.
He didn't have the boost for it. Tried to get whip his body around the ball, but when he realized he couldn't get there, may as well just leave it. Save yourself 20 boost just in case. But Zen now very open. He was given a lot of time. But Jan can save the shot from the bottom corner. Central down from Alpha towards Zen. Now Radosin instead the man to be connecting. So mostly Vitality so far in this overtime, but Lost and Jaffinio both identify the threat of Zen in the sky.
Yeah, I was about to say, lovely read from Jaffinio there, but the fact that Lost went as well made that one a little bit sketchy. Worked out okay in the end, especially with Radosin missing. Now it's Jaffinio on the left wing, trying to barge his way in. Lost into the center. It's a touch high from Alpha. Couldn't follow it up yet again. Team Vitality, too many loose touches into the center where Furia are always hovering. Zen with 9 boosts should clear it, and that one is into a bit more space. Jaffinio's at an awkward angle.
And that's a very awkward touch from him too. Going to set up Alpha down for that double touch. It goes top corner. From the veteran, snipes it. Jaffinio, to be honest, giving that ball completely away. But that is a quality finish from a quality player.
It was all from the clearance from Zen as well. Finally, Team Vitality, instead of sending it back into the clutches of Furia, they put it into space. It wasn't necessarily to a Team Vitality player, but it was to an angle and trajectory where Furia would struggle to get the ball cleanly. Jaffinio felt obliged to. He went for that ball, and Alpha, using all of that experience, was just watching and waiting, and as soon as Jaffinio connected, he was there.
In Vitality, great opportunities taken from them, and I think you can really see their quality when you look at how Furia had to defend the entire series. It was swarming, it was pretty unorganized, to be completely honest. But Vitality on their side defensively, what a kickoff goal following that lovely shot through from Jaffinio.
What an angle that is. I love seeing those moments from not backstage, but from the players' perspectives. An angle that we very rarely see. You and I, we look at our fair share of B-roll for the videos we make, and yeah, it's always fun when you see an actual goal or big moment and you actually see the players' hands moving, and yeah, something about it hits slightly different. But
nuts.
Alpha shouldn't have hit that one any different at all. And the reaction as well, a true fist bump, huge there from Alpha and the rest.
And already a hug from Ferry Peak and Radosin. Boys, you do need one more. We're not playing a best of 3 here at the Esports World Cup. You need yet another game to be coming through your way. But you see just these incremental wins leading towards that big grand prize of the upper bracket final in Group C. But a spot for qualification on the line and a place rather in the top 8.
What I would say as well is you do have to credit Furia. They were 2-0 down after being smashed, was it 3 or 4-0 in game number 1. And I was starting to wonder if Team Vitality were going to completely pull away, but Furia did not let that happen. Sure, they lost the overtime, but they forced the overtime. This is still a dangerous Brazilian super team, and they have beaten Team Vitality in the very recent past. So don't write them off just yet. Surely we're not going to have another sweep. Surely this one goes to at least 4. But not of Team Vitality playing the way they are. Radosin takes a touch. Drafinio blocks him in the center. Zen has full boost. This could be the continuation. He gets the flip reset, but Drafinio charges him down.
First 30 seconds, though, as ever, sees Vitality being that real aggressive side. Lost going for a 50. We saw him get a goal from that 50 off the kickoff last time. Jufo pinching central. Alpha very low on boost, just has to get it anywhere, and that goes straight into the path of Lost, who, yes, gets the dunk. Unfortunately for him, back to the blue.
Zen's going to be able to take a touch here, and that's something that Team Vitality have just shifted for this third game. They're inviting Furia onto them, not just batting it back to the halfway line. Radosin Alpha double commit, but Radosin's touch was solid enough that it didn't turn into too much of an issue. And now Alpha can use the rest of his boost and get something. It's slightly awkward there. Alpha tries to get a bump, but Team Vitality have put themselves in a little bit of trouble. Their defending has been good for the most part this series, using some of the experience they took from Twisted Minds yesterday, where they had to dig incredibly deep for large parts of it. And Furia having to break their way through. We're still yet to really see Yan score a good goal. How rarely do you not see Yan score at least one good goal in an entire series? Is this the moment? He goes to the backboard. Oh, and it's saved again!
Radosin sets the mortar in the wall, arranges the bricks how he needs to, and just completely shuts down Yan's stunning double touch attempt.
Jan's pumped out the way this time. They're showing the man no respect. You love to see it. Radosin, he goes high and should get it past Drafinio as well. Now is Zen off? Oh, we would have loved that boost. Yan steals it and Yan stops it and Yan blocks it. I'm just keen to watch Yan here. He'll be ever more frustrated the way this series is going. Of course, his whole team will, but Yan in particular. He's picking up some boost. Drafinio's going forwards now, showing some patience. Radosin out wide. And it is a chance for Yan, but the angle's not quite right yet again. All he can do is pump it onto the Team Vitality backboard, where Zen is able to play sweeper for the 50th time this series, get the ball away, and suddenly it's Team Vitality back on the attack. Radosin gets the flip reset. Drafinio charges it down as well as he can. Radosin gets past him now, but he and Alpha are on the same side. And though Alpha is incredibly aggressive, but that's why Zen didn't go for it as a third man.
Zen now up, then calls Radosin straight onto the ball. Alpha then removing one player at the back, calls in Drafinio on that blue side. Zen bumped. Can he still go for the double? He does, and my word, that is shockingly close to finding its way in. Radosin to receive in the midfield. 1-2, the tap and smash unsuccessful for the Vitality side, and Drufo cannot outbeat Zen on pace.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50 game now. The occasional clean win is going more often to Team Vitality, but Furia are getting some of their own. Here's Yan with 14. He's about 20 more to do what you really want to do there, I'm sure. Loss is coming in against Radosin. Fancied that second touch. Couldn't quite get it. And Alpha can't get this one past Drafinio either. So many nearly moments here in this series. Alpha's up, goes for the double. Can he sink this one? There should be a save from Lost. Only as far as Radosin onto the backboard. Drafinio alert. And Yan now has another chance. Fakes it though. And Zen just sends it back.
Zen also sees that Lost is coming in. So therefore, chances are, if Yan hits the ball a little bit too hard, he can stay grounded, get the clear away, and dodge Lost at the exact same time. But now Lost is going to be the man bumped out of the back himself. Goes up high, completely uncontested till Radosin tries to come in to clear the ball away. Zen back corner, flips, gets it away, not nearly far enough, and actually nearly hits the back of Drafinio as he tries tracing through for bumps.
Team Vitality, the reigning world champions, if they can just get this next goal, then they may well secure their place in the top 8 and send Furia down to the lower bracket of Group C. The Furia still hanging on. They're going to have to charge down Zen quickly. Drafinio does exactly that. That's a great clearance. Yan wants to get the doink, or at least bump Alpha. Can't do either of those things. Alpha was too nippy. Just shows how in an instant you can be through on goal and then suddenly you're maybe conceding.
Alpha very much wanted that boost in the corner and does get rewarded for reversing backwards and forwards on it. Let's see what he can do though with 27 of that boost left. The ball's actually hit over into that back corner again. Furia desperately trying to recompose themselves in every single opportunity, and Vitality, they've been unable to break through the defense this entire third match.
One goal could take game 3. It has been even. Team Vitality have had their moments. Furia, Jan came the closest before Radosin got the save. And now it is Radosin on the ball, wants to get this dunk. Lost, avoided that. But there's no one left with boost. Alpha leaves it for Zen. I think that was his attempt, but Lost gets it to the corner. Drafinio's coming in, trying to keep Team Vitality pinned in all the way to the end. But it could be another overtime looming, unless Lost gets his flip reset nearly. Zen had to hold his nerve. Drafinio killed the last one. This one he tries to keep up. Jan gets the second touch, almost, and Radosin via a bounce gets it to the ground.
Another overtime, another nervy one. Last time we saw Vitality take it after 1:42. Central with nobody waiting. Goes down towards Alpha. And to be honest, Alpha has looked like that target man on Vitality's side so far. And again, wanting to go for a dunk to maintain the pressure. That's how they won a game 1 4-1. Yeah, they didn't just luck into those 4 goals. It's been Rado on that chance, blocked out by Drafinio in the air.
Drafinio is going to leave this one to Lost now. Lost almost beats his opponent Zen. Radosin can take it to the ceiling though. Radosin has a chance to seal this one now. Jan says no. Radosin rotating back ball side, a little bit tricky for Zen here, but Zen comes in, gets one more touch yet again. Alpha with the chance now, but it's saved down the other end. Team Vitality asking all the questions, knocking on the door, begging for the answer, but Drafinio sends it long. Zen has to be alert, puts it into the corner. Radosin was there, misses the connection. Now it's Lost's turn. Furia needs someone, they need something, they need some sparkle on this game, but Vitality are just buffing it over and over again.
Zen went the ball there, instead went for the man. Now Alpha up to the ceiling. We saw him do magic from there earlier on. Jan burns all his boost to make sure that magic does not reappear. In game number 3, Zen Central burning a lot of boost, not do a huge amount with it till it falls back down towards Radosin, but Jan can clear it away up for 1. Ceiling again for Alpha.
This one's going to fall towards Zen, up against Drafinio. Furia now the ones defending on the front foot, making sure that everything's a 50-50. They do not want Team Vitality star men to get clean touches on the ball. Jan gets it back to Lost. That's lovely. Lost has a chance for the flip reset here. How much distance can he get on this ball? It's almost enough. It's at the post. Drafinio goes back, just treads back for a second to pick up some boost. And right when he was whirring something up, Alpha takes him out the game and forces just a 50-50 for Jan, which comes to nothing.
Jan with a bit of bloodlust. He got one, fancied the rest of it. Radosin up with Jan, very low on boost. A shot is going to be huge here. Instead, Lost. The first player to the ball can clear it away. Zen, right-hand side. A reception, 1-2, reset. Takes it low, but Lost isn't we falling for his tricks today.
Surely we can't have 3 sweeps in a row between these matches that we all thought would be close. Radosin clears it long. Drafinio gets it back forward into the Team Vitality half. Almost 2.5 minutes of overtime now. If Furia are going down, they refuse to go down without a fight, and the fight is won, at least for now. Furia take their first.
Stunning demo. Precisely what you need to do in that situation. Radosin falls under utter pressure. And you know what? We're not seeing nearly as much of retaliation from the physical players across this stage as I thought that we might. Staying much more, very, very demure, very mindful in themselves.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that. I thought that Furia would be up off their chairs after winning that one, but I guess it goes to show that despite winning that overtime, they're still somewhat spooked. This is a tough old series for them. They know they're not at their best. They know the mechanical plays aren't outplaying Team Vitality as they're defending so stalwartly. It doesn't matter how you win as long as you do. And Furia, they had it. This was the moment. This touch here from Jan all the way onto the crossbar, and it's a lovely read.
I didn't give that nearly enough credit, to be completely honest. That is a stunning read. You can easily just go way too high on it, but realistically, for Lost, just get a touch. Get it netward. You know that Radosin's awkward. You know that, I think it was Alpha is off the pitch for 3 seconds. And then, again, playing to the crowd, putting his hands in that, and I think I would describe it as the millennial heart shape. Not the weird Gen.Z trying to do it, with like where your fingers make the bottom bit or something.
Oh, I don't
He's doing that. You can't see me, guys.
Oh, the old school one?
Yeah, he's doing that.
Oh, yeah, the good one. That's what I do understand.
Where you have your thumbs make the bottom point of the heart.
Yeah.
And your fingers make the top, like, crevice of the heart.
You're teaching me how to love, Stumpy. Thank you so much.
I've been trying for 8 years.
I feel fulfilled now, which is everything now. I've achieved Zen myself.
Whoa, that's his name.
But it's his name. Team Vitality, though, they will certainly not be feeling anything close to Zen if they cannot see out this series. This is such an opportunity to claim revenge on what happened in the London Major. They will be horrified if they can't claim it and fall to a reverse sweep against Furia. But as Furia starting off game 4 on the front foot, almost get the early goal. Lost might be able to. He fakes it. There's a double fake. Jan puts it away. Everyone's involved, but it's Jan with the finish.
15 seconds in, it's the best start that we've seen so far.
Have you ever seen a double fake?
Are we going to call them double fakes?
What would you call it? If you've got a brilliant name for that, then I want to hear it.
A double whiff. I don't think either of them meant to miss that.
Oh, come on!
I don't think they did.
They've just done a double fake against Team Vitality. The Yan slots in when they're on the back foot in a best of 5. They need a reverse sweep. Are you serious?
Oh, that's a fake. that's a wonderful fake.
That's a fake. You outrage me, Stumpy Goblin.
Right, 1 in chat if that's a fake. 2 in chat if they just both missed.
Mate, you're gonna lose the people. You are gonna lose the people, Stumpy. 100% a double fake there.
Oh, that's
Redoshin has a chance. Now go and doink it. Hey!
Yes, good man.
Next, you're gonna say that wasn't an intentional doink.
That's a beautiful doink. Always intentional. But a great beat out as well. No, actually, a fine beat out. Jaffinho, horrendous decision to go in for the third man. Don't dive in as that third man. Jaffinho low on boost, thinking, oh, I need to do something, cut it down early. Well, I get it. But that happens.
The problem was he probably saw the absolute bulldog that is Radosin's Fennec charging forwards and thought, oh, if I don't go for this right now, I'm going to be wiped out. So he probably thought, right, I might as well commit. I might as well W key or whatever it is they say in the Fortnite community. Just charge forwards. Radosin slots that one in again. Oh, man, they're combining now Vitality. They've weathered the storm.
We said that the train gently applied its brakes when Furia scored a couple previously. Jaffinho's actually there to save that one too. But Zen on the follow-up from the corner, probably initially going for the man, instead changes his idea, goes for the goal instead. Vitality certainly looking to be in the form where they're not letting that one game scare them too much, but it is still just 1 goal difference.
Yeah, I think the reason Furia scored the first goal and then have just wilted somewhat is that you're not that confident by saying it was a double whiff when it was clearly a double fake.
Close the string, lads.
I'm over it now. Yeah, exactly.
Close the string, boys.
You'd think they'd be listening to their coach instead of our cast.
You'd hope. You'd really hope.
They're trying to improve their English, and we're here to help. 2-1 for Team Vitality. That could change in a heartbeat, though. We know that in Rocket League. Jaffinho into the center. That one's another shot.
My.
All these Team Vitality goals have had a player in front of the ball, and Radosin's going mad. Team Vitality happy now.
He's always mad. We love him for it. Another goal steal too. Poor Sen has had 2 of his stolen. But then
he's really annoyed.
He had one off Radosin, which maybe he should have touched whatever else. But Zen at this point should be on a hattie, and yet they're all at 1.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Zen has got his fair share of competitive hat tricks. I'm sure he'll be okay if they can see this one over the finish line.
I'll ask him later.
It looks like it is Team Vitality's to win. They've been too quick for Furia. I mean, maybe Furia overcommitted after getting their goal. Maybe they tried to go full-blown attack when Team Vitality would just... That was their trap. Who knows? They'll be looking back at these replays, I'm sure, and seeing where things have gone wrong. But there is still all the time in the world. 2 minutes, 45 seconds, 2 goals. Very doable for Furia. Somebody's calling fakes now. Too late, mate.
We're halfway through. They need to have 2 goals brought back. Alpha's going to be making sure that every second is going to need to be earned. Very stern faces coming in from Furia and STL over on their side behind them. This will be a good series to listen to the comms to if you know either Portuguese or French.
Then I'm not your man, baby. But I'll give it a good go. Radosin up against Yan. That one's going to go over the top, and Zen is going to slap it away. Team Vitality realizing it's a period of game where they're going to have to do some defending. They'll have to look back at what happened yesterday against Twisted Minds, where they got a couple of 1-0 wins in a row. Game management is what happens when you've been playing together for this long. There's no more honeymoon period for Team Vitality. It's raw, pure game experience.
Under 2 minutes, and Furia have really struggled to break through that final line. They've done a brilliant job in the midfield of getting good opportunities. But Vitality, they've just got expeditious defense, making sure that every touch they make is going to a teammate, or at least it's going clearly away from Furia into a neutral zone.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're going for those zones, just sending it.
Building.
Yeah, pressure is building slowly but surely for Furia, but it's so lateral. It's left to right. It's sweeping left to right. It's sweeping passes.
Left to right.
Very rarely are we seeing just a pinpoint pass from one Furia player to the next, but that one falls to Jaffinho and does that sum it up.
From left to right, we see Furia.
Shut up.
Go for that one dunker chance from Alpha. Midfield is now Zen trying to block versus Yan, who absolutely schlangs it towards the orange net. But with 1 minute and 2 goals to attempt to bring back, every second is more important. Yan up high, that brings 2 defenders out, draws a couple, but still the third man being strong.
Alpha just goes for the quick shot here. It's not going to go in, but it should be enough just to steal away a few more seconds.
Like 5
lost.
seconds from that one shot.
Exactly. That's all that matters right now for Team Vitality. Just keep them coming. Keep the touches coming. And you'll be all right. Yan, though, he gets it forwards. Zen's in the air. Team Vitality on the cusp of claiming next blood in this long-running feud, on-pitch feud with Furia Esports. Can Furia change that?
It's going to be able to lost to start off that chain effect. Gets one reset into the second, but then gets blocked in the sky again. Jufinho central, Yan to attempt a dunk. It's going to be Alpha on a massive breakaway. The reset, well, not the reset, sorry, the redirect was possible. But again, pressure from Vitality, building, 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 not abating for a second.
Jufinho flicks it long. Zen was, he'd committed to that pre-jump earlier on for the block, but that clearance may well be enough. Team Vitality, they lost the overtime in game number 3, but it wasn't enough to slow them down. Radosin rips off his headset. They claim the spoils. They guarantee top 8, send Furia down.
And Zen immediately, before we saw him there on the edge of camera, L on the forehead, and did a little mini L dance towards Furia.
A little mini L dance. We are such zoomers.
Trying to stoke the flames, reignite everything between these two teams. It's all love off the pitch, but on the pitch, these are the fiercest rivals. And you know what? That takes their head-to-head score this season to 3 wins for Vitality and 2 for Furia.
So fist bumps now. It's an odd system in Rocket League where across the stage you do L, and then it's like, oh, GG's, fist bumps.
GG's, you're really good at the game.
I've done the L now, but man, yeah, you guys are sick. You guys are crazy. It happens every time. Comfortable in the MO for Team Vitality.
Yeah, I think so. A Vitality where they're clearly very much on full form. It's a good chance for them to make sure that they're going to be able to continue that through, and they are going to be a qualified team as well. In Group C, they are our first one through into the top 8.
And it was a stunning performance from them. The things you love to see there from Team Vitality, performing as well as they can. Zen at his best. Over to the desk to break that one down because, man, so much to talk about.
The only thing to talk about is that I keep getting things right. Why are you going against me, man? 3-0 on the day.
To be fair, as soon as the camera cut, I turned to CJ and I was like, I knew I should have picked Vitality. And then we all go and we watch it and it happens. And yeah, we're sorry.
I mean, we say it all the time. Zen is inevitable. He was phenomenal that series as well. Furia, I almost forgot about the fire that happened the last time these two teams played. The energy, we saw the disrespect from both sides. And we did see that towards the start of game number 1, but there are a few critical points throughout the series, and every time it went Vitality's favor.
Yeah, no, this was just, honestly, it felt like a beatdown of Furia of themselves. They just did not find their footing. It felt like, we were talking about it, there was just no threat from them. Vitality was so comfortable.
Yeah, and I think that goal from that overtime there in the penultimate game was the decider. Alpha 54 with an insane double tap. I think that kind of put an exclamation point on Vitality's series there. As you said, Furia, they were okay. Obviously, it wasn't the show that we saw yesterday, but it's a completely different opposition.
Exactly, and because it's somebody else, and Vitality in particular, you do have to remember that rivalry. There is a little bit of pressure on Furia to recreate what they had done at LAN, because you cannot throw up the L sign and do a dancey dance on Vitality of all people and not expect them to retaliate the next time that you two meet up.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think, and I'm hoping that this rivalry continues to be a thing we see into the future, but for now, Furia has some thinking to do. Not out of it yet, but some thinking to do. We are going to get now to our Sony MVP player of the match. We got to give it to the one and the only, the inevitable Zen.
Yeah, if you look over the course of the series, I think just the body of the work that he puts in, and when he's on the ball, he just forces 2-3 of Furia to at least be a threat. They're always challenging. They're worried about where he is on the pitch at all times. I think that's why he was the MVP.
Oh, yeah. He is such a staple to this roster, especially in moments where you think, my gosh, who's going to initiate a lot of these lead-ups for this team there? And, I mean, you can always count on Zen to be that player.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the most important moment of the game, it was probably Alpha 54's OT win, that double touch in the long overtime. But as we said, over the course of that series, Zen, he just controls every game he plays.
Yes.
It's at his own pace. And
yes.
Yeah, that's why he's the MVP.
I think that's the key thing is like, production's like, oh, but we only have 2 goals from him. I'm like, that's not why he's good. His mechanics, and Zen has said it himself too, that the reason he thinks he's good for his teams is he can use those mechanics to open up space for his teammates. He's selfless with the mechanics.
He's just a weapon. I don't know. Whoever's on his team, he just elevates as well. Radosin, we talked about, he was a bit of a wild card. And really, not just their offense, but defensively, when they got that 2-goal lead in that last game for 3 minutes, we spoke about it. Furia just didn't look threatening because Vitality, they just slowed the game down. They killed so much time off the clock and just put all the pressure on Furia.
Yeah. Well, that's it for this match. We do have Chiefs versus SSG coming up next. That might be some people's match of the day, but we have to wait till after the break to watch it.
Nice! Let's go!
Ready, set, go. It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
You guys saw the caster studio. Now we're going to take you to the desk, if you would, even though there's no desk. We're about to go live, so it's got to be really quick, but we're just going to showcase what we've got working here. Coming up to Leaf, he's the host. How are we doing? How are you enjoying the desk?
Oh, it was wonderful until you got here, but...
What?
I'm kidding. I like it. You're going to be on here, so I got to be nice to you. Otherwise, he's going to tank the show.
Yeah, we're going to be on here, and we're about to go live. But just do a quick pan around. I want to show you guys the matrix of other studios we've got going on. It is absolute chaos. There's about 18 different studios desks. It looks like we're living in a simulation, but it's fantastic, and we can't wait. And yeah, a little more behind-the-scenes access. Cheers.
If I heard that you If I heard that you live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you if I heard that you
We truck on through Esports World Cup Day 2 of Rocket League as we head towards the Chiefs versus SSG, and you see them rolling in now. I do have Herc and CJ with me still.
Oh, look at the confidence as well, coming off the biggest upset we've had in a long time in the International Rocket League. Chiefs getting the job done over Gentlemates yesterday. Now they've got some new competition. It's not EU anymore. They've got the NA boys in Space Station to play.
And yeah, you gotta remember, Space Station has been on a slow but steady up and up recently.
Yeah.
So, gotta take that into account. Chicago completely locked in. Dude's got the maxes on. He's probably got soundproof and everything. But yes, Chiefs versus SSG up next. I'm stoked for this.
Well, that's something about SSG I want to talk about too with this squad is they you were talking actually to them earlier on the old guy roundtable.
Yes.
You know, you were saying the reason the people I got on are the people that I don't have to babysit. And I think that's why they're on the up and up. This is a squad that mentally is there and ready to go.
Yeah, the mental aspect of Rocket League is massive. Chicago, he said he doesn't know why he's still here. He doesn't know how long he's got left, he said, maybe another couple of years. But yeah, he's been fantastic so far. Obviously, we know what we're going to get with LJ and Hoxer. Fantastic. I mean, LJ, he's a stat machine.
Yeah, this is like G2, they've got NAS, Gen.G has first, well, they've got LJ. So if LJ can pop off, though, I think there is a world where this becomes really interesting. But same conversation can be said for Chiefs.
That's very true. Well, I want you to let us know what you think. SDC Play audience fan vote is going to be up. Go to sdcplay.gg to let us know how you think this one's going to go here. This is an interesting one because I think a lot of people, I gotta say, probably have a little bit of love and fandom for the logo behind me here right now. Now, realistically on paper, is that realistic?
I mean, let's think about it. They played Gentlemates yesterday. They're a better team than Space Station. No doubt, they're major champs. So really, this is the best case scenario. I know I've been in this position before. So often, you're an underdog, you get a massive upset, everyone's singing your praises, and then the next round, you're playing the world champions or something. You just get a tough run. So really, this is a fantastic situation for Chiefs to be in.
Yeah, it really is, because like you said, it isn't like you're going a step higher, which is no disrespect to Space Station by any means, but it does stay a little bit more realistic for them to kind of attempt to recreate what they did yesterday. I don't know if it even has to be at the same level.
I mean, we've got to talk about the Great White as well, Jory.
You're right,
the super sub, the Great White. Why are you saying the Great White? And I want to see this spammed in the chat, you guys watching back at home. Well, apparently the Chiefs boys, when he subbed in, they couldn't say his name. Joris, whatever they wanted to say.
Jaws.
So they just called him Jaws. Jaws, Great White Shark, the Great White. So that's his new nickname, and I love it. They're all spared. They're yelling it. You can hear them on stage yelling the Great White when he scores. I love it. It's an awesome nickname.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and being able to have an import in like this is great, but the question is this just that sub kind of like, you know, buff that's going on?
Period.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even discredit the buff because G2 looked crazy with NAS coming in, so I'm not going to discredit Jorius for coming in for Chiefs.
I think they're going to win, though. I'm going Chiefs.
Are you guys both going Chiefs?
I'm still going SSG. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did you just switch it?
If I go...
Nope. I'm going.
I'm not sweeping
No,
the
you're done. You're sticking with them.
Go the Great White.
I'm staying with you. Come on. Chiefs. Let's go, Chiefs. Do not let me down, Australia. Let's see what happens.
Well, I'm joined here alongside Josias and also Hoxer. Yes, you have been, Jorius, now Josias, it works, okay? Trust me, bro. Now, Jorius, I want to kick off the discussions with the fact that you mentioned your scrim capabilities and the amount of time that you've had has been incredibly limited heading into EWC. Obviously, dominant performance from you boys yesterday. Was that the same approach that you had in regards to scrims last night? Did you go back and practice some more, or was it cool, calm, and collected?
Yeah, we only had one scrim this morning, so we didn't practice too much, but it was quite the same. We scrim vitality, nice little even scrim. So yeah, we just had the same. We're just going in the same as yesterday. Like, we're the underdogs. We're going to be underdogs for the whole tournament, so let's just have fun.
Well, Hoxer, Jorius mentioned yesterday that he wants to face off against you boys, and I quote, he said, "Just look at what we have achieved here." Does that worry you in the slightest heading into this match?
No, because it's just one series. Okay. Come on, show us more, man. I don't ever lose the OCE. I'm not going to start today, so.
What do you think it was that was the deciding factor in their victory against Gentlemates?
Man, I think it's just Jorias when it doesn't matter, man. That's all it is, Make it important and it's over, so. Gotcha, man.
And heading into this tournament as a whole, were you and the boys feeling a little bit less pressure, obviously given the fact that you're standing in for them? And do you think that that's changed at all after yesterday's victory?
I don't think we feel like we went in with no pressure or kind of free holiday, because we've been a team together for a day. But now it's still no pressure, but we do believe now that there's actually something more that we can do. We're not just here for the fun holiday, we actually can maybe cause some upsets.
Any final words you want to give to your opposition?
Good luck. You're going to need it, my man.
Good luck. Have fun, boys. Go ahead. Do the fist bump. I want to see top-tier gameplay. Nice. Nicely done. You can go ahead. Take to your seats. Oh, my God. Epic. I like it. All right. Yeah, that's kind of cringe, boys. Go sit down. Go sit down. All right, back over to the casters. We'll see you soon.
Well, we're seeing a lot of head-to-head action so far with Chiefs and Space Station Gaming, but what we're seeing realistically is little old Hoxer and the Great White. That's right, we have Jorias, the Great White Dutchman, the Great White Shark coming in. He's snapping away. You little Hoxer, you silly little Hoxer. Look at you. Look at you, pal. Silly little Hoxer. I can't believe it. Great White Jorias, mate. I'm here. I'm snapping away. I'm snapping away. Yeah, go on. Give me a little bit of trash talk.
Grr, you're stumpy.
Why are you really quiet? so growling.
I'm like a dog. Grr.
I get the dog in you, and the dog is scared.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be too much of a good fighter. And I'm a lover, not a fighter. That's my issue. That's the problem. I'm just too lovable for the fighting world. Unlike Jorias and Hoxer, those two squaring up before the series started. Things you love to see. Hoxer is a fantastic speaker as well. He's been... We chat about how long Hoxer has been part of this scene now. It was 2018. It was Madrid. So 6 years that Hoxer has been here, and only in the last year or so has he re-reached this upper echelon of Rocket League Esports. Very impressive story. And Jorias, not too bad a turnaround himself.
Jory, my word, he has been the story man of the entire event so far. Going through yesterday, if you missed it, firstly, you're silly, how dare you? We were live. It was the match between Chiefs and Gentlemates, and Chiefs took it down 3-2. And quite frankly, a style that I think nobody was really expecting, considering the fact that Jory is absolutely peaked, but it was not a one-man show. Hunter and Kaka, alongside him, put on performances that they can be so incredibly proud of, and hopefully that we see them emulate again today.
Well, Hoxie was saying that he never, quote, loses to OCE teams, so we will see if that is the case now. I mean, is Chiefs with Jory as a true OCE team? I think you have to say yes, based on the fact that in this Rocket League world now,
I'd go 2/3.
One, the 2/3 rule, two, the fact that, you know, there's a lot of moving around in the current Rocket League climate, so you can't suddenly say this isn't an OCE team. This is an OCE team that have Jory here, and it was a stunning performance from Jory.
Like, it's out of nowhere. It's a strange one. It's for this event, but
that's probably why it's a little bit different.
Team.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to say the improvement that Hunter and Kaka have shown in yesterday's series against Gentlemates, it wasn't just Jory's.
Yeah, for sure. And the biggest thing for them is like the confidence. It's like I was chatting to Chiefs and Jorby about this morning, where it's like, look, boys, we can perform to that level. Like, we've just seen that our teammate can do it. Why can't we? In OCE, for the longest time, it's been these small incremental updates and little bits and bobs that end up being brought through from lands, and that's how the region improves. But then as soon as you then dump in a top-tier EU player, a top-tier NA player, Mr. Infinity Stones himself collecting all the regions, you end up with a couple of players that will think, oh my word, that is what we can do in this game. And Hunter and Kaka, as I said, should be so proud of how they did yesterday and hopefully how they're going to do today.
Well, I said on the pre-show that my theory is that stylistically Space Station worked better against Chiefs than Gentlemates worked against Chiefs. I think that Gentlemates tried to play their regular game, tried to just squeeze the life out of Chiefs, and that wasn't happening. Space Station Gaming, they go out there and they're going to try and style on them, as they try to do to everyone. They'll get LJ on the ball, they'll pre-jump, they'll go for fakes, they'll go for all sorts of crazy shenanigans, which may well be too much for Chiefs to handle. But then, my goodness, I would have said the same about Gentlemates yesterday as well. So what do I know? But so far, it is Chiefs that are working on. Hunter doesn't get quite the shot away. LJ saves it. That was a real chance.
He ended up being the setup coming through in the end. It was Kaka taking the final shot from Hunter, alley-ooping him. But really, I think that should have been a shot on target from Hunter. Ended up playing a little bit too safe, I think. Try and get back to that no respect gameplay that they had yesterday. That's how these underdogs end up beating the big dogs, our major champions.
Well, Space Station Gaming, who looked so impressive against Gladiators, now they're already going for their ceiling plays and such, as we expected from them. LJ into the corner is met by Hunter. What performance he had yesterday, and Kaka as well. Of course, it was Jory's that got all the social media plaudits, but I'm desperate for those two not to be uninvolved. But Chicago gets involved early, and it's 1-0 Space Station.
You know what, with that Chicago goal, let's talk about Space Station Gaming, because Chicago coming over as the veteran player to this squad. Hox's a relative veteran, as it comes down to. I chatted to him a lot last night. It was like 2 hours or so that, for some reason, I was just chatting to him while the Tekken was being played nearby. And it was nice being able to, you know, speak to somebody who has been in the scene for such a long time that I think goes under the radar a lot of the time, when Chicago is the otherwise big veteran when you look at these squads. But I mean, across the board from Space Station Gaming, LJ, he is their best player. I think that is quite fair to say. And when he's gone to any major, he becomes one of the top 5 players that we see.
Yeah, one of the world's best on current form for sure is LJ. Going from strength to strength for Space Station Gaming, but it's Chiefs that are currently on the attack after going behind. Joris comes in, he goes to the backboard. LJ was already waiting for it. Now Hunter and Kaka would spread out well. It's Hunter that goes for the pre-jump there for the block. Joris misses again. It's awkward, so awkward here from Chiefs. They escape once more, but defensively looking like they're struggling a bit more than they did against Gentlemates yesterday. Although their first game yesterday was their weakest. They improved as the series went on, so be hoping to do the same again. Hoxer as far as Joris. Joris wants to beat Chicago to the ball, isn't able to. Hunter tries to take the boost and the ball. He's got his cake. Can he eat it as well? Yes, he can. He gets the touch. Might land on the next boost too, so good play from Hunter. At least manages to pick up some space here for Chiefs. Space Station Gaming waiting for it, though. They'll know that they're onto it soon. Jory is in the middle. Chicago gets the ball next. A lot of this is being played in the blue half, and they will not like that. But here comes Hunter with a half chance, but Hoxer clears it away.
We approach the final 19. LJ is going to be on this immediate counter-attack. Jory, though, can get it quite cleanly into the corner. I'd like to see a lot more come through in the later games from the Chiefs. Jorius, yes, he led it last time. Kakash taking quite a harsh shot on target. LJ could save it away. Jorius back down towards Kaka, but who ends up having to leave.
Hoxer sends that one long. Kaka coming in from the side. So Chiefs have managed to normalize things after going a goal behind. Now Hunter has the 100 booster, he gets it into the center. Who's waiting for it? It's Jorius. He puts it almost into the top corner. It was a little bit flat. Then there was the miss from Kaka. He'll claim that he was just moving into position, wanted the pass. Chicago gets it long. Chiefs running them close. This is by no means going to be a walk in the park for Space Station based on this first game. Another shot comes in from Kaka. It's another low, flat strike. We need a bit of elevation on these shots. Not good enough just yet with the final strike. Here comes Chicago, though. He's much better, maybe, but it's saved again.
All these teams currently shooting bottom corner. I mean, the main reason for that being that the defenders are going so high on the backboard and on the sidewall that if you shoot low, that is the best place that you can get it. It's not so awkward to save. The issue is that defenders you're shooting against are some of the greatest in the world. Being proven on both sides so far. Only a 1-goal lead for Space Station Gaming. Final third, Chicago over 1. And a weak shot from LJ now leads to Hoxer to try and chip it up high the dish. Unsuccessful as 3, I'm going to say Australian, in quotes, bodies managed to slam their way into it to save.
3 Aussie bodies. Well, here's Jorius, just trying to charge in front of the ball right now, but it's Space Station showing the game management. LJ gets it high. Difficult for Chiefs to do anything, especially when they have no boost. LJ can just take his time, smash it home, and make it 2.
I mean, Kaka being removed from the pitch after taking that 100 is... that's worst case scenario for the Chiefs. But a 2-goal lead is going to see Space Station Gaming take map number 1. And I think Space Station quite clearly a favourite coming into this. But there is so much more that we saw from Chiefs yesterday that they haven't yet been able to put through.
Well, they've had chances. It's just the shooting which hasn't been as hot. But overall, I think they've managed to work their way towards the Space Station goal well. Jorius once more is slotting in well. There were plenty of shots, plenty of opportunities, plenty of boost. And certainly Space Station Gaming had to do their fair share of defending. But to their credit, Stumpy, they did defend well. I think that's the big difference. At Space Station Gaming, their goal line clearances were solid. Not just getting onto the ball, but actually sending it to where the following Chiefs players weren't. If Space Station Gaming slow down in that regard, or if Chiefs can just be a little bit more creative with their striking, then Chiefs has got a good chance here.
Yeah, Chiefs definitely, I think. There's going to be the moments that are going to now be getting to Hunter and to Kaka because they wouldn't have been in this position before by beating a European team at that level, a former major champion. And you do get those nerves. You do have those issues that you think, oh my word, okay, maybe this is more like it. Maybe this is where we're actually meant to be. It's going to be on Jorius and their coach to make sure that they're going to be able to just strike that out of their minds, take it away a little bit more. You know, LBP to talk to them and say, look, fellas, we're good. Let's not worry about it too much. Keep playing your game. Keep playing what ultimately we've practiced for a day now.
There's also a theory that you and I have been drumming into people for the last ever, which is winner's tilt, which is when an underdog starts to believe, oh, hey, we might actually do this. And when I say this, I mean the context of this tournament. Chiefs went in against Gentlemates, there's no pressure. They beat them. Suddenly you're thinking, cool, we might make top 8 here.
I mean, Jorius said that as well in the interview. He was saying, oh, well, now we realise that we can do something. And when he said it, I must admit, I was a little bit like, uh-oh. Oh, now you've suddenly got precedent.
Yeah, exactly. It changes everything. Jorius gets Chiefs going in game number 2. Space Station Gaming have a slender lead in the series. Chicago gets it into the corner. Kaka high. It's the better start here for Chiefs. Looking cleaner, getting involved, managing to avoid bumping into each other. Look for a second like they would.
What?
And Hoxer was not expecting that backflip from Hunter.
I chatted to Azza to Hoxer last night, and apparently him and Hunter are really good friends. At a previous event, his mum...
so random. I'd never mix those two, but I love it. It's lovely.
And Hunter's mum ended up chatting, getting on really well, hanging out, and therefore they're two fantastic Rocket League pro son children. They managed to then become friends through that as well. So he was saying he's really looking forward to seeing how this matchup ends up going. And Jorius is going to be taking that first goal for Chiefs, and potentially having Hunter's mum write a very awkward text to Hoxers.
It's been 55 seconds of Chiefs pressure, and it ended with Kaka getting that bump on Hoxer, and who else but Jorius was there. It's unfortunate for Kaka because he's the only player that wasn't involved in the goal involvement there, but they won't care. Chiefs won't mind one bit, especially as Hunter clears that one. As far as Hoxer, Jorius steams in from the side. There's a pretty poor clearance there. Chicago gets it to Hoxer. Chicago actually leaves it. Oh, sorry, is left it by Hoxer. And now Hunter can keep going. No boost at all, but at least manages to get it as far as Space Station Gaming's backboard. And Chiefs, once more in Game 2, Stumpy, that is when they step up. That is when they start performing and take the lead for the first time in the series. Could be doubled up here. Joria's backboard. Joria tries to sink it, but Hoxer, what a read from him.
Yeah, perfect touch too. Keeps it low, keeps it flat towards the wall. Doesn't bounce out for any goal-scoring opportunity. Chicago an attempt to get that outside will redirect central. LJ, a pre-jump blocked out by Hunter. This minute and a half. It's pretty even, actually, despite the fact the Chiefs are leading.
Kaka's going to get a couple of touches here up against LJ, and that's something that Chiefs are doing incredibly well. Not giving LJ any time on the ball, making sure that as soon as it seems he's going to get a free hit, someone is on him, at the very least forcing him, at best making it a 50-50 or even a one challenge. Here's another example. Look, LJ tries to clear. Joris does not let him escape. Kaka up against LJ again. Hoxer allows the ball to bounce. A bit of a mistake there. Will slow Space Station Gaming's potential attack down so Chiefs can keep on coming. Continuing to swarm with the Great White, their spearhead. Hunter waits for it. Wants to get a double here up against LJ. LJ does manage to wiggle himself into some room. And now he can charge. He gets the 50-50 right this time. Jory is up against Chicago, who was waiting. Space Station Gaming showing patience. Not rushing up against Chiefs' defense. They're certainly respecting Chiefs, and I think they have to at this point.
I mean, they've seen the damage the Chiefs have been able to do against, as we've been saying, a major champion. Space Station Gaming have not reached those lofty heights just yet. The Hawks in the midfield wants to make sure that he's going to be able to at least get Space Station Gaming a top 8 in this Esports World Cup. Group D is incredibly interesting to look at. 2 minutes now, Jory is up high, who's going to be central. First one to him, but with no one following Chicago, a pretty easy block away.
I mean, we have to remember that we may well be looking at 2 top 8 teams when all is said and done. Assuming that Gentlemates beat Gladiators in the lower bracket, the loser of this will face Gentlemates, a team, of course, whom Chiefs have already defeated in Game 5, and they were the better team pretty much throughout. So this could be a flavor of things to come when we reach our playoffs in the next couple of days. Hunter gonna leave that one for Kaka, maybe. I think Kaka called him off, but by then it was too late for Hunter, who was already on that line, and now LJ can come forward. Thought about the double reset, instead goes for the single, gets some pressure on the Chiefs' goal line. Joris comes forward, Hoxer in front, wants to get the 50. Into the center it goes. It's another clean win for Kaka. LJ's taken out the game. Hunter, I thought for a second, was clear, but Chicago was there.
Hoxer now trying to put a little bit of pressure with these 80 seconds. Chicago central, LJ to receive. Kaka was near enough on for goal there with an open net, but does get blocked out by LJ. Hoxer, a shot. No defenders able to clear it away with all ones across the board.
What happened here? Hunter lost the 50. LJ then went for the bump. Kaka had to escape LJ. Try to get the in and out. Wasn't able to. And that meant Hoxer could just prod the ball into the back of the net. Space Station Gaming showed resilience and patience. And now they find themselves back in game number 2.
Chance for LJ to go up for the double. Instead cleared away by Hunter into the back corner. Hoxer central. But Kaka shutting him down. Pretty low boost across the ball for Chiefs. So this push is really going to lead nowhere for them. Instead, ball control relinquished back towards Space Station Gaming. A midfield challenge in the sky again by Hunter, who's repeatedly finding himself on 0. It's not going to be helping out Chiefs when they need to get a good big push going.
Well, that was it, though. That touch from Joris was clean. Kaka just gets it towards the goal line. LJ gets something on the ball. Chicago had to be on LJ's wavelength there. There's a shot in from Hunter. It's a little bit weak, though. Hoxer to the side. Hoxer flicks it forwards. Joris dodges Chicago and keeps on going. Next goal may well take game 2. Who's going to take it? LJ gets a demo. Kaka with the challenge towards LJ. Now it's Hunter up against Chicago. Hunter follows. Kaka might have a free shot. He wants to bump LJ. He just stared at him, and LJ jumped quick enough. Jory is his turn. Can he get one more touch into the center? No, he can't. It's cleared long. Kaka to the right should be the recipient of this pass.
Overtime in 5. Kaka going for a reset. The ground pinch unsuccessful. Hoxer high in the middle. Jory is up towards Hunter. Kaka central. A lot of boost. A reset. 1-2. A dunk just above the crossbar. Then Kaka. A dunk unsuccessful for the second time, but Joris keeps the play going.
So close, and again a huge save from Hoxer. Space Station Gaming living dangerously all the way to the overtime, but it will be next goal wins. Space Station have held firm. Now they have their chance to double their series lead. Kaka takes him out. Joris clears long, and Chicago can only go high, but Hoxer wins against Kaka. Sorry, against Hunter. In comes LJ with the double, but he's missed it for once. Hoxer shoots. Hoxer takes it. It's 2 for Space Station. They survive.
And it's top corner to end it as well, to end game number 2. That was a beautiful finish on Akaka that, unfortunately for him, was sitting just completely dead central. 2 games down, Space Station Gaming lead, and the Great White suddenly may well be being made into soup.
Into soup, Shark Soup. How mean. He's given himself a cool nickname. And then you've just done that to him. Unbelievable. Yeah, though, Space Station Gaming. They managed to take the second one. They are finding this one a struggle. Chiefs certainly have it in them to get at least a couple of games, especially after this first goal went in. It was huge work from Kaka. And then there's the belief into Chiefs. Space Station, I was beginning to hold out or to run out of hope for them in this second game. Just seemed like it was trickling away until one decision to bump. And then look at this defending at the end. There was another chance as well. I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to see it. We won't. And then there, LJ actually missed the double, but it worked out perfectly for Hoxer. And that is not an easy finish. The ball bouncing directly at you to get the speed and trajectory correct. Pretty difficult.
It's a perfect finish. Manages to sink it, like literally perfect top corner too. I'm trying to think, by the way, of a joke where it's obviously the Great White Shark, which is Jorius in this context, and their previous player on Chiefs was called Finn.
Nice.
So
Shark, Finn,
somewhere
soup.
there. So everybody just stay tuned. I'll work it in
Shark,
at some
Finn,
point.
soup, maybe?
Yeah, I know, but like I wanted to make it a joke instead of just saying Shark, Fin, Soup.
So Shark, Fin,
no,
soup.
Stop it.
Is the joke
going to be my thing? That's not a joke. That's just,
you can write that down as a
that's an illegal food. That's an illegal food.
At Milcol 93, claim that one. Make sure you give it credit. Game 3.
All right.
Space Station Gaming hoping to take these shark fins and soup them.
Stop.
But Chiefs trying to soup themselves up.
Horrible. Horrible little man you are. First 15 seconds gone with Chiefs now putting on a decent amount of pressure. They're wanting to start this game as they finished the last, just before the overtime began. Hey, Joris as well with a little car change, going with this quite gaudy green and blue number.
They're interesting considering they've been competing well, Chiefs. So hopefully not a tilt thing for Joris to change his car, maybe just a feel thing.
Just a bit different.
Yeah, a bit different, mix it up.
Go with someone new, see what you can do with it.
Well, here is Hoxer trying to pitch that one on the ground. LJ sends it forward again. If Space Station take the lead here, then maybe Chiefs will begin to run out of fight. We shall see. I do feel that Chiefs have to score first. Kaka goes high. Hunters to the side with a 100 boost. And Kaka gets the ball a long old distance. Almost went for the pinch and the dunk. He was bumped out the way, so that'll be the end of his attack. Jury is now up against Hoxer into the center for LJ. What can LJ conjure up? He fakes it low. This is dangerous now. Jorius gets in from the side again, then almost gets it forward to the halfway line. Hunter beats LJ. And LJ, yeah, it's something Chiefs have been doing really well this whole time, not letting LJ have clean touches.
LJ's looked good, obviously, he's LJ, but he's not been that #1 star player so far for Space Station. And that's exactly what you need to do. Make him not shine as bright as he will be clamoring to do. Shut him down early. Hoxer, a long shot on target. It's a bit of a bouncy one, but it all counts for one. First minute and a half, see Space Station with a lead.
Your mate Hoxer Stumpy has been my MVP of this series so far. I think his finishing has been flawless. He has been the player that's been on the end of all of it. And he's the one that once again puts the fear into Chiefs. They find themselves having to come back on another occasion. Will that be one too many? Or can they step up? Oh my goodness, there's a double mistake there from Space Station Gaming. That wasn't great, but that didn't fall for anything as far as Chiefs are concerned. Then Hoxer misses. The pressure of being named MVP. LJ is taken out. Hoxer gets a touch towards Jorius. It's all got a little bit scrappy. And this is something that OCE players will love.
Yeah, I mean, they love to just go as fast as they possibly can to play the non-perfect game.
Yeah.
Not as an insult, it's just that that's what they do. And Jorius takes a perfect shot towards target and draws us level.
There it is. As soon as it gets ugly, you know that Chiefs will be the ones to just pull the beauty out of the fires of chaos. They get their equalizer. And where I was saying if Space Station get the first goal, it'll be a long way back from Chiefs. They have taken that first step back and put themselves back into game number 3. Now they have to keep on sprinting. Kaka in his own corner wants to be LJ, but LJ for once does win it cleanly. Into the middle where Chicago is waiting. They combine for the 1-2. Kaka has to get this touch this time and does. Chicago now over the goal line. It goes out wide. Here comes Hoxer, the star man this time. Gets it bounced forward towards LJ. It's a mistake from Chiefs.
Yeah, you just see, it's such a flat save from Jorius. He's only just done a turn, goes so central. If he lands nicely without Hoxer just smashing him back into the net, maybe it's all right for the double block. Instead, though, unfortunately for him, Hoxer is there. LJ managing to get that next touch on the ball as they now take the lead with half the game to go.
Hunter should be able to get this boost. He hasn't quite been able to, though, unfortunately. He does in the end. So Space Station are a little bit starved. So that one just falls for Hoxha perfectly on the half volley. They'll be feeling a lot more comfortable now they have their lead back. It's been a series where they've had comfort for 1 or 2 minutes at a time. They're trying their pre-jumps. I'm not sure that's really going to work against Chiefs the way they're playing. You still have to show them respect, even a couple of games and a goal up. Something that I praised Space Station Gaming for at the start of this series, that they were anticipating the brilliance, the potential brilliance of the Chiefs to try and block them at source. If they get too silly with it, it might backfire, but Hoxha has a chance now for the backboard. This could really kill it. It's to the backboard again. It hits the post now. Chicago leaves it to LJ. LJ calls on the Jorius, misses another big save. It's on the post, post to post, and Jorius somehow gets it away.
Somehow, in some universe, Jorius clears that ball away 99.9% of the way in. Then Kaka takes a shot, a routine save from Hoxha. That could have been the third for SSG. And Chiefs are going to thank their lucky stars that it's not.
Hoxha now goes forward. Hunter is left so isolated there. He had to jump as early as he could, but thankfully from the side, he was able to get a decent touch. Now it's Kaka with the flip reset. Hunter comes in against LJ. That was going into the center. Kaka wants to get this one as far as Jorius, who does. This is a shooting chance for a man of the skills of Jorius. Instead, it's a fake and a pass, and Kaka scores!
Putting the ball over the eyes is Jorius. Goes to that sidewall redirect, incredibly dangerous. Hunter with a bump on Chicago. I didn't spot that the first time.
For me.
Chicago's out of the way. A wonderful redirect from Kaka. Again, level.
Chiefs, whether they win or lose, are continuing to prove they can hang with the best. And on current form, Space Station Gaming are one of the best in this competition. That one's pinched towards the center by Jorius. Chiefs have to get this next goal if they are to stay in this series and remain in the upper bracket. Hunter gets it into the 100 boost. He goes to the ceiling, wants the flip reset, gets it to the backboard, has to leave this one. Where was Hunter? I thought that was the finish.
No one was there. No one was there to follow it up. And now can Chicago deal up with his two friends on Space Station Gaming? Only 35 is that pressure building for SSG. Majority are doink long. Hoxha called into action, then Chicago the next.
LJ, though, does manage to take control here until Hunter just charges it down back into the Space Station Gaming corner, ending regulation time defensively, just like they did in Game 2, but they ended up winning that one in OT. Jorius to the ceiling. Chiefs want to win it now. Jorius gets the musty, follows it up again. Hoxha with the block now. Space Station know that one goal could kill it. Still, they bide their time. Chicago, he goes forward. Hoxha is searching for a bump, searching for something to make Chiefs' stubborn defense be as unimpactful as possible. But now it's Hoxha, could be the 0-second winner as far as LJ, but Hunter sends it long. We have the second overtime of the series.
First one only lasted 17 seconds. This one, for either team, may well be a bit more of a slog. LJ up high with 60 boost. It's Hoxha in the other corner. Instead, he passes straight back down towards Kaka.
Jorius, he's high. He has control of this ball and the situation. Tempts two Space Station Gaming defenders into it. Then he gets the dunk to Hunter anyway. Hoxha leaves it for Kaka. It's so risky in front of your own goal line. Jorius has turned this time. Gets the charge, wants the second touch. Doesn't get it. Space Station Gaming again managed to survive. LJ now, he shoots. Kaka into the center. A demo comes in. Chicago has to let it travel over his shoulder and block the pinch. But Hunter gets it as far as Kaka. It's so close again for Chiefs.
Jory is in space with time and boost. But Hoxha instead receives it and then lays the ball back over towards LJ. That's going to be so awkward for anybody to touch. Instead, Hunter does do a great job of stretching for it. 50 seconds in. Kaka an air dribble over one instead, no, sorry. Hoxha does block it out before it gets just over the nose of his car.
Hoxha now has LJ in the center. How they'd love to get LJ on the ball. Just to let him do something. Wind him up and let him go, but so far is being reduced to big booming clearances. Jorius has the flip from here. Chicago misses, but Jorius tried to make something from it. Probably kept himself in the air longer than he should have. Should have just left that one. Now Hunter's left isolated. This could be the end. Hunter goes up early, and Hunter does fantastic work to get it to Kaka.
Yeah, Hunter on the side of Chiefs is the man that I've been looking at most. And
it's a no
goal! Kaka awarded with it, and the Chiefs, they earn one game back on a potential journey to a reverse sweep.
You've said it.
Yeah, there you go.
You've said the magic words. You made everyone wait. I mean, you could have said reverse anything, but you said sweep at the end of it.
I did.
Which is probably what I expected you to say. You know, that was odds on. Anyway, Chiefs back in this series, and that was a battle. There's been 2 games in a row that have been a true battle, a true overtime game.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean by that? Back and forth, and then either team could take it. The first one, Space Station Gaming. The second one, Chiefs. And I think they're shading it on the eye test, at least in games 2 and 3, even though they lost game 2.
I think I'd still give it to SSG personally.
Would you?
I think especially with Hoxha. Hoxha for me has been the #1 player. But then on the other side, I'd put Hunter as the best player on Chiefs. So a turnaround from what we've seen from them previously, where it probably would have been LJ and Jorius.
It's the battle of the H's.
This save.
Oh man, this saved them.
I'm sorry, the way that he wrapped his car around it and flicks it out, and then they win the game in the end. Oh my gosh, it's poetry.
It is poetry, yeah. At least for me, I forget about saves like that. Do you know what I mean? Or at least I forget about the context of them. It's not until I look back at it in slow motion and I see that at that point, SSG were 2-1 up. If that goes in, probably series over. It doesn't. They go on to get the equalizer, and then eventually they claim the overtime winner. A huge pivot point in this series, which remains live and well. You can see there the potential reward, as well as the 200 grand, which nobody would say no to, for taking this tournament, as well as being able to have your key survive as well. So much to play for here at the Esports World Cup. LJ has control of the ball, gets it to the middle, as we are here on Utopia.
Yeah, we've not really said about the key system so far, in this series at least. I mean, whoever wins the entire thing, they can... I just love it. I keep saying it every time. Firstly, you crush your opponent's key when you send them home. That's already rude. And then after that, if you win the entire thing, you get to encase 3 in the base of your trophy in resin. That's rude again. It's wonderful. It's so good. It's a great system. It's so BM.
BM's what we love to see. Let's see how things shake out. LJ shoots. Hunter gets the save with 0 boost. Kaka has to take that 100. Hunter would have wanted it, but I think with all the angles considered, Kaka was the only person who could be the recipient. Now here is Chicago. Almost gets it past Hunter, but LJ has a chance. This is happening more and more for Space Station, which scares me for Chiefs, because you cannot give LJ this much time and control. He didn't score on that occasion, but look at the fear that he puts into Chiefs.
And we're seeing just this pressure now really building for Space Station Gaming. There's a lot less opportunities for Chiefs to work out of their own half, but this is one time where they have been able to. Hunter low, going with a 50. And then we're seeing a lot of shots in this series be pretty simple for the first shot to try and force a mistake out of either side of defense.
Lovely positioning there from Hunter. When the shot came in, he knew exactly where the clearance was going to go, so he was already on that sidewall waiting for it. It led to another shot for Chiefs. No goals because of it, but just an example of the intelligence of play that Jorius has brought to these two. Hunter and Kaka are showing a level of Rocket League IQ we've never seen from them. And that's not all because of Jorius, but maybe it's because of the confidence that he brings them. They have that belief, they have that, you know, desire to be in the perfect position at all times, even when they're defending, even when it seems that someone has a clean strike. Remains 0-0 though.
It's 0-0, as you say, with 2 minutes gone. That one awkward on the backboard. LJ up for the double and said no. Sorry, that was actually a great pass over towards Chicago. The reset actually finds the backboard too. Hoxha just waits and lurks, sees if Chiefs can actually send it away. So far, unable to.
Ooh, Hoxha had a chance there to just knock it backwards into the center, where maybe Space Station Gaming would have had a couple of players awaiting. Hunting the Sharks. Jorius gets it towards Hunter again. LJ's up. Jorius and Hunter just waiting. What is going to happen? Can Space Station clear their lines? I don't think they can. Oh. Massive save, though, from Hoxha. Wow, that was so important.
Again, Hoxha being that offensive, defensive, wherever you want to call him. He's going to fill in that role. Jorius that wanted to push down pitch. Instead has to wait for the ball just to trickle down there, and a dunk from Kaka. Saved miraculously on the goal line.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so slow, though, from Space Station. The defending there, the path that the Chiefs player had to move into, you wouldn't expect them to have. But it was a good recovery, it has to be said. Now Hunter, he keeps his attack going. Kaka shoots it, but again, it's low. They have to get more height. They basically aimed it at the goalkeeper.
Maybe just frustrations, taking a shot, see what we can do. But you need to make it a little bit threatening, then you can stretch their defense thin. Hunter has to back out from that one, but Hoxha, he's going to go full bore, see how far he can send it. Chicago central to LJ for the double. Can't get around that ball, but still wide.
Space Station now as we enter 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Yet again, they'll know. One more goal could sink this series and squash the uprising of Chiefs. Joris into the middle. Hunter has to get a touch. Chicago fakes him out. Kaka's still got the boost, though. Kaka shows his nerve. LJ now into the center. Everyone from Chiefs is starved. What can they do? Space Station go high. Hunter gets it as far as Chicago, who dunks it downwards. Kaka is just relieved to get rid of the ball and make Space Station start again.
From the backboard this time, Joris flicks it high. Going to just help out his team, but I mean, realistically, Kaka's going to have to use a lot of boost to get anywhere with that ball. That one going over the top, and Chicago can't make any contact. Hoxha waits patiently. Chicago actually ends up pinching it, finds Kaka on the side, and now Chiefs can push.
Hunter has maybe a pass to Joris. Joris retreating backwards, though. Maybe he could have trended forward there. Joris gets in the way of LJ and Chicago. Allows Hunter a clean hit. Hoxha was the third man back. Nerves all over the place right now. The standard of play has dropped slightly, but it's understandable. The importance of the next goal. Was playing a tad more defensively, a tad more scared. Who's going to be the first to step forward and truly believe they can take this one? Hunter tries to take out Hoxha, and then Kaka and Joris get in each other's way. But it works out pretty perfectly because Hunter can keep on going. He gets the next touch. Kaka with the chances high this time!
What?
They finally get some height on the shot, and it flies home!
Final 10. Hunter bumped into that by Hoxha. Sets up Kaka, who couldn't have done any more than go top corner, and Kaka then continues to bump Chicago away from it. Final 10, SSG on the line before Game 5.
Oh man, reaching into the Hornet's nest and just shaking it all about fearlessly, but they do come back with those stingers. LJ shoots, it's wide, Hunter clears long. Can Chicago keep this one up? No, he can't. It's only as far as Kaka. And Chiefs, for the second series in a row against top quality opposition, have at the very least a Game 5.
This looked a little bit like it might just be SSG having figured them out. They said that they were going to be studying the tapes, that they were going to be, looking to see what they could do, because with Chiefs yesterday, what on earth do Gentlemates look at? It's nothing. It's a guessing game. You don't know what they're going to bring, how Joris fits into this squad. And realistically, if you're an EUNA team, I think you might look at OC a little bit and think, free dub, to an extent.
Of course, over the year,
free
it's
dub.
understandable.
It's not an issue.
Yeah.
And then now that we've seen that one series versus Gentlemates, where they just were able to eke them out, there's now a little bit of tape for them to review. And this shot from Kaka, from Kaka,
well.
the bump from Hunter onto Chicago, stunning play, but somewhat of a known factor from Chiefs with a little bit of randomness thrown in there, and that so far is the difference maker.
For sure. Yeah, no, that is exactly the case. I mean, it was Game 2, I think we were saying that, this got a little bit scrappy. The OCE team will like this. They were forced in these fires. And then about 10 seconds later, it was the OCE team that went to score. Whenever the series becomes unclean, impure Rocket League, it seems that is when Chiefs strike. They love playing that way. And to be honest, that's why I thought Space Station Gaming would have the stylistic, improvement over Chiefs in this matchup. I thought they'd play a similar way, but be better at it.
It's a good start.
It's not been the case so far, but this is the start they wanted. Game 5, SSG strike early, and it's LJ.
Yeah, LJ has been a player that so far has not been online. He's not been the player that has ultimately shut down the greatest teams in the world. At least domestically, online, or rather on LAN, he performs remarkably well as well, but just not yet to get any of those titles. Chance Space Station to really show their mettle, but they need to work through a Chiefs that have been doing that in droves.
What a strike that was from Chicago. Barely a pixel between him and the ball, and it manages to cause all this chaos. LJ comes in again! Space Station Gaming are alive!
This is not the start that Chiefs wanted. This is a drama of a start.
But for Space Station, though, this is precisely what they needed to happen. This is what they were talking about. I mean, it shows such resolve as well. To be 2-0 up, have it taken back to 2-2 in games. That's, 13, 14 minutes of overall gameplay, or sitting on that stage where you've gone from having it all to suddenly all the pressure is stacked up against you. And Space Station Gaming, they've managed to keep on pushing, hold their nerve, and it's a huge start, but it can be turned around. Hunter, no! He's missed it! That was the moment that Chiefs would have been brought back in. Unbelievable scenes there from that play. Oh, if Chiefs think that they're back in it, an open net miss. Will they be left to rue it? It's going to be cleared long from Chicago. Space Station Gaming seem to have it all going their own way in Game 5.
A lot more confidence now really starting to come through. A long shot going just wide of the post. Kaka can clear it away, but you're right, that open net miss. When something goes wrong, you have to hope that the dominoes do not continue to fall, that you can stave off any of that disappointment. And Hunter, an immediate rocket towards the other side.
Kaka gets it onto the backboard. OCE have had the mentality questioned over the last year or so. When things start to go wrong, their heads can drop as a region. Will the Joreuz effect change that? Will it change for Hunter after missing that open net? He has to keep his confidence up. They've beaten game after game of these top-tier teams. They can do it again. Space Station Gaming, though, making them look average this game. It's brilliant from them. Here comes Joreuz with the shot. Another big save from Hoxha. SSG continue to show that patience. Happy to do some defending. Joreuz gets it back as far as Hunter. Hunter goes high, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from Hunter. Still going for these sophisticated plays. Is anyone following up? It's Hunter. He shoots and he's hit the post this time. Joreuz calls out Kaka. Joreuz to the post now. Space Station Gaming still bundle the ball away.
Double woodwork nightmare for Chiefs. They had chances. Yeah, there were a couple of keepers, but they were backwards, they were sideways. And if you're SSG, you're taking those. A save down the other side is going to be keeping just a 2-0 so far.
Huge demo. Means that Joreuz can come back into the game. They need him to get on the ball as much as possible. Kaka wants to fake this one for Hunter, I think, up against Chicago this time. That's an awkward challenge, though. I hope it's not going in. It's not. That would be such a painful way to go 3-0 down. As it stands, the game remains alive. Kaka up against Hoxha. Everyone is boost depleted. Where is it all? Everyone is so stretched this game. Hunter, he leaves the boost to his teammate Kaka. He goes long. Joreuz still has nothing in the tank, can't do anything there. But Kaka can. He's got Joreuz below him. Joreuz wants to come in and get this shot away. Instead, it's just a challenge. Joreuz turns around. No, Hunter goes for the ball. Space Station Gaming slow things down and once again take the sting out of the tail until there's another half chance. Oh man, actually, that was simple from Joreuz. Mistimes his pre-flip. They just can't score.
I don't think he expected to even have a chance there. He's just trying to get essential, but that also does somewhat go to prove why you should only flip when you absolutely have to. So small things that are going to be deciding series, and so far that one deciding whether one goal ends up finding its way in. Space Station Gaming, their chances, they have been saved by some guardian angel somewhere that is keeping Chiefs at bay.
Yeah, they're riding their luck for sure, Space Station Gaming. I want to see a bit more from them in attack. You do get the sense that if they keep trying to hold back, eventually Chiefs will break the deadlock. And then it really becomes a question of the hearts of Space Station Gaming. Can they hold firm? This is better from them. Hoxha around the corner, chain dashing his way there. Kaka gets one touch, wants to get the second one and does past LJ. Chicago's going back boostless. Hunter was already waiting for Chicago's clearance. Hunter gets the touch. This comes Kaka. He scores. And now we do have a minute left. SSG have been punished.
Precisely what they needed as well. There's a great demo from Joreuz, and that throws off SSG entirely. Chicago respawns just in time to see Kaka send that one home, but one goal difference between these two teams. Chiefs on for the reverse sweep.
Well, kickoffs were pretty perfect for SSG earlier. It could be another good one. The team who historically have conceded from big kickoffs on this very map have turned it all around. They make it 3.
Who else but LJ to get yet another goal from the backboard? It's completely open. Hunter tries, Joreuz tries, no one succeeds. And 2 goals clear again are SSG.
There is still 56 seconds left to play until Space Station Gaming can claim this epic victory against an opponent who is outperforming anyone's expectations. Hunter, oh no, it's not going all the way in. I think it might be. It's the post, and the post this time saves Chiefs.
Chicago, though, I like that. He ends up just shying away from it.
What was the chance?
Oh, wow, I don't know that quite as much if you're SSG.
Well done.
A lovely save away. Final 30 seconds. 2 goals, a reverse sweep nearly happening for Chiefs. There's still time.
Joreuz has to conjure up some magic, but is cleared away yet again by Hoxha. More time drips away. Kaka gets a decent clearance, and then it's continued on with a massive doink. LJ just waits. Temps in Kaka. This is looking like it's going to be Space Station Gaming's. Despite the fight, Chiefs have shown Kaka can't quite get that. That was potentially last chance saloon. Space Station Gaming are going to survive. They're going to survive in 5. But my goodness, they will be feeling nothing except relief right now. They make the top 8. Chiefs remain contenders, but it's SSG that take the win.
I mean, that was a sketchy one from SSG, and it really shows the difference between that team when LJ's online. No, that wasn't even top LJ by any means.
Nowhere near.
But earlier on in the series, he still was not around. They managed to go to 5, did Chiefs. A brilliant performance across the board from everybody on that side, but Lightning could not strike twice in a row.
Chiefs now know they will have to face either Gentlemates again or Gaming Gladiators to make it into that top 8, that long-awaited OCE top 8. They've been looking to come back to this place for a long time, and could this be the version of OCE that finally makes it?
OCE, we've wanted this. We've wanted this for such a long time, OCE. For a top 8 position again, we've all been looking at power, thinking it's going to be them. It's clearly got to be them. So far, it hasn't been. It may well still be Chiefs, but we need to break down that series with our desk.
It was close, but no finish to it at the end. You can leave the stage now. We're heartbroken. But yeah, SSG does come out on top, but they really had to fight tooth and nail for that.
Yeah, I think just Chiefs took a long time to warm up, to heat up, and then it went to Game 5. And I always say, Game 5 Champions Field, it's more about moments, individuals at times, and it was LJ in that last game.
LJ is inevitable, man. I'm telling you, I think he's such an incredible player. He has, like you said, those moments that are just so necessary to close out a series, and the fact that he's able to do it so often is really big. But honestly, I respect to y'all, I did not think it was going Game 5.
They look good. It's just, I think it's different play styles. You know, they obviously played Gentlemates yesterday. It was a faster game. Space Station, they're known for being a bit more methodical with how they play, and I think that got into Chiefs' heads early. And I mean, if you start slow, you're in trouble.
Well, hey, the Chiefs, I mean, again, as you said, warmed up by the end of it. They started looking good. It was just, again, LJ that shut them down by the end of it, but they're not out yet. So, CJ, looking at them, how they were playing by the end of the series, how do you feel for the rest of that journey?
Well, the problem is the format. It's groups. They've got to go and probably play Gentlemates again in the lower bracket, a rematch. So,
hey, they did it once.
Yeah, they've done it. They've done it once. They can do it again, but it was such a great opportunity. I know they'll be disappointed with that. That's one of the plays of the day, the Joris save, but they did start to warm up. Again, it was just a flat start, but I mean, credit to Space Station, so consistent. You know what you're going to get with them.
Exactly. I think Space Station, in all honesty, might have come into this underestimating the Chiefs a little bit, which I think was the reason we were able to get a Game 5 and have so many moments where the Chiefs were able to, you know, honestly be above SSG. But yes, like you guys said, Chiefs aren't out yet. There is the opportunity for that match to go down later, and that's where the question of how consistent are the Chiefs, truly, how consistent are you?
Right.
See?
Well, let's take a look at the Sony MVP player of the match. And of course, LJ did light it up at the end there, but Hawks are across the board. Pretty consistent for the squad.
Yeah, I think I just loved across the whole series the way he was kind of just battening down the hatches, holding down the fort for Space Station Gaming. I think sometimes you've got to give him credit. Obviously, LJ, the superstar, getting a hat-trick in Game 5, pretty much locking down the series single-handedly, but just love what Hoxer was able to do defensively. You see the touches he was able to get, and just really solidifying and holding up that Space Station structure.
Yeah, and I made mention to this before. Earlier, there was a piece of content we filmed where we talked about underrated players, and I actually had Hoxer on my list for this reason in particular. I feel like he is extremely solid and consistent, and just because you don't have the crazy flashy pop-off moments all the time, that doesn't mean you aren't a very contributing factor to the wins overall.
That's very true. Now, I guess for SSG in general, how do you feel in terms of the overall talent we've seen in terms of this entire tournament across all the groups?
I mean, it depends how highly you rate Chiefs. Obviously, they've had if you look at, I guess, them versus other regions, they've had an easy bracket. They've had a Mickey run. I know people are going to say that into the top 8. They haven't played NAEU Sam Mina yet, but I don't know. It's so hard to gauge. All the teams are pretty close. What do you think?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm going to rate them fairly decently. I'm going to call them mid-pack right now.
They look good.
They look really good. I don't think this is a fluke Mickey run by any means. I think this is actual hard work, and it's genuine synergy. Like, I think it's one of those, like, yes, it's a honeymoon phase, but having a honeymoon phase on the one time you're going to play together is the best time to have a honeymoon phase.
Well, the Chiefs do have a second life, but the fun and games have ended because going forward, we start our elimination. Keys and hearts are about to be crushed, so stay tuned. After the break, it gets real.
Fine, He's going to go up that shot. So we had to use bump. Nice. Up. Keep it. Nice!
Fits.
Yeah, nice.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
The Esports World Cup is back, and this is where things start to get feisty because eliminations are on the line. It won't just be hearts that are crushed. Their keys will follow suit as they hit the hydraulic press. You can see them passing by now with the Jamil Motorsport walk-ins, and it's about to get intense. I'm Leaf, and now I have Stumpy and Corelli with me. Again, these two teams, eliminations on the line now. It gets crazy, Stumpy.
I am so excited for everybody in Rocket League to finally see these keys get crushed. That's
what we've been talking about.
Keys on the desks. Yeah, if people haven't been watching any of the other esports, Corelli in particular, like, I cannot explain how satisfying it is for the losing team to give it to the winning team, and then the key is just bent in the middle.
I've been seeing the clips from the other games.
I've heard some other games, yeah.
I've seen just a few things here and there, seen the press come down and crush that key. We get that in Rocket League finally right now.
Yeah, I think it'll be the moment where we finally find out like where the rivalries are. Who is the most salty about giving their key to their opponent? You know, I feel like in this situation, though, both the teams are probably actually going to be pretty nice to each other.
This will be fine.
Yeah, this one won't be anything crazy. But let's talk about it. Power, I mean, this is a squad. One of the biggest key points we talk about them is the mental. It feels like that's what's holding them back a lot.
Well, and it was pretty good vibes in their earlier series yesterday. You know, we got Torsos in the middle shaking hands with his teammates. Things were going great. So, I mean, and at the end of that series, too, they were laughing. They were having a good time. They kind of always are like that, so I don't know if there's anything you can really extrapolate. But, you know, for Power, this is a matchup that I feel like they should be comfortable in. They should know that, you know, Limitless is a team that they can beat, and they have shown that before. So I think for this series, it's really on Limitless. What can they bring to Power?
I mean, bear in mind the Power, they went up against BDS and they managed to take game number 1 in overtime. It was a really good series. It was quality goals that they were scoring. Whereas on Limitless's side, they just got 3-0'd by G2. I didn't expect anything else, but it's a different quality of series that they've already played here at the EWC.
Yeah, it's really hard to say anything against anyone that's played G2 because they're just on something else right now. But this is a big point for, again, both of these teams to prove they can keep pulling forward Limitless. Even if they can keep it close, that'll be big for them. But let's keep the Limitless talk going because we did have an interview with Snowy.
My name is Gareth Spears, also known as Snowy, and I play for Team Limitless. This is, in my opinion, the best Rocket League tournament of the year. We get the best hospitality here. It's just generally the best experience, so I'm very excited to be back. Preparation has been decent. The thing is, our team has been kind of geographically split the last little while. Like, I was in the UK and getting like some solo practice there while my teammates were still back in South Africa. But since we got here, we've got a lot of scrims lined up, and yeah, we'll just do the best with what we can, and hopefully it's enough. Winning the whole event would be, I mean, that's the main goal, and it should always be the goal to come first. But I think we are also just realistic, and our expectations are just to take a series off a bigger region. If we could take a series of Power, I would be pretty pleased with that. Our determination is pretty unique, honestly. We really wanted more than other teams, you know, given the circumstances that we've sort of come up in as players, you know, in South Africa. For us, coming from no opportunity to having now all this opportunity that we have, I think the determination that creates for us is definitely unique. Thanks very much for all the support, and yeah, I'm hoping that we can bring you guys a good result.
Well, with how much heart they're putting into it, if their key is crushed, this is going to be extra devastating. You see it Snowy holding that key.
And don't take his calm demeanor, I think, in that interview.
He's always calm.
Right. He's always calm, but I think for him, this, as he was saying, this means a lot to them. They want to beat teams like Power, and it's well within their right here in this tournament.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane that one of these teams is not going to be able to move on further through this. So I want to get your thoughts right now.
I'm going to have to go with the big logo behind me. It's probably going to be Power. You're a Limitless boy.
Come on. Let's give him a little bit of credit.
I like Stumpy's logo as well. Either way, I'm hoping this will be close. Nothing much else to say except elimination on the line.
Power versus Limitless, Fancy. We're finally down to the elimination matchups. And let me tell you now, me personally, I've been pretty impressed with Power's performance thus far. I know they lost to BDS, but 2 of those games went into overtime. So you know what? they might be able to walk away with the victory.
But at the same time, we have Limitless, on the other hand, who went against G2 Esports. I mean, they are the favorites to win the whole tournament. They just won a major, so it's kind of hard to do well against them, especially at the start of the tournament. But at the same time, they've been doing well outside of that match, and I'm sure that they're going to put up a fight against Power. Either way, Power versus Limitless, the first elimination match that we have on the stage. Aki is going to get crushed in a couple of minutes, but first, we have to go to the casters to watch the match.
We've got an awesome matchup here of all homegrown talent, an all-Australian team going against an all-South African team. And I was talking with Corelli earlier how I think Power is a team that Limitless should really look up to. Even just the results that Torsos has been able to do, a top 4 in RLCS LAN events. You know, it is possible for that homegrown talent to achieve great results.
Certainly, and I mean, you remember way back in Season 3 when OCE debuted, nobody thought they were going to really do anything. They were able to get a win, just one series win against a major region team. And then from there, they just moved on from strength to strength. So I love that Snowy is being realistic, that the Limitless talent are being realistic with this tournament. Obviously, they would love to win it, but step one is winning a series against another bigger region. Right now, their only LAN win, or their only LAN wins, are against other sub-Saharan African teams or against APAC. They are, of course, the two newest regions. So they're looking to pick up a win against OCE today for the first time.
Yeah, and I think it would be a very quality win. This is a respected Power squad who's gotten some really good wins this season. They haven't been able to get top 8 at any of the big international LANs this year, but they've been close.
They always seem to fall at the final hurdle before top 8. So with that in mind, you'd expect Power to go through this and then make it into that round before top 8. They are the favorites here. Power, the #1 team in OCE. We've just seen what Chiefs have done in OCE in a group of death. And now Power will be looking to emulate joining Chiefs in that final elimination round.
Power already starting out with some possession. Banana Head has that ball bounce by and goes for the back pass, set up for Torsos. Torsos pushing it fast and down to the R, and he just does it himself. I was thinking he was looking for a teammate.
Well, Torsos, one of the true OGs of the scene, he's still got it. I mean, what a recovery that is.
So fast.
All the way up to the ceiling, down the backboard with the ball, and then dishes it in. 1-0 for Power. We heard from Snowy and Torsos in the pre-day VT with CJ, the old man of the regions. But Torsos, he's still got it.
He still puts up the numbers as well. Torsos, this man is a national treasure. Fever, take it up the sidewall, snag that boost as well. Could do some damage here. Flip reset gets shut down. And Banana Head will chase this down. Shot will be wide. Banana Head tries to take a little time. You can see good pressure here coming out from Limitless. Torsos not much boost to work with.
Yeah, this is good stuff out of Limitless. They're just testing Power a little bit here. And, you know, Power are a team who this year have not been consistent. They have good games, they have bad games. And they're off to a good start here. But Limitless know if they just stay somewhat consistent in this series, they will have openings against a team like Power. They cannot let Power run up the score, though. Banana Head in particular, a very momentum-based player. When he gets going, he's hard to stop.
And just going by results, Limitless performed better against G2 than BDS did.
They did, by far.
So maybe Limitless could pull this off. So far, they're keeping it close enough, but do they have some way to break through this Power defense to die for? Contest that ball. Goes wide to Torsos. Torsos has an open net. Tried to air dribble it in. Was a little bit too slow. There was a demo that opened up the runway. And is that net open? No, it's off the bar. Big save from Torsos.
Oh, I love what I'm seeing from Limitless so far. That was a great save at one end. And now
almost a goal at the other end. They really are taking it to power here. They know they're the underdogs, but they're playing with confidence, the confidence that you need in this kind of matchup if you are going to have a chance of taking down the big dog. And there have been upsets this weekend already. G2 with a sub, showing up looking like regular G2. Chiefs showing up and surprising almost everyone they play.
I mean, and it taking down Gen.G. How big of an upset that is, and that one, it's off the bar, the ground, it's sitting on the goal line before being cleared off, but the attack's not over yet. It's a juicy rebound for Sweaty, but Sweaty couldn't get around it. Maybe went for the pass, but nobody was there to receive it.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to go as quickly as possible. He knew there were goalkeepers in the net and he wanted to get the shots off before they could recover. But in doing so, he rushed himself, got it a bit wide. Now double tap off the crossbar for Power at the other end. It's all guns blazing for both teams, but we're still only 1-0 for Power. Long clear. Fever collects it overhead. He's going to have to do a little bit more than that. And now here comes Sweaty on the ground, low 50. It's Limitless. Just keeping Power pinned back in their corner.
See, Tadai4 was thinking about picking up that corner boost. Torsos swiped it away from Sweaty, who has to rotate all the way back. Sweaty with that boost, controlling the ball. I like that control. Gets the ball into the middle, beat 2 defenders. Last one is Fever. Fever is beat, and Limitless tie the game.
Everybody getting involved here for Limitless. Sweaty down the line. Snowy deflects it onwards. Fever wasn't sure if that was bouncing out or upwards before he could realize where it was going. Tadai4's beating him to the punch and slotted it.
And I love what Sweaty did there. The play started with him having great control in his own back corner and taking 2 defenders out of the play for Limitless. There's that confidence that you were talking about, Johnny. And suddenly things look possible here for Limitless.
Yeah, they look like they're really in this one. This has been a back and forth game, a game where they've had tons of chances. Obviously, Power have had their fair share of chances as well. But it's not the one-sided matchup that you expect to see when OCE's #1 team takes to the field against SSA's #1 team. But it's not over yet. Power still pressing for the advantage. Torsos, Banana Head trying to get involved in the attack. That's not a bad clear by Tadai4. Quite awkward for Fever. Now as the exchanges go back and forth, it's Limitless coming out on top.
Snowy beating that demo attempt, also winning that ball downfield. Sweaty not able to get the demo or the boost steal. Fever doing great work in the corner now. The 50 out to the middle. Punched back, Torsos trying to keep this ball in play. The shot will go wide. Sweaty racing Banana Head. Ball pinched out to the middle. Snowy pops it up, but will it be for a teammate or Fever? Fever airborne. Ball hit back down. Tadai4 has no boost. Chance now for Torsos.
Oh, surely, Torsos. Can he loop it in? It's off the bar, down. That's a horrible bounce, and Power can't get on the end of it. It's still half a chance, but denied in the near post. Limitless surviving, looking to make it to overtime.
Oh, I thought that was the game. There still might be. Snowy, no boost, knocks it down to the ground. And we've got overtime, even though Power could have closed it out on that last play.
Well, a true fight here. This is massive for Power's confidence. They will be reeling if they lose a game here that they were leading.
Oh, what a pass!
Oh, what a pass, but a save by Snowy. That was a pre-jump, but Snowy somehow read it towards the bottom corner.
Limitless, a heroic stand here on the goal line. Can they continue to survive? No, they cannot. Fever ends that dream in 21 seconds.
Oh, they just never stabilized it all the way from the kickoff until now. They could not get boost on all 3 of their members. They're all stuck in the mud, no momentum, and Power did not let them get into the game. But what a game it was. Limitless taking Power to overtime. I think they're going to be quite happy with how that went for the total 5 minutes and change. They're not going to be happy with the loss, of course, but that's the kind of balance that Limitless wants. They don't want to be stuck in defense, playing in their half the whole game, and they certainly weren't. They really took it to Power here.
Yeah, I mean, this was, I think the comms at the end of that game must be, hey guys, this is winnable. This is winnable.
It is.
But Torsos was spectacular, especially that first goal, recovering so quickly, and he almost ended it himself. There was that goal line stand, but then here, that was an all-around team effort to make that play happen. Limitless, they clearly were on their back tires for a majority of that game, but we see teams play that counter-attacking style and thrive in it. And this one was down to the wire. Power, the clear favorite. They were able to pull it off in the end, but Limitless were hanging in there every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, they really were in this game. And, you know,
if you're going to get that first win against an international team, it's a win that would really put you on the map, then this is a good team to do it against, because Power, they can be rattled. They can have inconsistencies in their play, and I just think, honestly, one game for Limitless, Power might start to get worried. They might start to think, oh my goodness, we could face elimination here, and it's at the hands of SSA, which is something OCE, OCE want to be punching up. They want to be taking down EU, NA, they want to be taking down Sam and Mina. Losing to SSA is not acceptable for OCE #1.
But on the other side, Johnny, this would be huge for Limitless. And for Limitless, this is this series. This is that opportunity for them to get that landmark win. You heard Snowy talk about, for him, this is the biggest tournament of the year. And that would be something sweet for the region to get a result like this with the crushing of your key on the line.
I mean, what an improvement. You look at the Limitless we're seeing now compared to the Limitless we saw in Copenhagen, just in spring. Marked improvement as they take the lead now, Limitless 1-0. Power on the ropes early to die for, just takes it past everyone by himself, even
everyone was in that corner.
To die for forced Tarsos to mess up that clear. He bumped him, Tarsos accidentally centered it, and it's 1-0 to SSA.
And you wonder if Power is a little bit rattled, because, you know, they are used, or more used to, like you said, trying to punch up. In this matchup, though, they don't have that underdog buff. To die for does get it around Torsos enough to slow the attack. Fever flip reset pass to the middle. Banana Head knocks it down. Power tied the game.
Oh, what an assist this was from Fever. Reset double into the center. Banana Head was ready for it. The defense could not get there. Limitless once again a little bit stagnant. They couldn't challenge. They're running out of boost at key moments here. And that's giving Power these opportunities, which we know they can take. We've seen Power take down teams as good as Oxygen recently. They really are very close to making their first top 8 in the open era. That's who Limitless have to beat today.
Limitless, they had the lead briefly. Will they be able to get it back? Torsos, pinch, pass. Goes up a little too fast for Fever to handle. This is ball in the hands of Limitless now. The ball hit downfield too quickly. Banana Head able to slow down the counterattack, but there's another key demo. Fever, however, doesn't waste any time. Steps in and now is on the attack. Looking for he was trying to dunk him. Everyone was missing the ball, leaving me speechless.
Well, to die for, done well there with very little boost available to him. Still doing work defensively. A lot of drive challenges coming out of Limitless. They're not working out, and it's Power looking for a second goal off the post there. You know, if Limitless are going to play this drive challenge strategy where you don't flip in your challenge, you just drive straight through the ball looking for a demo, you have to catch the player. You cannot just get completely taken out of the game. And now Power looking like the stronger of the two teams. Look at the Limitless boost totals. They are struggling. Power can't capitalize those. To die for once again does work with no boost in defense.
Yeah, just enough to make that play. And there's the demos and the boost steal. Limitless convert. Torsos playing upfield. Pokes it around one. Drop pass to Fever. Fever contested immediately. Torsos pass over to Fever. And oh man, that was gorgeous.
Limitless just could not keep their composure any longer. Snowy lunged in, but really Torsos wasn't threatening a shot there. That was not the real threat in the position. The pass was, Torsos nailed it, and Power have their lead.
They just lost track of where Torsos was. Expected him to rotate out, not cut in and make that pass. And as soon as he did, Limitless were caught out.
This is still a long way to go here. Chance for Limitless the other end, but it is scooped up by Power. And now here comes Tarsos. He's going to go for a dunk. Actually, hand off to Fever. Oh my goodness, what a passing play once again by Tarsos. This one does stay out of the net as Limitless need to keep the scoreline at a 1-goal deficit here. They cannot afford to give Power another one. So it does seem like it's quite difficult for them to create chances. Only a minute and 40 left. 1-goal game is fine. 2-goal game starting to look difficult.
Banana Head pops it up. Torsos moves in. He goes straight for goal. Was deflected and boomed out, but right back into the hands of Fever. Fever not able to get the corner. His teammate Banana Head had it. Hits it out dangerously into the middle, but Torsos always seems to be there a step ahead of everyone at the midfield.
Can Limitless do it? So far, they've shown resolve to play Power close in both of the games, but that's not enough. They need a win. They just need a game win here to try and get something started. But this one has been a little bit more of Power as the aggressor, Limitless as the defender. Unlike game one, where it was back and forth constantly. Will it be a late start for Limitless, though, to send us into OT? Snowy's looking for it. Tarsos, low boost, keeping the ball in that back corner.
To dive for a big moment here. Gets beat by Torsos there, who was low. Pass from Sweaty up to Snowy. Snowy tries to control it in the air, but gave up the ball. And there's a demo that takes out to dive for. Numbers advantage briefly for Power. And they knock it off the Limitless backboard. Rebound to Fever, kicks up off the ceiling. Torsos not able to finish that one. Time ticking away for Limitless.
Yeah, this really is the moment that they need to strike. But Tarsos has control in defense. He's not going to give it up easily. Demo and the supporting player, but nobody ready to play the ball. Tarsos going all the way. It's going to be Fever to finish it off. They could have knocked it into the ground, but they go for the goal just to make it 3-1. 2-0 to Power. Limitless are starting to fade here a bit, James. That wasn't the game one back and forth that we saw. Power established midfield control and never gave it up.
At the start of the game, though, Johnny, Limitless first to score. They had the lead, but they just couldn't hold on. It just seems like offensively, Limitless is not able to do what they need to do. Like, we're seeing them spend a lot of time on defense. You called it out several times, struggling to get that boost. But even when they had a little bit of space, you saw in that last play, Snowy had that lofted ball up for him, tried to control it, but wasn't able to. Lost possession. It's those types of plays that you really need to be able to make the most out of your few opportunities. I think that's really how you're going to be able to get wins at this extremely competitive international level. You have to make the most of every opportunity. You cannot be giving away those free balls.
We do have to credit to die for. He had a great game, setting up the first goal all by himself, and he had some phenomenal low boost plays in defense, but they're just not able to read that first play by Power. Reset double, phenomenal assist, and then the assist, it really was just all about the passing for Power. That was what Limitless struggled to read. They could not predict these passes. Obviously, the last goal, can't really fault them for this one. They're pressed up looking for
you gotta
an
go
equalizer. That's fine, but the two passes to lead to Power's goals were passes that Limitless did not even see coming.
And a lot of that, I think, is due to how Torsos is playing. Torsos has been a thorn in the side of Limitless. I mean, you even saw that crazy goal with the quick recovery earlier in the series. But Torsos at midfield and upfield, he's just not getting out of the play when you expect him to, and he's making things happen for Power.
This is still respectable. We've said this a few times over the years, respectable for the underdogs, but at the end of the day, a win's a win, a loss is a loss. It's all well and good to, play G2 closer in a 3-0 loss than BDS did today. All well and good to lose by 1 goal to Power, 3 games in a row potentially, but you're still out of the competition. That's not what Limitless want. They want a series win. But it does all start with just 1 game. Can they get it? This is their last chance. And early on, it is Power running the show again. Sweaty trying to ramp off the inside of his own post there. The ball wasn't even on target, but it doesn't punish them. Fortunately for SSA's Limitless.
Sweaty with full boost, gets dunked on, and that leads to a goal. That has to be disheartening for Limitless.
That's tough. I mean, Sweaty just lost control, simply put. He didn't get goal side. He didn't get the ball up the back wall. It kicked out into the middle. And if you're going to kick it out into the middle like that, you need to be goal side. You need to be as big as possible behind the ball. Oh, hold on. This is actually bouncing well for Limitless. They got shots on target. Tarsos reacted quickly to it, but that double kickoff gave them something.
And I think you said it, Johnny. You got to be close to the ball. And
there it is.
About being close to it. Snowy right behind it and blasts in the equalizer for Limitless.
Look at Sweaty with the double tap off the ceiling to center it. Snowy committing with no boost. There is 12 boosts on Limitless as a team there, but they just full sent it after winning the kickoff, kept the pressure on Power and tied the game.
They've righted the ship for now. Power looking to upset again. There's a miss. Torsauce, hey, looks like he double committed with a teammate there, leaving the net open. This one is just going to roll straight in.
Okay, well, we're looking for win conditions here for Limitless. How about Power double committing and setting up Snowy? How about, you know, an accidental fake from Sweaty that works out in their favor? I mean, these are not the kind of plays that Limitless were putting in their playbook, but they've worked. And now they're back in front. Second game in a row they've had a lead. Will they be able to hold on to this one? It's another double commit from Power. This one does lead to a shot on target, but they are overextended. Will Snowy or Tadaifor get the shots off? It's close, but not close enough.
Snowy and Tadaifor both on 0 boost. You can see Tadaifor actually leaving the ball. Unfortunate there for Limitless, but they keep the pressure on. Will 2 goals be enough? No, it won't, as we see a quick counterattack goal from Power.
That's clinical from Power. Sidewall towards Banana Head. And how about that for a pass? Just ping in the middle. Snowy had no chance. Power are picking out passes that Limitless do not see coming. That really does seem to me to be the way that they could consistently score in this matchup. Passing when the shot is available. Limitless have to keep their eyes on the back of their heads here.
Power and Limitless tied up with 3 minutes to go. Limitless still looking for that game win. Sweaty up the gut. Tries to get the block on Torsauce, who back passes it to Fever. There's a demo from behind. Ball back to Snowy. Snowy trying to control it. Will stay in the play. Trying to 50 it through. Good effort from Snowy. Sweaty takes over. Torsauce back to his own corner with no boost. Limitless doing well on attack. Chance for Sweaty to shoot. He gets blocked by Torsauce, who is there to meet it.
And there might have been a pass available there, either backboard or even into the post, shooting intentionally off target. That was very much at a goalkeeper from Sweaty, but you can't really blame them for taking their chances like that, albeit a half chance. Now team bumped by Power. Almost gets them in a bit of trouble. Oh, speaking of trouble, that's not good for Limitless. It's close range shot off the post. That really should have been in for Fever. Uncontested close range, but he's nailed the woodwork.
Will that come back to haunt Power? Snowy gave up the ball. Fever going for the double, has boost to make it happen. Shots on target, rebounded. Torsauce also has Banana Head in support, opted to go for the backboard, but it was well defended by Snowy.
Yeah, it's good backboard coverage. Better eyes on the passing plays from Limitless. Power's game plan is to just center the ball to teammates. It's get it out wide. They're looking to use lateral movement to catch Limitless off guard.
And it looked like lateral movement would have been the better call on that from Torsauce over to Banana Head. But Torsauce, perhaps after his goal earlier, hungry for that limelight. Now he's going to keep it all to himself once more.
Low shot by Torsauce. Catches the pre-jump out. Tadaifor was going high. Torsauce spotted his angle of defense and just slots it underneath him. Perfect finish. With a minute and 17 left, we might be saying goodbye to Limitless. We might be seeing the first key crushed in the Rocket League tournament here at the Esports World Cup.
Power continuing that pressure. Sweaty with tons of boost here. Flip reset, did he get it? He did, doesn't make contact on the ball. Looks like he might have been able to beat it, and the pass lane was there, but Snowy had to take over because of the miscommunication on the back line. That was the chance for Limitless to tie it.
I can't believe that that wasn't a goal. That looked like surely somebody had to be there, but they just took so long for anyone to arrive in the middle. But this is still open middle. They really do have a lot of passing options available to them, Limitless. Power stacking in defense in one area. But oh my goodness, the Power passing plays keep raining in. Fever sends in a fourth, and that could be it.
Torsauce finds Fever in the air, and Fever did not disappoint. A 2-goal lead now with only 36 seconds left. It seems like it's only a matter of time before Limitless will have to hand over their key.
You just simply cannot pass up on chances like that. Limitless had a glorious opportunity to tie the game late on into it. Now they're down by 2. 26 seconds left. No time left for Limitless to play with caution. They've got to just throw everything at Power right now.
Final 10. Tadaifor has to go all the way back, pick up small pads. boost running out, time running out. Limitless journey has come to an end. Power have knocked them out of the group stage. Limitless are going home.
And it's another valiant effort by Limitless. They looked competitive in all 3 games here, but they just did not have the experience down the stretch. Power's team play simply on a different level. Handshakes all around, perhaps. Fever paying attention. Power really did deserve this win at the end of the day. It's a team game, Rocket League 3s. You need to try and bring everybody in to be as effective as you can be. And now they'll be looking to punch up. They've managed to avoid being punched up on by Limitless. Now they're going to be punching up on BDS tomorrow. That is a winnable series for Power, I reckon.
Absolutely, especially seeing how BDS lost to G2. I think Power...
BDS were shambolic. I mean, absolute shambles earlier. So Power looked better on current form than BDS, certainly.
And Torsos is kind of the upset guy.
Yeah.
That is his thing. Like I was saying before, Johnny, I feel like Torsos is a player that SSA should be looking to try to replicate success that he's been able to achieve. So Torsos and Power, they hold off Limitless, and like you said, going to be eyeing BDS next.
Yeah, you know, a lot of lessons from SSA have to come from OCE. OCE showing that perseverance does pay off. They've shown that getting a super sub in can also pay off. Will SSA use those things to their advantage? Those are things I'd love to hear other opinions on, James. So let's see if the desk have got any thoughts to weigh in on. I don't know if it was meant to give it over you.
Well, they're trying to figure out what to do with the key. I think Torsos just tried to break it with his knee. Yeah, that's not how you do it, guys.
Guys, we have a hydraulic press out the back. Just wait.
That's not how you do it.
Hydraulic press right there, the coach. Over the thigh.
Tell you what, if Jimmer just bent a solid metal triangle over his knee.
That's good. I also want to point out, too, just how Snowy was just like, also like, we need to crush this. Like, he was there was no salt at all because honestly, they played, you were just saying it, phenomenally. It was some of the best we've seen them.
It truly was. And yes, I know that they ended up losing, and it's a shame to see Limitless go home.
Right.
But honestly, Corelli, is that not the best Limitless we've seen for a long time? They pushed OCE's very clear #1, and they made them sweat. No game was easy.
And I feel like a lot of people get upset with talent because when teams like Limitless go out and they lose and we try and say, oh, they were so great and they got 3-0'd, right?
Yeah.
But they did look good, and they had so many opportunities in the last 2 games to score. I mean, they looked better than Power in many instances throughout these games. And Power definitely were all over them early on, game 1, end of game 2. Completely smothering Limitless. Let's not get it twisted here, but I feel like Limitless really showed their stuff offensively, and I thought that was a great series from them, even though it goes down as an 0-3.
Yeah, I honestly, it's when they start winning is when we can crap on them. But now we got to be positive because we want to see growth. I mean, the more we see them grow,
and we are,
the better. Yeah, the better we see the overall scene.
Yeah, and I think the fact that people are saying when SSA first came in, it's like, oh, some people were like, well, why are we doing this? We've already got a load of regions. This is why.
Yes.
This is why. Because yes, and I'm going to keep saying it as you did, Corelli, it was a 3-0. Get over it. People who are watching, like, get over it. Look at the actual individual performances. Snowy, that's some of the best we've seen him play. Team captain put on a brilliant performance. And I think Limitless, they can take, as ever, all of this experience back to their home region, and they can make sure that everybody grows alongside them. And I am really, really impressed with Limitless. Realistically, for the first time in quite a while that I've thought, yeah, that is solid growth right there.
Right, but Power on the other side too. I mean, this is what I talked about before, the mental. I mean, it's very easy for them to let things go, but I think it generally happens against some of the more top-tier teams. This was a match that I wouldn't have seen that falter.
Confidence is a huge thing for the OC region, and Torsos has said in his interviews before, they play at a level that speed that sometimes is a detriment to themselves. That was a series that we could see that pace of play really take over, and frankly, there were times where Limitless couldn't keep up. You know, you remember the flurry of shots coming out from Power, just that overwhelming pressure into that overtime that they had a couple games back. Limitless couldn't keep up. And that's where Power feels the most confident. And they got to do a lot of that here in this series.
Well, it's time to get to our Sony MVP player of the match. And we got to give it to basically Australia's captain, Torsos.
Yeah, I mean, how old is he now? 47, 48?
Yeah,
and he's in his 19th year of competing.
3 divorces, I think.
3 divorces, 9 kids, but he is absolutely killing it on the pitch. Also, I'd give him MVP just for using Dominus. Beautiful car.
A keyboard player and Dominus. What a weirdo.
Right? Stunning, though. I mean, the way that he has always conducted himself, but in this series in particular, he has got, I think, 2 of Australia's greatest players, or OC's greatest players on his side in Banana Head and Fever. And yet, he still emerges as the MVP. He is so solid in that game. Very impressive. Consistently great across this entire season.
Right. There it is.
Crush it.
Do it, boys.
Our first key crush for Rocket League. You see Coach Jim at the front, taking the key for his players and putting it into the press. This is exciting. We've seen it from other esports, but this is the first. Oh. No, stop using your hands. We have the press.
Get the fingers out of there.
Go on, Jim. Oh,
clear the area.
Anybody who hasn't seen this, get ready. Imagine this later.
I love how we have the hard hat on.
Yeah. Safety first.
Go on.
To me, it's the latex gloves.
Who gets the button? Who gets the
He's
hit?
going for it.
Who's going? Yeah,
He's the one.
It's like, come on, you guys should have decided.
Shaking
before.
again.
Oh.
They're such gentlemen.
All right, here we
come
go.
on, boys. Come on.
Crash it. Crash it. Crash
Oh, it's so slow.
Crash it. Keep going.
Go, go.
Crash it. Yes!
Come on.
Go on. Bend it.
Wow, that's dramatic. I'm not going to lie.
It's so dramatic. Wonderful. Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
love
no,
it.
this is cool because, again, another thing to reiterate here is that if you win that trophy, you also get to pick 3 of the opponents that you've defeated to put their crushed keys into your trophy.
You don't even need to have defeated them. Like, they're just anybody in the
competition. Oh, really? Oh, I thought it had to be somebody.
No, you can just do anyone. So you can just be like, you know what, Vitality win. They're like, I'm going to pick Limitless G2 power. Let's do it. The key. Crushed.
He can do it with his bare hands. He,
No, he can. He just didn't want to show us.
Exactly.
That.
He doesn't want to show off. I get it.
Anyways, that was our first key crush, and more are to come. Eliminations for the rest of the day. So stay tuned for some crazy action.
Nice, let's go. Come on. Oh, I chose the first goal. No, you're alright.
Ah, that's good. I'm glad you actually hungry, ready to score.
I'm pre-jumping as well.
See ya.
Ready, set, go.
Here we are with Snowy from Limitless after a tough loss and now out of the Esports World Cup. Do you just want to talk us through that series?
Yeah, that was a painful series. It was really close. I think game 1 was overtime, game 2 was 1 goal. And it's just close, but no cigar. And it feels like both series were like that. And we're just on the edge of just making that breakthrough. And yeah, so it's painful to get that close and not actually make it happen. But yeah, we keep our heads up high, and hopefully when we get to Worlds, there'll be a different story.
What do you think it is, those close games? Is it just, a bit more experience, boot camps, practice, tournaments, stuff like that? Or?
Yeah, of course. I mean, every game that we play when we are overseas against these better teams, literally every game is that's improvement. So obviously, all of that makes a huge difference. But, in these specific games, it's just small details, really small things that could change that individual game and then change the series outcome as well. So yeah, man, just small details.
So you're now boot camping off to the World Champs for a boot camp now?
Yeah, so we'll go straight from here to a boot camp, and that'll be 11 days. So that'll be a massive benefit. Obviously, before this event, we didn't have a boot camp, and I would say our results were pretty decent considering we didn't have a boot camp. So yeah, 11-day boot camp in the US, and hopefully that'll give us a nice buff for Worlds.
Obviously, coming from such an isolated region, I know as well, OC and SSA, very similar in that department. Just how hard is it to come to these events without the practice and the boot camps to step up?
It's so hard because back home obviously we're the best team in our region, and no disrespect to the other teams, but when you practice down, it's no good, right? And then the next step of practice is high ping ranked, and that's not the practice you need. You need low ping, high level ranked, just games in general. So yeah, it's so tough. So we literally have to go overseas to get better practice, and at home it's not happening.
I think we're seeing those glimpses as well in those games. So hopefully the World's boot camp and you guys can do some damage there. Yeah, all the best. And what are you going to do, I guess, for the rest of it, just to finish up? You've got a couple of days now to explore the rest of what the festival, the Boulevard, has to offer.
Yeah, so we'll be exploring the Boulevard for sure. EWC treats us so well here. So it's just lovely to be here. It's a beautiful event. It's a big festival. So we're going to go check all that out. And, also thanks to EWC because they also include, extra activities. So we'll definitely be booking some of those and having a lot of fun for the last few days.
Sounds good. Well, there you have it, Snowy from Limitless, and we'll catch you guys with another one soon.
Our first key has been crushed, and another one will come soon as we have XO rolling in Team Secret in just a moment as well. Welcome back to day 2 of EWC here for Rocket League. A lot of matches to go. I'm Leaf, Stumpy, and we have Corelli to talk about this next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've got another key crush makes me very excited. It's going to be super fun to watch, but it's going to be a tough one for XO. Team Secret, currently our number 2 team going into the World Championship from South America, and we've seen the tear so far created that Sam are on.
Yeah, and Team Secret, a lot of weapons on this team, and I don't really know if they showed that yesterday. KV1, obviously a massive weapon and showed his stuff, but we didn't see a lot of Mata and his individual skills, so I don't think that Team Secret is up to maximum potential.
Oh, yeah, no, on the other side, XO definitely has quite a battle regardless of how Team Secret's playing, because at their base level, Team Secret, such a strong team. Let us know who you think is going to win this for the STC Play audience vote. stcplay.gg is where you're going to throw them in there. Now, talking about XO, I mean, again, they got a big hill to climb. Corelli, what do you think about this team?
Yeah, they're kind of a fun team. They got a guy, ZPS, on their side. You may recognize him. He was a player that had been on North American Rival Series play, and once upon a time played with AlphaKep, was the #1 seed in that play, and they bombed out. Fortunately for ZPS, he's here at LAN, and well, I mean, kept sitting at home watching, so I guess we found out the problem on that team. But, it's exciting to see him kind of come together and play on this XO roster.
Yeah, I mean, he's another one of those transfers, right? We see a load of these teams taking on a new player from a completely different region. ZPS coming over from North America to join an APAC side. Yep. It's very exciting. EXO also only just recently picking them up. Sphinx on that team as well.
Amazing.
An unbelievably exciting player. You might think, okay, APAC teams, whatever. Sphinx is outrageous. He's like world-class mechanically.
Everyone's talking about him.
Can we see him actually perform here? And Kevin alongside them as well. He has just got the vibes, the energy, and on the pitch, he is, again, so exciting to watch.
And just to let people know, again, ZPS, I guess, going by Lasco now. So if you are confused when you see that name out there, that is ZPS. So, yeah, very, very interesting matchup they have ahead of them. I'm hoping to see some action. As you said, Sphinx is a player I also want to see do very well because the hype around, again, all these young talent coming up in all these different regions, I want to see them flourish. We've seen a lot of young talent fall off.
Yeah, we've seen, but that's not what's happening.
No, that's what I'm saying. In the past, we have.
And he's been showing it throughout APAC, #2 shooter in the league, right behind Virtuoso. And that's high praise if you're sitting behind Virtuoso. And he's right behind him. It's not just like a gap. He's #2 and right behind #1. People make fun of me for when I say this. You got to put your shooters in shooting position. And we saw a little bit of that from EXO, from Sphinx earlier in this tournament. But they're going to need it here against Team Secret because they're going to be moving real quick.
Yeah, who's making fun of you? That's a very obvious statement.
That's why they make fun of me.
But people aren't doing it. Yeah. So you're absolutely right. Okay. So, I mean, I guess thoughts on this, because obviously we all probably think Team Secret should be winning this. At base level, Team Secret's skill is just phenomenal. For EXO, what's the goal going into this matchup?
I think the goal, when you look at it, when, as we've said, through this whole competition, when we saw Limitless playing, whatever else, when we have these emerging regions, you have to make these smaller checkpoints of victory for every single land that you get to. It's going to be getting a couple of goals in the first one. It's going to be getting, a game in this series. It's going to be then going to 5 against these bigger regions. I think at this point, they're going to be looking to take a game at minimum. You need to be looking at least to take that victory. And then if not, maybe they can just make it at least a few overtimes in there. But I think still, that series victory, it's not out of their reach, but by no means is it out of their reach. We've seen upsets already, Corelli. This very well could be another one.
And we've seen some teams who get swept in the previous series who look really good. So I think on the side of EXO, you've got to come out hot. I know that's kind of obvious, but for Team Secret, they've been up and down. They haven't looked great when they played against Gen.G. Very great games, very bad games. The line graph looks like this throughout that series, but if they can catch Team Secret on a bad game here right off the rip, it's good looks for EXO.
Well, the other factor they have to contribute into this is that stage factor and the energy factor. When you're across the seat from a SAM team, you best believe you are going to be intimidated, right? Like these are guys you have to stay focused. Who's going to corral this team on the side of EXO? Right, like who is that?
I mean, I don't know them well enough. I know that I've interviewed Kevin before, and he was very enthusiastic. He was loud. He was very much getting up and laughing. I hope that he just keeps the vibes good alongside with everybody on there, no matter what happens. That's all you can really hope for. In terms of loudness, I think you just stay amongst yourselves, keep yourselves confident.
Okay, well, we're going to find out another Key Crush on the way. Let's get to our next match.
One key crushed and a whole load more still to go, Fancy. It's going to be EXO Esports taking on Team Secret. Now, this matchup in particular, the winner will go on to face off against Gen.G. And from my perspective, Team Secret losing 1-3 against Gen.G previously, I'm keen to find out whether or not they'll be able to rewrite history.
Absolutely. I mean, they were able to take one map off of them, but at the same time, EXO only faced against Falcons. And I mean, come on, it's the second, I would say that the top favorite team to win the whole tournament. So it's really hard to tell. Both of them didn't really have an easy go on the group stage. But so far, one of them is going to continue, and the other team's going to get their key crushed. And the most important thing is it's only 3 keys remaining for the key crushing tonight. So let's see who's going to lose this one. Back to you, Cassett.
James Bott here calling the action with Johnny Boy. And Johnny, we've got EXO Esports, formerly Elevate, going up against Team Secret here in this elimination match.
Yeah, and EXO Esports, they've picked up ZPS since the last time that we saw them in an international tournament. This is going to be a big test for them, though, with this new roster. They already had their toughest test yesterday, perhaps, in the entire tournament possible, but this isn't a whole lot easier for them. Team Secret are a real threat for top 8. These guys, like Power previously, are one of those teams looking to break into the top 8 internationally, and this is a series they really should be winning. So if EXO can get a win here, can they get a game, that would already be, I think, a result that they could be quite proud of.
A game.
A game.
That is,
I really do
all
think
right.
that.
So, I mean, Team Secret, we know that they are good.
Yep.
They haven't been as successful as Furia when you're looking at the SAM team results, but they've been there. Was a I believe a top 4 in Rotterdam.
Yep.
They have the talent, especially KV1. KV1 is that player for me to watch on Team Secret.
And they beat OG in London. So this is a team who have got the potential to take down major competition. And they are not bad. There are some teams that are vulnerable. We talk about how Power maybe are a little bit vulnerable, a little bit inconsistent to losses from teams they're supposed to beat. I don't really put Team Secret in that category. They are quite reliable at showing up and just being too fast, being too mechanical. Oh, nearly already being too mechanical for teams that are beneath them. And it was only taking them 14 seconds here to punch one past EXO. Sphinx trusting there to try and get a clear, but not able to get one as Secret get the opening goal.
Tough start for EXO. Team Secret happy with this one. Sphinx, that player widely talked about from the APAC region, young player from Malaysia, has the mechanics, but struggles to get the space at this pace of play at the international stage. Mata up, gets a bump on Kevin. Brad airborne. Now Lasco trying to push that ball up. Mata to the backboard, lets it bounce down to Brad, but Lasco hits it off the sidewall on low boost. Mata, give and go with KV1. KV1 up off the ceiling. Brad moves in, flip reset from Brad, chasing it down. Low boost tip over to the corner, but Team Secret are still on the attack.
And Lasco is ZPS, the North American player, moved to APAC. He's running with the IGN Lasco here. So if you are wondering what happened to ZPS, don't worry, that's him, as he makes his LAN debut at this level this weekend at the Esports World Cup. Didn't get the read on that last play, though. Brad's all over them, looking for the double diamonds. It's wide, but it really is all Team Secret right now, as a pause comes in. Referee looking to maybe level things out a little bit here. We'll have an update on what exactly is going on for you guys as soon as we hear one.
Maybe it was Brad's controller, because it looked like that double tap was a short thing.
Yeah, that's what I say every time. I just, have a brain malfunction every time I'm in the middle of a double tap, and I just run out of ideas for how to air roll correctly to get to the ball. I just say, oh no, my air roll button,
my Bluetooth
or, boost. Yeah, it's a shame we can't use that excuse anymore. I ran out of boost because your teammates can see your boost.
Yeah.
So, man, that was a bad day for me, and I'm sure 99% of the Rocket League community who have been using that excuse very well for years and years since release.
I mean, I might as well unbind my quick chat need boost, because that's all I used it for. I was on the replay. You needed boost, my bad.
Oh, needed boost. Were you one of those players as well? I'll admit this was me, where you would just make a total misplay, concede a goal, fail to get a goal, whatever it is, and then you just maybe have 30 or 40 boosts in the tank. You just don't use it.
Yes.
For the rest, in the next 5
really
or so
called
seconds
out right now.
after the goal goes in, you just don't use it.
You
and
just
you
let
say,
your car flop around.
Need boost.
Guys, I was on empty.
Yeah, as long as you're not seen using boost after you've messed up, then it's more believable that you in fact didn't have boost. One in chat if that's you. I want to see a lot of ones.
Obviously. I'd press 1 if I was in chat right now.
Yes, I'm pressing 1 as well. Because that was me, but no longer. The boost edition is very useful though, to see exactly how much boost your teammates have.
I think it definitely reduces the amount of communication necessary for success.
Yeah.
And now we are waiting to see when Game 1 will begin. Thank you everybody at home for your patience as we work through this issue.
You know, whenever I hear that, I'm on the phone, and you know, delay, or you know, sometimes even it's an automated voice thanking me for my patience. What if I'm just not actually patient, and they're thanking me for my patience, but I'm not patient?
Yeah, I'm definitely
I'm sure
assuming.
a lot of people are saying right now. You just thank the viewers for their patience, but I'm sure there's a lot of impatient viewers who don't identify with that.
Yeah, they might be impatient, but they're being forced to be patient.
Is that a
they
thing?
have
Can
to
you
wait.
force patience?
I mean, that's a great question. Because right now, I feel like we're forcing a lot of people to be patient.
Well, it looks like Team Secret are quite happy with this situation.
Well, they did score
Brad.
about 14 seconds in as well.
They did. Yeah, I'm sure they're just making fun of Brad for missing the double tap. Yeah, these guys are going to be looking to breeze through this and really establish some momentum going into the rematch with Gen.G. It would be a rematch if they can get the expected win here against EXO. That can happen in these group formats where you have one team going down from the upper bracket and one team moving on from lowers. You rematch if you've already played.
And I'm hoping for some juicy rematches, especially eyeing that Team BDS power. But Gen.G, a similar type of situation as BDS, where they got beat pretty decently by Falcons, especially that game 1. So Gen.G on the loss will have to be playing Team Secret coming up from that win. And Team Secret, they kept it pretty close against Gen.G, so that is certainly a winnable match.
Yeah, it's interesting. They played them twice, actually. They played them in London as well, I believe, and it was much the same result. So this Secret squad, you know, they've been close, just not close enough whenever they've had the opportunity to play true contenders for the entire competitions. Yeah, 3-1 in the opening match in London. Team Secret taking the opening game there in this weekend's matchup. They were able to take game 2. So it's more the tail end of the series, the business end of the series that Team Secret have struggled with. You know, game planning against these top tier teams with such experience playing in the major regions. Much harder, but I'm sure they're not looking past EXO here. This is the thing we've been talking about a lot of the weekend, is upsets. Chiefs upsetting against Gentlemates and nearly getting upset against SSG. You cannot look past the international competition right now. At these events, especially not in best of 5s.
Well, I was going to ask you how much we know that the Limitless power matchup, that would have been a big upset. How big of an upset would this be with EXO over Team Secret?
That's a good question. I think it would be more of an upset because Team Secret, I think, are a bit more reliable at just beating the teams they're supposed to beat when compared to Power. Power have actually been quite reliable at getting those results, but Team Secret seem to be more of a consistent level for me. Power maybe peak higher, but have lower troughs. They're less consistent. And when you're running against inconsistent teams, you do have more of a chance of an upset, I feel. And as well, Limitless, I personally rank just a little bit higher than EXO, especially after seeing them perform today. They were able to play much higher level than earlier in the year when we saw them in Copenhagen. I'm looking forward to seeing them again at the World Championship, see if they can make another large leap upwards in the standings. But this would be a massive upset. You know, EXO really have their work cut out for them here. This is a solid team. You know, they're not going to get wins against South American teams at international competitions easily these days. Sam has never been stronger with the likes of Furia, Complexity, Secret, Crew, all teams who I think are capable of taking wins at the international level. Stacked, just stacked region. When you're coming out into a LAN as a top 2 in your region, as stacked as Sam is, you really are top tier players.
And I mean, that's another conversation altogether, is just the regions in general. It really feels like we have hit a point in Rocket League esports history where we have truly more than just NA and EU who are true competitors, but we've still yet to see one of those teams take it all.
Yeah, we've seen Furia 2 years ago at Gamers 8. That's the only non-North American European team who have taken large-scale LAN event in Rocket League. Falcons, of course, have 2 second-place finishes at Rocket League RLCS majors, so they're pretty close. But it would be the first large-scale international win for MENA if Falcons or Twisted Minds can take down this one. Sam, they've got their one with Furia. They'll be looking to get another one. I mean, those 2 teams are rated by everybody.
And do you think it would mean anything different if it was in a format that's only 3s?
I think so, especially this close to the World Championship. I think this is an event that everybody has to rate. You've always got the copium when you're looking at a crew battle event. If your favorite team loses, you can say, well, they would have won threes. Look at the threes games. I think they were, you know, doing pretty well there. But there's no such thing now. We're just 2 weeks out from our LCS Worlds, so every team's showing up in good form. They're all practicing, well, except Chiefs who've played one scrim. They're looking brilliant anyway. Every team is looking to ramp up to Worlds, and this is perfect event for them to do it with. Now, guys, we'll get an update for you on the ETA of our return to the match very soon, but so you don't have to listen to us waffle for too long. Let's check in with CJ and see what he's getting up to.
Backstage, we're going to get exclusive access, Team Power in there. They're about to go on stage. They're doing their final prep work. We're going to jump in and just see what they're doing, what they're discussing. Come on. Jimmer, is it all right if the people sort of get a bit of an insight?
Oh, and the lesson that I'm running? Yeah, sure thing. You've come just in time to see our comprehensive plan on how we're going to win this series. You know what? What a good opportunity to go. Thieves, can I have you tracking in, mate? I need you to look up the front. Thieves, give him a tap, Zach. I'm sick of him. What are you doing? Get this out. You're going to be talking in a second. Sorry about this, team. We're still going through it. All right, we're just going to catch up. This is how it's going to go. How to win. Because obviously we're not very good at that. We're going to turn it around. I don't even think about the BDS series anymore. First things first, shoes optional. Sick and tired of us deciding whether it's shoes on or off. You should know first thing when you get out there, shoes off. I expect all shoes off. Be comfy. Next thing, don't miss. I've got brackets in there, Beard. That's not targeted at you, but I'm just going to use you as an example. Don't want you to miss anymore. The next one, I thought in that BDS series, Fees, mate, I need you to listen in. Handshakes. What's going on? Mixed firmness. Big T, show me a handshake. Nice and firm. Fees, did you watch that? Shake my hand. Telling you, Siege, telling you. And next thing's up, cool goals. Beard, tell me, what's an example of a cool goal we can score? Too late, I've got it right over here. I'm gonna have to do some really technical things. So here's a cool goal. Pretend this is an Octane. Air dribble. So Beard, next time you go up the wall, you got boost. I expect you to get up there. Get up. You air roll left or right? You air roll right. You air roll right, you're coming through. Bang, straight in. Cool goal. Sounds straightforward? What do you reckon, Siege?
It's awesome. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to win.
Thanks. All right, done.
Can't really argue with anything other than I think that was a nomad.
They won, so I mean, the coaching has to be valid there. Just honestly verified coaching from Jim. Phenomenal stuff. Lots of advice for you guys at home. Just don't miss. It's especially good. I
would like to take this moment, though, to thank everybody at home for their patience.
For their patience? What about the impatient viewers? Are we thanking them as well?
And if you're impatient and you're being forced to have patience thrust upon you, thank you as well.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day. I mean, there's one of those situations where you know when something just goes wrong and it's completely outside your control.
As a caster, I'm very familiar with that feeling.
You just gotta roll with it. Just gotta see what happens. You kind of, you know, your flight gets cancelled. The airport loses your luggage. You know,
that's happened to me.
That's happened to me this event. In fact, you know, you just gotta realize that you're in a funny story, ladies and gentlemen. As it's happening, it's not very fun, but it's a good story in the future. Next time everybody's talking about, can you believe that this situation happened? You've got a story that you can weigh in on. When somebody says, you won't believe this. There was a tech issue at an esports event I was watching. I had to wait 2 minutes for the game to start. You're going to be able to tell them about this tech issue and completely blow their tech paws out of the water. I mean, we are running this one up, so we've got an impressive story to tell in the future.
We might need to remind people where we're at in the game. Do you remember?
Manfield Night.
I wasn't really thinking the map-wise. I was more thinking results-wise. I think it was pretty early in the game. No, Team Secret up, and now we are getting back into the action. Team Secret has the lead in the game, and we are going to be getting this game back underway.
Okay, so 1-0 Team Secret, and
more time passed than I thought I remembered.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a nice position here for XO. Not the best boost totals though. Kevin, the only player with boost there, but he does force quite early. No, is it early enough? Yes, it is. Lasco, they're able to get back to, KV1 with a double tap. I mean, these are the plays, these accelerations that Team Secret are able to make in the ball. They're the plays that are going to be difficult for EXO to keep up with. I do think they're at a pace disadvantage, a mechanics disadvantage in this matchup.
Seeing how fast Team Secret can be. And we know how deadly they are in those 1v1 situations, especially KV1, who had some very impressive individual effort goals against Gen.G. KV1 lobs it towards net. Kevin off to the side where Mata is waiting. Mata for the 50, perfectly to KV1. Somehow Sphinx got a piece of it. I thought that was in.
Yeah, great read by Sphinx. And now the doink onwards, but Brad's going to be there to knock the ball away from danger. Love the technique, though, there from Sphinx. Just double jumping underneath the ball. None of this nonsense dodging when the doink is available. Brad, air dribble from the ground. Intercepted early by Lasco. They're starting to play a little bit more aggressively. EXO, this is promising. So if they're going to have a chance in this matchup, they cannot give Team Secret too many consecutive free touches. That's a great 50-50. Huge chance denied by the crossbar. Sphinx, you got to put that one on target.
Yeah, it's Sphinx not able to convert on that shot. We saw him have an opportunity as well against Falcons earlier, where there was only one goal scored in that entire series. Sphinx had another open opportunity that he couldn't put away. Sphinx will need to get dialed in, especially.
Oh, man.
That was quite the musty. Especially when Sphinx is that player for EXO, where you're relying, who you are relying on for the offense.
Yeah, Sphinx, the young, mechanical, new player coming into APAC this season. Very exciting player, scored a bunch of goals that, you know, you hide the nameplates and tell somebody Daniel scored it, it would get thousands of upvotes on Reddit. Yeah, he really has scored some clips that are Daniel, Zen, Yan, you know, TRK worthy, just S-tier potential coming out of these other regions. It's a big chance now. The ball's going way too high across the box, so that was tough for Lasco. He couldn't keep it under control.
Yeah, it was the right idea, though. Trying to pinch the ball around the corner. Just needed to get that ball lower. Sent it too high. Teammate wasn't able to collect it. EXO keeping this within reach, though. Mata. That shot predicted nicely by Lasco. There's a demo. Space given to Kevin. Kevin, heavy first touch on low boost. And that slows down the counterattack opportunity.
Just 30 seconds to go. It looked like it might be Team Secret running away with it early on, but EXO have kept it close, and now they're pressing for a late equalizer. Lasco pre-jumps off the ceiling. Brad saw him coming, and now here comes the transition. Top bins from KV1.
Wow. You see what Brad does here. Gets that touch and then boosts ahead to threaten the bump. Makes it where Sphinx can't get to the ball, and you cannot shoot that ball better.
Yeah. Absolute perfection. Coming out of Team Secret on the transition. And that was the right idea, though, again, by EXO. They lunged in. They've, you know, realized this is the final 30 seconds of the game. We've got to go for something here. Oh, how about this from Kevin, though? Ceiling reset, intercepted. This might not be over, though. That bounce is great. ZPS into the middle.
Oh, where was the shot?
No follow-up there. Looks like the boost was just at an all-time 0 for EXO, so they could not get a follow-up. And it is going to be game 1 of Team Secret, but once more, respectable from the newer region teams. They're not getting the game wins, but these are games that have you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, multiple scoring chances there for EXO. We saw Sphinx. He had a scoreable shot opportunity, sailed it high. We saw the pinch pass wrap around from Lasco. That was a little bit too high of a pass, couldn't get collected. So we saw multiple chances there for EXO. Not managing to put one in, but they kept that close against Team Secret, who also had a couple chances go away. And now, I believe we take a look at the highlights. This was the first goal that seemed to break everything.
Oh, that was a big chance.
Sphinx there it is.
Fast center ball. We had a couple of very fast center balls from EXO that just barely could not get collected. That was a great bump by Brad, centering it off his own back wall there towards his teammate who slammed it top corner. But Team Secret definitely, they've got to lock in. I think if that first game's taught them anything, it's that EXO are not just here to play. They are looking for their first big international victory. And it doesn't seem that far away. You know, at the start of this year, if you asked every Rocket League fan in the world, when will the current APAC and SSA Talent get their first series win. They're probably going to tell you 2 years, 3 years, but I think it seems closer. I think everybody's estimation will have gone closer now. They were seeing the progress they made in just, well, less than half a year now.
They are making progress.
Ooh.
Now Brad up. Oh, that shot pinched off the bar. Kevin keeping that one out.
Crossbar pinch saved by Kevin there. He needed to do that. Otherwise, it would have been an own goal. Perfect timing. Now Lasco looking to get things going the other way. Chasing Brad up into the ceiling. Brad's done well. He's got KV1 in the middle, but this is going to be an EXO esports ball. Sphinx with the big flick towards the top corner. Brad saves it, but not well. Kevin batters the backboard, but there was probably a better opening there for him to pick out. Couldn't find it. Oh, it's a great pass by Sphinx. Team Secret scrambled well to react to it, but these are impressive plays coming out of EXO.
Sphinx trying to win that foot race to the ball, but Brad hit it off to the side. Pinch from Lasco. Goes towards net and a response pinch from Mata. Now a blistering shot forces a double commit out of Team Secret. Ball out into the middle. Brad with a panic clear. Right to Sphinx. Sphinx trying to get back to the goal.
There he is.
And he does so. Sphinx seeing that Team Secret was stretched thin.
Oh, phenomenal recovery by Sphinx. Just rolled right through the ball. You had to get back to that one quickly. The defender was coming, but he slots it in. And EXO are really here to play, just like Limitless before them, trying to get the upset.
Mata. The block. Kevin, low boost, double commit. Lasco with a big play. Both teammates had committed with low boost. Kevin still low boost, will lob it upfield. Lasco's shot will be collected by KV1. KV1 tipping it around one. Now up the wall. Out of boost, has to bail out. Lasco to the side. Met by Brad. And Sphinx helps in with a clear, but KV1 looking for Mata. Mata gives up the ball. Brad with a win and a block. Big block from Brad.
Yeah, a bit careless there by Lasco, running straight into the block, and now a clear from Kevin. It goes the wrong way. It's gone in off the goalkeeper and the post. Brad credited with the finish. It was his shot on target.
And it was his block to keep that ball in the half as well.
Yeah, Brad's done a lot there. Really, though, Kevin just had to take his time. If he just waited for that ball to come to him, he could put it in the back corner. Instead, he's panicked just a little bit and centered it, and Brad was there on the far side to punish.
So the punish comes through from Brad, who did some unassisted work. Kevin with a tip. Mata meeting, and now Lasco can't get it by Brad. Brad, low boost, just takes the 50 perfectly out to KV1, and an easy goal for Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret double up. Excellent control by Brad, no boost, but you wouldn't know it as he manipulates the 50-50 in his favor, in his team's favor, to center the ball with exact power and precision. EXO have looked like they've got enough firepower to create scoring chances and even to take them this game. They've got the evidence of that. But defensively, they have struggled at times. This is another great chance, though. Oh, what a save. The shot just not quite good enough. Mata with a double save, in fact, to keep EXO at bay. Can he get triple? Doesn't have to. Brad's got his back.
Mata waits. Lasco lost the ball. Kevin doesn't want to dive in. Kevin trying to be patient here. That pass was into the middle, but Kevin was not in position for it. And now you can see Kevin leaving the ball, hoping Lasco can come in. Now finds himself all alone, trying to defend. The double tap's not there, and the follow-up shot was off the bar and out.
Oh, well, both those shots from Secret should have been on target, but EXO have gotten away with it. Now here comes Sphinx. Ceiling reset. Can he get the backboard? No, it's defended well by Team Secret, but once again, EXO look dangerous going forward.
EXO trailing by one. Kevin to the side. KV1 half a tank. Gave up the ball. It hit straight to Mata. Off the ceiling. Mata goes for the block, but Sphinx hits it by him. Now Brad. Back to KV1. KV1 over one. Flip reset. Delayed shot. It's good. KV1 is cooking.
Yeah, KV1 saved his dodge to get past the first defender. Flip reset to get past the second. That's a difficult flip reset to hit as well, landing on the ball and side flipping to shoot it past the goalkeeper. But EXO not able to chain their challenges together there in quick enough succession. KV1 with plenty of time to recover and outplay too.
Oh, that's a dunk goal from Sphinx.
Where did that come from?
It seems like it came out of nowhere. Sphinx, little tip up.
Oh my
And I love
goodness.
that finesse. Sphinx knew exactly what he was doing. Saw the defense in an awkward spot, recognized that dunk opportunity, and pounced on it.
I mean, Sphinx is a player with unbelievable potential. He's 15 years old. He turned 15 in January this year. And he really does look like he could grow into the talisman of APAC in the future if he isn't already one of their best players, which he is. 42 seconds left. EXO looking to come back into this one. Sphinx has not slowed down for a split second in this game. He is just going full pace as often as he can, but Team Secret are slowing the game down well. It's been low 50s. It's been the slow plays that have caught EXO off guard at times.
Blasco, key moment here, how he'll play it. Oh, and there's the boost stolen from KV1. Low boost situation for everybody. You can see Kevin and Lasco running on fumes. Sphinx has the boost to do something. And it looks like he also grabbed that corner boost. It's going to be all on Sphinx, and he can't get there. Flip reset, touch to the ground by KV1. And Team Secret take another game win.
It's so intelligent by KV1 there, using the reset to guarantee the game win. This really forces the defender's hand. If you don't challenge, he's going to let the ball drop. If you do, he's got a flip to put it past you. It was Team Secret actually trailing in this game. Sphinx opened the score in that man in the middle. An unfortunate misplaced clear by Kevin led to the equalizer for Team Secret, but check out
on this
50-50 middle.
50.
I mean, that is so well played by Brad, manipulating the challenge to pass to his teammate, and KV1.
Shot of the game.
Yeah, put it a bit past him with this reset. Excellent placement again.
Hey, KV1, he never fails to impress. So clean, so good. Helped put Team Secret over the edge. I think Brad also very good that game. Having that unassisted goal, the extra effort to block the ball, keep it in the half, and then score ultimately himself. That 50 perfectly back to KV1 as well. Brad and KV1 shining that game. Sphinx, though, also had some key moments for him.
Yeah, big time dunk. We didn't see a replay of it, but he brought it back within one with just a dunk on the goal line. Solo play, got both the goals this game. And he really is a threat that Team Secret have to be careful about. And will EXO be able to bring him into the game more often? I think Lasco and Kevin have to just be trying to do that. Facilitate the young mechanical Sphinx and see if he can work his magic.
Flip reset, double! And Lasco didn't get clean contact on the shot. And apparently we will have another pause. That is tragic.
Want to see how VAR did that ball cross the line? Go to the video referee and take another look at it.
Oh man, if he hits that ball cleanly, he might have had enough pace to score that.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It was a great first touch. Those reset doubles are really becoming automatic these days. Off the last timeout, the tech pause. Oh my, yeah, the water. We're gonna need some more water for Brad, please. He has just devoured.
Stay hydrated.
That one. These bottles not big enough for Brad, it would seem. But yeah, after the last long break, Team Secret didn't seem phased at all. They were pretty relaxed the entire time. You know, you're not going to phase these guys. They've been deep into tournaments before where there have been timeouts, pauses, long breaks. EXO are the team who really have to try and use this as a pseudo timeout. You know, figure out a winning strategy, because they're the team who are losing. This, you know, technically should benefit them more, even though that's not what's happening here. We do have a tech issue, not a timeout. They can still use it as such.
Oh, certainly. There's nothing preventing them from strategizing. And it was a good start to the game there for EXO. We saw that flip reset double tap opportunity. Lasco came up just short. It was barely saved. But EXO, they're going to have a lot a lot of work ahead of him.
I just saw Mota finishing his water bottle as well. Have we got a replacement there? Is that an empty bottle, or has he already got even it looks like Coach Bruno. These guys are just dehydrated over in the Team Secret
Gregan would be proud. He would be proud at the state of hydration.
That looks pretty empty to me. I think we need some new water bottles in the Team Secret side of the stage, please. These guys are, I mean, it's sweaty out here. And the difference about sweating in Saudi Arabia versus sweating in other countries is it actually works for cooling your body down. That evaporates instantaneously in this dry desert-like heat. So, yeah, we're going through a lot of water right here, James.
Yeah, and you could see ZPS, or Lasco, formerly ZPS, sweating a little bit on the end there. Perhaps feeling the pressure.
Bit cringe to be sweating in his tournament games, don't you think?
Never. This is where you have a free pass. Sweat as hard as you can.
I also do sweat in every Rocket League game I play.
Even the customs.
Always full effort.
The private lobbies. But now the players have to get serious. For EXO, this is their tournament life. If they lose this next game, they're going to have to hand over that key to get crushed. We saw Jimma do a brilliant job crushing the last key. Team Secret looking to crush another.
Well, you mentioned there, Jimma. That was CJ bringing us that content last time around. You know, I enjoyed it so much personally. Let's check in again. Let's go see what CJ's up to. Or not. Let's just not see what CJ's up to.
I was getting ready to do my best CJ impression. Water?
I really
need some water.
Need some water. I'd love to check in with CJ. We can't do that right now.
Yeah,
I think he's probably just busy recording another banger of a content piece for us to take a look at. Have you been enjoying CJ in his new role here at Esports World Cup, just basically roaming around with the microphone, terrorizing every team he finds? Then be sure to let the Esports World Cup social media know. I think he's been doing a great job. I'm proud of him.
Oh, CJ's a natural. I was trying to read an article about CJ in his local newspaper. They were talking about how he was not only a rugby star.
He is, yeah.
But also a commentator traveling the world. Unfortunately, the article was paywalled.
Oh, come on now,
I know.
CJ. Can we get some access to that, please? Yeah, CJ, very talented at almost everything he does. It's really annoying. He just good at every activity and sport that we try whenever we're at these LAN events.
The title of the article was Juggling Footy and Esports. How Johns has best of both worlds with Saints.
There you go. Yeah, he's quite modest about all that. He doesn't share too much, but we do need to get some access to that article. If somebody could please let us know.
I'm sure CJ paid for it. He paid.
Surely not. Yeah,
we'll have to go ask him to read it.
I mean, if he got interviewed for it, surely they gave him access.
You gotta know.
They're not like, hey, can we interview you for this paper? Also, if you want to read it, you're gonna need to pay, buddy.
All right. Well, we can't rely on CJ for content anymore. We got to focus back in on this match. It is an elimination match. EXO Esports on the brink against Team Secret, who has been looking very good, especially KV1, who hit a flip reset goal in this past game to help Team Secret secure the win.
And unlike Limitless, EXO are not going to be at the RLCS World Championship, so this could be the last big tournament that they play, at least for the foreseeable future. So they really do want to throw everything at this. I just want to see a highlight goal from Sphinx in particular. Can he give us maybe a ceiling pinch rebound, something to that effect?
I mean, or at least a flip reset.
Yeah,
I'd even take that.
Oh, hold on. Brad's getting tired. This could be huge for EXO. KV1's laughing at him. Internal turmoil in Team Secret.
He has the keyboard so far away. Is that the new meta? You know, I've seen the sideways keyboard, but that one...
He just doesn't want that in his face. He's trying to get rid of it, get it out of his line of sight. Yeah, I know his coach behind him there, Bruno, is a KBM player. Used to be one of the top SAM players himself. Still is very high rated in his own right. But we are close to game time.
And we only had about 18 or 20 seconds off the clock in the beginning of game 3.
Last time you underestimated that. Are you sure this time?
I am pretty sure.
You're pretty confident?
I'm pretty confident.
Okay.
I think it was 4:42.
Okay.
Is what we left off on.
All right, everybody remember that 4:42. We'll see how close James was.
If I'm wrong, I'm sure chat will put the correct time in.
I'm not seeing any screens in front of us that could lead James to cheat here, so I can validate that this is a guess. As Team Secret look to finish the job. They've so far just done enough. It's not been a blowout. It's not been a cruise to victory. They've really had to grind these wins out, but they've got the wins. 2-0, triple match points, and we're getting back into game. Oh, it's 4:34. You're 8 seconds off.
My bad. I could have sworn. But here we go. Getting back into the match. Elimination game here. EXO must win. KV1, this is dangerous for EXO, and it's a goal for KV1. Got some help, though, with the bump off the goal line.
Yeah, necessary bump there. KV1's shot was bouncing on target slowly. Kevin just didn't play the ball there. Got a little bit faked out as he came in for a high challenge. And Team Secret have another lead. It's KV1 who's all smiles as he keeps scoring every single game.
Sphinx, air dribble bump, but it's defended nicely. Didn't make contact. Lasco beat to the ball as well. Kevin and Sphinx both low on boost, streaking back. Under 150, sitting on the goal line for what seemed like an age. But Kevin got in the way with a nice 50 and keeps this lead to just 1 for Team Secret.
Well, that's a nice angle shot, but it is a routine save for Team Secret in defense. Oh, Mata up quickly, crossbar down to KV1. Not on target though. Lasco's got options here. Doinks it into the side of the net. What a goal to tie the game.
Saw that the defender was awkward. KV1 didn't get that ball deep enough to the corner, and that is a difficult read for Brad to have to make. He's sitting in the middle of the goal.
And Brad's probably also thinking he could just run ahead and demo me here, so he's probably thinking I've got to prepare to get in and out of my own net to dodge that, make a save, and before you can actually react to what comes his way, it's actually just a shot, and it's in his goal.
You're right, because Lasco could have tried to catch that into a dribble.
It was already, I think it was already on, so there's so many options there to cover. Oh, the crossbar for Team Secret the other end. They really are the masters of keeping the ball alive in the danger area. Motta's missed this overhead though. That's Sphinx. Oh, what a save by Motta. He can't get back for the double, but Lasco beats him to it. Initially a misplay from Motta, followed up by Heroics. No one is there to bail him out.
That was close call. But Lasco there to put in his second goal of the game. EXO Esports have a lead. Will 2 goals be enough to get this win in Game 3?
I'm impressed by EXO's transition play, their offense. Oh, the defense, though. Before I can finish my sentence, have conceded again. This is where the issue is. They're really struggling to keep the ball under control. That's not a good clear by Sphinx.
There was no pressure for Sphinx to give up that ball.
He's just giving it away there. And, you know, with Kevin, we saw Kevin do the same thing in the last game, just giving the ball away in defense. They're making panicky touches. And I think that's affectionately known by Yummy Cheeseman as an APAC clear, where you, instead of clearing the ball, you in fact center it for the opponents. It's still plaguing them to this day.
KV1 will leave this for Brad, but Lasco cuts the play out. Kevin with a long lob. Lasco tip over and now boom downfield. Brad gets a bump on Sphinx. Sphinx still got a piece of it, and Kevin does get the corner, so EXO will have boost to defend. They do hit it out to the corner. Sphinx with a hit up the wall. Mata, low boost. And now Brad trying to take space. Up against Sphinx, gets a 50. Kevin's backwards, but does enough. Sphinx looking for Kevin, and Kevin does hit it across field.
Yeah, that's much better from EXO, actually. Finding a pass out of defense. It's one of the options they've got to increase their conversion rate on actually clearing the ball. As now Team Secret looks set up a 2v1. KV1 running ahead of the ball. Kevin's actually redirected into his own crossbar in an attempt to save it. Slow play by Brad, low 50. An aspect of the game that Team Secret have really dominated in these past few games. When the game slows down, Team Secret look like they're still comfortable. And it's EXO who are starting to scramble whenever it does.
And that was a scramble there, a fake leading to a shot. Really nice chance for Team Secret. EXO barely surviving. Kevin Into the middle, Lasco leaves it for Sphinx. And there's a demo from behind. Brief numbers advantage here for Team Secret as they work off that demo. Brad, flip, reset, pass down. Nobody wanted to bite.
That's a hard hit from Lasco. KV1 going to try and catch it. He does well. Look how efficiently they transition with defensive passing plays. Just a different level from Team Secret when compared to EXO. They've had low 50s in defense, passes, hard clears. Compare that to EXO's struggles to get rid of the ball, where they're not really able to get it past their first man. Kevin does so there though, but here comes the second. Mota sticks it back into the danger area. Sphinx going to try and get it clear. But once again, it doesn't really go over anyone. And that does give Team Secret the heads up on the very next play.
Lasco will lob it down slowly. Mata over one. Good 50 from Kevin. Brad leaves it. Lasco lobs it up above net. Team Secret on the defensive. Sphinx going for a 50 here and opts to go for a bump. Does land it on Mata, leaving Lasco some space. The 50 down. Kevin didn't want to dive in. Plays it slow. Good last second pressure here from XO. Shot opportunity for Lasco. He fakes it for Kevin, and Kevin will go for a corner pass. Ball still in play. Sphinx can't catch it, and we've got overtime.
Lots of chances there, half chances for EXO in regulation. They're looking to take their first game of the series. Shut down as the cheat got started after the kickoff. That's a big interception coming out of Team Secret. EXO have got to be careful here. They don't want the ball to spill loose into the middle with another bad clear. And that's what's happened here. It's a heroic save to keep them in the game. But these soft clears are not giving them too many chances to keep control of the match.
Lasco cuts around Brad, but stopped by KV1. Sphinx looking up for Lasco. Lasco had to go all the way into enemy corner territory to get that boost. Ball bouncing. Mata goes for double, but didn't have boost to make it happen. Brad trying to catch and control. Pinch sends it out to the middle. Mata, he's got boost to do damage. But lost control of the ball. It won't make much happen.
Yeah, lots of boost now available for EXO for the first time in a while. And now miss comes in from Sphinx. He can't afford to be making those mistakes. Not in these crucial moments. But these are the moments that Team Secret have so much more experience with than their young opponents from the APAC region. You have to favor them, the veterans of high pressure situations, to get the job done. Passing chance for EXO. They lose control of it though. You just look at the composure from Team Secret.
And that's
finding
really,
each other on transition again.
And that has to be where the experience or lack of experience for EXO shows. Sphinx had all the time to work. Gave up the ball again. Now a long lob down. Lasco, pressure on him. Brad with the 50. Ball goes right to KV1. Mata with the 50. Shot opportunity potentially, but that's shut down. Sphinx lobs towards net. Mata dodges the bump attempt from Kevin.
Defensive double from Team Secret to keep that one under control, but that was a great chance. EXO starting to warm up into overtime here as we extend past 2 minutes. Their tournament life on the line, and they're playing like it. That's another long shot. Is it on target? It's off the post, and out. It's a post-pitch save by KV1.
It just isn't meant to be for EXO. Can they recover from that? Team Secret now on the counterattack. Sphinx, nice read. Hard hit upfield. Mata back to the ball, catches it, tries to pop it over Lasco, but Lasco had read that nicely and clears it all the way down to Team Secret's half.
Sphinx has got a double here. Will there be a follow-up? It is coming through from Kevin, but Lasco doesn't want to commit too early here. Wants to give his teammates time to recover. Slows the game down well. 50s it back to Sphinx. Looking for the bump, but Brad dodges it and gets to clear.
Ball in the middle of the field, low boost. Lasco.
What a read.
Massive boom downfield, buying more time for his teammates. And Brad loses the ball. You can see him awkward, leading to a chance now for EXO.
There's a miss. Brad with a huge save, but Sphinx is up uncontested here. Can he get the shot on? Yes, he can. It's off the post on the line and saved once again by Team Secret.
How many lives does Team Secret have? Flip reset from Lasco. Brad pushing it to the corner with no boost.
Good pass.
Sphinx, this is it. Oh, no, it's not. Mata hits it to the side, but the attack is still going.
They're all over them, but Sphinx misreads the corner bounce. Now Team Secret have a chance to stabilize. EXO running out of boost, but trying to keep the attack alive. Lasco rotated deep. He's found Sphinx to the sidewall. Sphinx with the big flick. Top left. Brad again makes the last-ditch save.
And the demo came out as well. EXO have Team Secret reeling.
Oh,
and there's a double
surely.
This has to be it.
There it
is. EXO stave off elimination and get a Game 3 victory over Team Secret.
What a pass by Kevin underneath two pre-jumping defenders. Bounces it into the middle. EXO Esports.
Wow.
Not going the easy way, but they've got a game.
Wow. And then, you know, they earned that, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
They earned that. How many chances did they have? That one ball that bounced off the post, goes across the goal line, gets pinched out. You're thinking, oh, is that how it's going to go for EXO? They're going to get that close chance and then give up the goal and get eliminated with another 0-3 APAC performance? No, that was not what was in the script.
Well, so we started off with Lasco, just completely outplaying Brad. The beautiful pop on target. Mota initially making a heroic save before getting beaten to the ball in the follow-up. But overtime win. Deep into overtime as well after a massive save. I mean, so many big-time saves coming out of Team Secret in this game. KV1 making a couple of them there. They're committing all over the place, but Sphinx
had to just tap that in. Yeah, you
I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have missed that in that kind of situation. Don't lie, I know a lot of you guys watching would as well, but yeah, you can see what that means to Brad. They're like, oh, we have to play another game. We're gonna need to keep going, and this is not your typical. And Sam, for me, South America is a major region at this point. Like the level Sam is at right now is closer to EU and NA than it's ever been. Team Secret are a top 2 team in Sam. They're, you know, on the cusp of making top 8s internationally. And APAC's number 2 team are right there with them mechanically. It's mostly, you know, bad decision-making that's costing them goals, bad clears, panicky touches in defense. They're not getting outpaced. They're not getting outplayed completely. They're not getting just completely blown off the pitch like the APAC teams have in the past.
And a big part of that, I think, is due to Lasco. Lasco had some very key defensive touches.
Ooh.
He had some big clears, and then also some goals as well. I think Lasco put his stamp on the series in that last game.
Really did, and they need everybody to show up here. They've just got to try and keep their composure. That's obviously one of the best moments of their Rocket League careers so far, getting a game win internationally against a team like Team Secret, but Team Secret opened the scoring in Game 4, and it was off another failed clear. Lasco there got it away from Mota, but KV1 was the real threat. And once again, we see them losing control in defense in these key moments.
And no one was back defending. Kevin recognized late, was on low boost, and Sphinx was a little too far out of position as well.
That's why, you know, those slow plays in defense are so helpful, giving your teammates time to get boosts and get back instead of rushing the clear, messing it up, and receiving a shot before anybody can recover.
EXO will have to fight from behind now. Brad saw nobody was there to pass to, hits it to open space. Lasco on fumes. Will win that 50 deep to the Team Secret corner. Big boom from Brad, straight off the ceiling. Mata, slow to the ball. KV1 fakes out Kevin and gets it by Lasco, but does get demoed by Lasco.
Oh, reset from Sphinx. He looks dangerous. Kevin up fast for this one. Oh, he's doubled it nearly in. That more hits him than Red, but Lasco's there for the finish either way. No boost on Team Secret to make any kind of play, but look at Kevin here. After the 50-50, gets another touch, nearly scores it, and Lasco pounced on the second ball.
Yeah, didn't need to hit it too hard when the opposing team has no boost. Yeah, that second effort, though, that second touch by Kevin, completely throwing off Team Secret. Now a good bounce back to Sphinx as well. Can Sphinx do something?
Oh, I mean, he looks confident, Sphinx, every time he gets up into the air. Doesn't look like it's going to be fun for Team Secret to play against. Lasco break a rotation there, didn't catch Mota by surprise. Sphinx out into the middle towards Lasco, well knocked on. Sphinx up immediately for this one. Booms a shot top shelf. Brad reacts well, but look how quickly Kevin's up for it. If you switch the nameplates, you think Team Secret are the blue side right now with the speed of these aerial attacks.
new life for EXO after that Game 3 win. KV1 leaves it off for Brad, but Brad loses possession. KV1 hitting it out to the side. Sphinx first to it.
Oh my goodness.
Nailed that off the ceiling. And it did catch the defense off for Team Secret, but they still get the clear.
I mean, this is why the APAC community's been raving about Sphinx all year. When he gets into the flow state, he is such an exciting player to watch. Like I mentioned earlier this year, he's just 15 years old. In his debut season, debut year, playing as a pro, he has got so much potential. I mean, if he can just keep grinding, we are going to see some amazing things from him in his career. I can guarantee it.
Sphinx with a game win over Team Secret. Those game wins are rarity for the APAC region. And this is a big result so far for EXO. Team Secret looking to close out the series and crush EXO's key. But EXO making things difficult. They are not rolling over.
I mean, they've already collected the biggest game win. Oh, what a demo! Sphinx with the goal, but it's Lasco with the demo. They're up 2-1. This is unbelievable. We just might say they're getting the biggest game win of APAC's entire existence. What about the biggest series win of APAC's entire existence? That's what they're pushing for here. It's not just about the Esports World Cup. It's not just about staying alive in the tournament. It's their entire region and the history of Rocket League within that region.
Will EXO be able to hold on? Brad as well. That pass out into the middle from Brad was not what was called for Team Secret. You even saw it on the highlights, Brad, with the hand on the face.
Oh, what pass.
But now a perfect pass, KV1. This was a dime right to him.
Oh my goodness, what a read by Brad. He puts it backwards after the awkward corner bounce comes back towards him. That is unreal to pick out KV1 like that. KV1 didn't waste any time shooting at top bins. And I think I have to amend the previous statement. I think didn't Elevate beat Vitality last year? I think they got maybe one game.
Well, I know, I believe
this would be the biggest series win of APAC. I do want to say that for sure, if they can get the win here.
I definitely know that Detonator took a game off FaZe back in the 21-22 season.
Oh, true, they did. But we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. That is a completely free goal for Team Secret. No moments ago, it seemed like EXO were starting to take control of the series, but where's the defense here? Just not enough time for the rotations to come back in. And now, from 2-1 up, looking to reverse sweep to 3-2 down with a minute to get back into the game, or you're eliminated, key crushed, and just tears as you watch your hopes being taken away from you.
Oh.
Can EXO get something else to keep APAC dreaming?
They're in the pressure cooker now. Under a minute left to go. EXO trailing by 1. It was a heroic stand last game, but will that be their last stand? Sphinx, 50 out into the middle. Brad goes up high. Lasco up early and reads the hit perfectly. Numbers advantage here for EXO on the counterattack, but it's cleared right up the gut, and Brad gets a nice touch as well, making things tough for EXO.
That's so well played by Team Secret in a momentary 1v2. EXO starting to panic as the clock ticks down to 0. Will this be the end of their tournament? Despite such exciting games against Team Secret, Team Secret just proving to be too experienced down the stretch with less than 10 seconds to go.
Will Lasco turn for this? Kevin challenges from behind. Lasco up. And that's to open space. And that is this series. Team Secret close it out. A 3-1 victory over EXO.
Well, what a win for Team Secret. Staving off a highly impressive second seed in APAC. EXO really showed up today and played incredibly well. An exciting series, getting a game ahead in multiple games, but Team Secret just kept on going. And I think maybe EXO got a bit too excited at times in Game 4 here. Rushing clears, not really getting back quickly enough. But oh boy, their offense is looking good. When they can get the ball into attack, they look like they can score.
Yeah, and I think Sphinx had some good moments, but I think the one game win that they had, I think you have to give most of that credit to Lasco. I thought Lasco had such a good Game 3 with the doink goal. with the defensive plays. Lasco was all over him.
The bump in the last game to leave the net open for Sphinx. I mean, they really did all play so well. And, you know, to see the progress that this team's making, it's just wonderful to see as the key now does get handed over from EXO to Team Secret, who will be crushing it. Brad comes to accept it.
At least, Brad, with two hands. Yeah. So, Team Secret, they looked a little shaky in Game 3, but they cleaned things up, Johnny. And now we'll look ahead to a rematch against Gen.G for that qualification spot through lowers. And to talk about it, we're going to go back to the analysts.
Well, it was a good fight at the end by EXO, in all honesty. I like that, a little bit of gusto out of them, but it went the way we eventually thought. Wasn't as crushing as a defeat, though, as maybe most would have thought.
I mean, look, we were saying to start with, what are their mini checkpoints? Is it getting goals? Is it getting a game? They got goals, they got a game, and they got a brilliant game at that as well. It took them an overtime, but ultimately, Corelli, they earned it, and they've shown their mettle.
And they showed that, I mean, they could push Team Secret to the brink. I mean, they had tremendous pressure against them just a couple games ago, and I don't know, I feel like I had mentioned that Team Secret maybe looked up and down against Gen.G yesterday, but for EXO Esports, this was a really good showing from them. They put on some good pressure against a high-paced South American team.
No, let's think about this from between the Chiefs, between EXO now. Look at what we're getting from these other regions that weren't ever considered, you know, the main regions or the big regions. The fact that we're actually seeing them contest games. But even just a few years ago, these teams would have been crushed. It would have just been devastating. Not anymore.
I mean, you don't even need to say a few years ago, last year.
Right,
Last year, an APAC team coming up against South America #2, it would not have been that close. Thoroughly impressed with EXO. Sphinx, we wanted a lot out of him. I think he delivered as well. Yeah, very impressed across the board with EXO, to be honest.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But on the other side for Team Secret now, Corelli, I mean, them looking forward, looking good, but where do you put them kind of in the world of...
They look fine. They look fine.
Fair enough. Okay, that's it. That's all we need.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
Let's move on to the Sony MVP player of the match. Of course, we're going to have to give this one to KV1. I mean, a monster for the squad, Corelli. He's always just a reliable player.
He looked great throughout that series. I'm sorry. No, he looked good. And I pointed him out when they were walking in as well. He was the big driver, the engine of this team yesterday against Gen.G. Today, again, putting up a lot of goals, putting up a lot of pressure. That's what you expect out of KV1. I still think you haven't really seen the three-headed Hydra from Team Secret yet. It's been a lot of KV1, and that's great for them. But as the competition gets better and better, they're going to need a full team effort.
Yeah, I think it definitely comes down to seeing not just the fact that he's obviously scoring a lot of incredible goals, but the fact he's also assisting his teammates very frequently. And I think he held his nerve, especially when they lost 4-minute overtime. Him, ultimately all of them, they didn't let it kind of shake them. They didn't let that define what the series was going to become. They didn't let it go to 5, which we saw obviously Chiefs do a little bit earlier when we saw their opponents get a little bit shaky. Instead, they stayed very, very firm against an EXO team that, as we've given them credit for, pushed them very far. And getting 20 shots in a 4-game series, 5 shots per game, is a stunning performance offensively.
And I'm just going to shout out some great passes coming out from Brad to KV1. As you see there, we get another key to crush. Let's go!
Okay, that's not our chant.
Sorry.
We agreed on a chant. It was not that.
Yeah, sorry. We're trying to figure out a chant here for the
KV1 getting to set up the key here. Is he going to be able to crush it as well? I guess. It sounds like okay.
She's got the gloves.
Safety gloves on.
I feel like she's about to do like the MJ lean. Forward. That's it. Safety first.
There we go.
Flies out here.
Safety first.
All right, who gets to hit the button?
He's KV1. KV1. He's got to do it. The MVP.
Right. Give it the old key twist.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Crush that key.
Come on, crush that
key. Crush that key.
Yeah, Sender.
Keep her going. Down, all the way down.
This is a tough one.
To the ground. It's like touching your toes.
Yeah.
I can't do that, actually.
I can't do that.
I'm too far away from the floor.
Pulverizer can't either.
I'm very inflexible.
Do we get another one? Can we go like to the other side, maybe? An extra?
Is it? Well, that would just straighten it out again.
No. I mean, you like turn it around, like kind of like, you know,
I just meant like some cross in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there it is.
Maybe that's next year.
Pull it out. Show us your prize. Yeah. You took them down. There's EXO gone, eliminated from the tournament. It was all due to this squad right here. This man the MVP. And Team Secret is going to be flying on throughout this tournament. Speaking of, we have so much more tournament to get through, but today is nearing the end. 2 more matches. Let's get to a break and finish off the Rocket League for day 2.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Here we are this time with EXO, and we have Kevin off a tough loss there to Team Secret, but a close series as well. You guys really fought back.
Yeah, it was close. You know, with the fans cheering at the back, I thought I'd be a bit nervous, but, you know, they really motivated me. I was clamping it. If you didn't see, I was holding it down. So, yeah, I really wanted to win. I'm not going to lie. I really thought we had it, so unlucky.
So you guys are having fun out there. How have you enjoyed, I guess, competing and being here at the Esports World Cup?
Aside from the heat, it's all good. It's fine. No, honestly, the hospitality is great. You know, we just met our org owner as well. Really cool guy. So yeah, it's been fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's the best land we've been at so far.
I love that.
Really the best. Yeah.
Have you been any of the other activities, the go-karts or 10-pin bowling, anything like that?
We were thinking of going, where is it? The safari, but then when we first landed, we felt the heat, and then, yeah, we might have to chalk that one up. But we're thinking of going go-karting and trying out some Shake Shack, you know, because I've never had Shake Shack. Yeah, so yeah.
Awesome. So obviously getting back to the Rocket League, tough loss, you guys getting knocked out, but I guess this is now the end of your season, obviously not going to be there in Texas. What's next for Kevin?
Well, just grinding, you know, 5 months, you know. Hopefully I get to go to my dad's house for Christmas and play some more EU ranked, you know. So yeah, aside from that, we're just gonna grind, you know, see what happens next season. We don't know what's gonna happen yet, so yeah.
Awesome, man. Just to finish off, anything you'd like to say to your supporters, to your friends or family that were watching back home?
Shout out to EXO, you know, greatest org ever, not gonna lie, best hospitality. And yeah, thank you for the fans that came out to support us. Yeah, thank you guys.
Legend. Thank you to Kevin. Cheers.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. As our next teams start rolling in, we have 2 keys crushed and plenty more to go. Of course, the Nicosia Ballers are now having to face off against another hometown team in Twisted Minds. I'm EliteX, and joining me now to talk about this next matchup is James Bont and Jorby. How you guys doing on the day so far?
You know, I just got done casting the last 2 matches. You know, there was a few pauses in the last match. That didn't seem really to phase.
We got that CJ talk with Power that was great.
Yes,
though.
Also I will say I do want to make a correction.
Okay.
I said that CJ.
Oh.
I said he plays rugby. It's Australian rules football.
How'd you get that one wrong?
Is Australian rules football just another way to say rugby?
No, it's actually very different.
It's very different,
and I actually prefer it. Yes,
it is a lot of fun to watch.
Yes.
I forgot it existed.
That's fair. I'll have to check that out. It sounds interesting.
It is. Really cool. Anyways, looking at this matchup here, we have the Nicosia Ballers versus Twisted Minds. This is an interesting matchup here because Twisted Minds coming in as MENA number 2, obviously not as favorited by the fans as well, are still going to have a lot of people backing them because we're here in Riyadh. Nicosia Ballers, definitely probably the underdoggiest of underdogs here.
Yeah, they did not manage to score a single goal against Furia. Yeah. Furia is a very good team, as you know.
Furia scored a lot of goals against them. They scored so many that they tried to get 10 at the end of the game with a fake kickoff. I mean, that's just Furia things. But Twisted Minds yesterday against Vitality actually looked very good. And Vitality's defense was just so solid. I mean, we saw Vitality against Furia today and how difficult Furia had getting through the net. But I actually really like how Twisted Minds looked. They're still getting used to their new player, Naupo, and adjusting to him. But SMW and Monstermat started figuring it out in the series. They were able to pressure Vitality, who look like one of the contenders to win it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, well, James, if that's a player that's going to help you out, Nuvo's going to be a player you want to bring that team to the next level.
Oh, certainly, and you know, they have that ability. To me, I look at MENA very similar to South America, where it's, you know, Furia is by far and away the big dog of that region. They are that major winning team. You know, they have that ability. And so for me, it's the same with Twisted Minds. You know, the Team Falcons, they are that #1 team in the region. They can win a major. They've made it to a finals. Twisted Minds, they have the talent to make deep runs, like how Team Secret made a top 4 before. I think Twisted Minds has that level if they're playing at their peak.
I really do think so as well. I mean, all 3 of those players have showcased that talent.
Right.
And I think you do just go back to that Vitality match, and you see that potential there. And now here in the lower stage of this group, you're up against Nkosi Ballers, who, you know, it's going to be a difficult match no matter who they play. And this is a great chance for Twisted Minds to really start working on their synergy, because that's the one thing that I was really critical of. I casted that game, and they just didn't have that kind of synergy. Still getting used to working with Nowpost. This is the big chance on stage to get that synergy here.
Well, it's time for STC Play fan vote. Get those in on stcplay.gg. While you're doing that, we'll keep talking about this. I mean, I don't know if we still have it too. Look at the group graphic here just to take a look at what these two teams had to go through. But yeah, there we are. Just looking around, it wasn't easy. I mean, you got G2 and Team BDS, and this is why. This is the wrong one.
But I do want to say, if we do get the correct group bracket up, the interesting thing about this format is you will see rematches. You will see rematches no matter what.
Yep.
But I think the other thing that is kind of interesting is that we won't see a rematch in this qualifying match because Furia lost to Vitality. So, you know, that's going to be fun. I think we expect to see Twisted Minds make it through here, so you can expect to see Twisted Minds Furia come.
That will be an insane match, because Twisted Minds, I mean, MENA Rocket League, right? They love playing fast. They love playing hard and aggressive. South America are the same exact way, like you were saying. There's so many parallels between both regions, so I'm looking forward to that. I mean, that's going to be insane.
I guess the big question here is, because we all have Twisted Minds likely winning this matchup.
Yes.
Okay. What's the percentage for the fan vote?
That's I was the one who said I estimate like a 6% troll factor. I feel like we've been at like 20%. For this one. So, okay, maybe 14% troll.
You think they would get 0?
They got perfect.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to find out right now, James Bot, if they are actually trolling. Who's gonna win it? Let's see.
More keys are yet to be crushed here, Fancy. We've got the Nkosi Ballers taking on Twisted Minds. Now, Nkosi, from my perspective, at least losing 0-3 to Furia, not scoring a single goal. Who knows? Maybe this could be their moment for a turnaround.
Honestly, if they have anything up their sleeves, it's time to show it, because there's no other chance at the lower bracket. If you lose this one, you get your key crushed. Twisted Minds, however, they're looking really good against Vitality. Yes, they lost the game. They took one map, though. But at the same time, I was actually talking to Nuba earlier, and he was saying that I lost because I didn't have a good controller and mine was broken. So, I mean, they got him a new controller. Not sure if that's going to work out. But either way, it is time for another key to be crushed and another team to qualify to the next stage at the lower bracket. Casters, take it away.
An elimination match, Corelli. Twisted Minds, a fantastic game yesterday versus Vitality, but not enough due to a controller. Thoughts?
Oh, it sounds like some cope. But listen, maybe there was something wrong. I don't know. That feels like cope. I'm sorry. I just, when that happens, whatever. But I think for Twisted Minds, they get obviously a much easier matchup here against Nkosi Ballers, and I think for them, you know, they're the hometown heroes. I like that. I think that it makes this tournament a lot more interesting as well, because we don't get that too often.
Yeah.
And the crowd's going to be behind them. And I think Twisted Minds are, you know, they have a roster that can make a deep run in this tournament. They've got to go through these preliminary stages, and a win here puts them up against Furia.
And the Nkosi Ballers, obviously, not the result they were hoping for yesterday versus Furia, down 0-3. Now they're up against another tough matchup in Twisted Minds. It's not every day that you have to go back-to-back against people who look like they have a shot at winning this one. Yesterday, Furia put up 9 on them. Today we'll see if that offense that was able to box in Vitality from Twisted Minds puts up the same show here.
And that's a matchup that, you know, is rough for, or was rough for Nkosi Ballers. I mean, this was, you know, being perfectly swept, shut out, obviously, throughout that series against Furia. And unfortunately, Twisted Minds are going to bring that same type of speed, pace rather, into this game. So if you're on the blue side here, you've got to match that pace, or at least figure out the pace as fast as you possibly can.
Early press from Twisted Minds here. As currently, Nkosi Ballers just seeing if they can find enough boost. Right now, they're pretty strapped and trying to fight off an assault from up high, as that's a great save from Cam. Guns hoping he can get to this one. Elects to give a little room and try and stay on the back wall to give himself some space to try and make a play, as Twisted Minds kind of having their pick of how they want to go at the defense, as it will be air dribbled through and popped out to the corner.
And that's scary. If Twisted Minds are starting off with the air dribble handoff in midair, and they are in full control. I think just trying to show as much control on the ball individually as they can, as you see a lot of air dribbles coming out. Here's an opportunity for Cam and Nkosi Ballers to maybe set something up. Cam had to pick up boost, and he gets by 1. It's Twisted Minds trying to feel that pressure, and they're able to get a decent clear.
First chance at staying on offense. Guns misses the clear, though, and that will make Cam have to make a bit of an awkward save, and blind clear for Guns down the middle. Austin looking for an outbow, but no dice. All the way back to the Nkosi Ballers half. Nkosi Ballers just seeing, okay, we're under a little bit of pressure, but kind of the same problem as yesterday for Twisted Minds as well. It's a good offensive showing, but nobody's actually really pressing the finish button. They haven't really put that extra physical pressure. Just a matter of how much heat do they really want to throw at them.
SMW wave dashing into the ceiling, then sliding towards the ball in a power slide there. Pretty impressive. It didn't amount to anything but a challenge after all the tricks and the feints and the hand motions. It's Twisted Minds on a challenge in front of the box, or right inside the box rather. That gets them there first, and with all that pressure, you would expect it to finally drop.
You'll take it however it comes, I suppose. And Twisted Minds certainly happy enough to find themselves with a fairly early lead. 3 minutes, however, a lot of time, and now if you're Nkosi Ballers, you have to kind of look at it and say, look, you had your chance on the attack, now we're going to go on it. We have to see somebody be willing to take that ball under their own control, force a 50. Cam trying to do just that. Of course, that Mina speed out of the middle, such a tough hurdle to get over. Cam with a little room, but not a lot of boost. Twisted Minds keeping up the press here at the midfield line. Guns now trying to do exactly what I want. I love to see it. What I like, but is it enough?
You know, Chiefs, for how many years when we casted Collegiate Rocket League, we said, you know, when you're feeling a lot of pressure, the most important thing you can do is bring the ball down and force defenders to think. And you're seeing that from Nkosi Ballers. They're bringing the ball down. They're getting their flicks. They're trying to get past the first person. Here's a great pass over to Guns. Can he receive it? He can, and attacks the net. So great setup coming out from Nkosi Ballers. Another shot comes through. Snoozy's denied. But some decent pressure as Twisted Minds looking to go back to work.
Great scoop from Alpo. That's out to SMW, and Mawson will come through, driving through the box. Will pound the rock home.
Yeah, tough break for Nkosi Ballers there. That one comes off the post. Decent shot from SMW, and the follow-ups there from Twisted Mind, of course. They're going to be the first ones on that ball inside the box. But for Nkosi Ballers, I mean, listen, there was opportunity there, and you mentioned it, Chiefs. Bring that ball down, forcing Twisted Minds to slow the game down just for a second. That's going to be the boon to the offense for Nkosi Ballers.
You also wonder, does Twisted Minds start to adjust to the trap and dribble game? It is good. It will force the attack to actually come to you and not just, you know, keep batting away your clears, as Mawson flip reset down into the box, denied by Cam. Guns just protecting the net, and I actually really like that. It forces the defender to go around him. He's not going to go out and take it away from you. He wants you to get it by him. Forces the shot wide without actually having to make the stop. Twisted Minds continuing the heat. Bouncer shot will slip by.
Yeah, tough break again. Now putting this one on target, and it's a bounce shot as well. And Mawson with a quality challenge. It leaves Cam in such a tough spot, and he was already flipping out. The last man couldn't make a play, and for Twisted Minds, I mean, strictly business right now. You can hear the crowd. They're behind them. 3-0 in game 1 with just over a minute left to play.
Strong start for sure for Twisted Minds. And Cam actually thought he might win that 50, but no dice. Now pull 1v1 and no shot for the defender. Could never get the feet set in the net.
Yeah, I'm curious what happened to Guns. I know he doesn't have a ton of boost here. He's sitting at 47, so he picked up a couple pads and wiped out in the back of the net. And that's a free goal.
I was thinking about going in and out. Saw Napo drop it all the way down and went, oh boy.
He went in and down.
Yeah, get back real quick. Napo really quick to delivery into the top right-hand corner. And Twisted Minds definitely going to walk away with a game 1 win here. More a formality to run the timeout than anything else. But in Nkosi Ballers, I mean, all things considered, yeah, it's a blowout. 4-0, not a lot of fun, as here's number 5 for Napo. But you do have some good things to look out for. You know, there's clearly some space to be found if they can work their way through those challenges. You saw it, they said, hey, we're going to send a guy up off the sidewall, up out into the ceiling, out into the middle. We're going to try and make some stuff happen, and that's a good development.
And I mean, this is just a general point on Twisted Minds. I mentioned it earlier at the beginning of this game, but you have to match their pace, or you have to do something to slow them down. And I think Nkosi Ballers have tried that on both sides. They've tried to slow the game down, and they've tried to pick up their pace. Can they find their offense? Can they find their footing? This one comes clean off the back wall. And now, Twisted Minds, they are able to break out. And for Nkosi Ballers, just trying to get back into possession.
Thankfully, another shot just wide of the net. If you're Nkosi Ballers, just all right. Let's clear out these last 10. Maybe stay on the attack if we can help it. They've got a good setup here in the midfield. Maybe one for the road heading forward into game 2. As unfortunately, it doesn't look like it will be the case unless Snoozy has something to say about it. Can't quite track it around the corner. So game 1 in the books, and Twisted Minds, smooth sailing for them for sure. And a happy home team, as they should be.
Let's go Twisted, Chance. You gotta love it. A little smirk on the players. And I mean, I said they come into this strictly business, and it has been all business for Twisted Minds. And I mean, expectations have been met in game 1, right? We knew that Twisted Minds were going to be the faster team. We knew they were going to put on a bunch of offense. We knew they were going to show off the mechanics. It's funny that the first goal is just the challenge in the box there.
Just a straight 50.
But for Twisted Minds, good looks so far and expectations met.
But it did take, you know, to be fair, it was 2 minutes on the clock before that game really started to get out of control, right? I mean, the first goal goes in with 3 minutes on the clock. The next one goes in with 2 on the clock. So Twisted Minds kind of did have to bat their head against the wall a few times to break them down. And after that, you can't really fault Nkosi Ballers for trying to take a couple risks and say, look, if we want to try and equalize the game, you know, we're not playing to lose. We're playing to try and win the game. You got to take some risk at that point. You know, and Nkosi Ballers moving into game 2, it's like, all right, now we just stop the bleeding. It did take them a while. We start from an equal position. We don't have to take as much risk now. And where do you go from here? Always got to secure the corner boost. And I'm still wondering, Twisted Minds, yeah, they're getting by with some nice 50s and great car control, obviously. They do a nice job keeping control of the ball. But I still don't feel like we've seen the full breadth of the offense. I feel like there's more heat to bring, you know, with physicality if they really wanted to.
Yeah, you did not see a very physical game. I mean, you saw a few bumps pushing players off the ball, but definitely not a ton of demos. And I don't know if Twisted Minds necessarily needs to bring that out with the way they're playing. I think right now it's a lot of solo plays, and well, there you go. There's the physical play. The bumps open up the space, and Mawson's there to put it home.
We'll definitely do it here as Napo just pulling out one defender and immediately straight into the net, making sure that there's a nice clear lane. And that's what's so dangerous about all these MENA teams. They will play so tight, they will jam a ton of people into the offensive third. They do not care about losing to 50. They trust themselves to make it back in time if they need to.
Well, and they don't care, and oftentimes they don't have to because they don't lose the 50. Their challenge game is so strong. A lot of MENA players have that. And for Twisted Minds, they know they can go into challenges very confident. Here comes SMW trying to find that back wall. Great defense from Nkosi Ballers. They've got to do it again. Napo to the far post, and he puts it off that post and finds the other side. The fourth man coming up big for Nkosi Ballers. They've still got to find a way out. It's tough to keep up with that pace from Twisted Minds, but Nkosi Ballers are able to break out for now.
And that's not a good touch from Naupo either. Maybe Nkosi Baller's able to sneak a few touches forward into the orange half. Now you got to prove that you can hold possession. Twisted Minds just gave you a donation here in the midfield and straight up off the ceiling and immediately back onto their half. Not able to really find the control they were looking for. Everyone misses. One more chance for Guns. It's going to be wide. Needs a little help. Can't find the double tap. Snoozy towards net just to keep the defense honest. And Nkosi Ballers, an okay first push over onto the orange side. Now you got to build off that.
I think that's the key. Stumpy said it in the last game too, is you've got to take the little wins from Nkosi Ballers. I think it's
Here we go.
Just trying to push downfield together with numbers up, and Mawson able to jump in front, and maybe they push too far. Cam's got no boots. Look out for the dunk. Twisted Minds looking to clamp down.
Ooh. Mawson just throwing the no challenge right in front of the net. See if they make a mistake. Just trying to adjust to the meet of speed. Guns and Cam, a miscommunication as Snoozy comes through to try and jam it. A risky approach for third man, but it does pay at least a little dividend as they get to potentially stay on the attack here if Cam can find a little help. Snoozy coming through, and now Nkosi Ballers starting to establish a bit of a foothold here in the midfield line. Excellent challenges indeed. Mawson will try and break the siege. Nice couple of 50s, but right back into the face of Twisted Minds. SMW to buy some time.
And this is exactly what Nkosi Ballers need to do. You throw Twisted Minds on the back foot a couple times, and you see what happens. They really break down. There wasn't a lot there. There was one man on the goal line, and unfortunately that ball kept trickling out to him, but you could see what happens to Twisted Minds when you kind of punch back a little bit. They're just so used to being on offense and in control that when it starts to fall apart, good things can happen for the opposition.
Nkosi Ballers got to be careful here on their own half. You have to make sure you're securing your own corner boost. They've lost the last 3 corner boosts in their own half. It's definitely going to limit their ability to go and attack the ball, and for sure it's earned Twisted Minds possession here, as that's a demo and right through the smoke. No shot for the defense. 2-0 Twisted Minds.
And they're making Twisted Minds work for it. Naupo, free air dribble here in the midfield. Snoozy's up, but he doesn't even have enough boost to get there. Guns was called upon, and you know, another big thing here for the defense of Nkosi Ballers is just when they're putting a hand up, they don't have enough boost, and the help isn't there in time. Twisted Minds know this, and they take advantage.
Oh, and a nice fake challenge from Guns. Slips by the midfield line, but rushes the play a little bit. Couldn't pick up the dribble cleanly enough. Straight into the teeth of the guy in the net. And Twisted Minds once more onto the breach on the blue side. SMW looking for a little help. That one gets popped up. Guns nice and easy off the back wall, but again, not a lot of boost on that transition. Going to be very difficult to maintain possession. Snoozy doing his best to stay here. Cam will come up empty with 0, and again, you're seeing Nkosi Ballers try and force the issue with not a lot, but time is not on their side. There's not a whole lot of chances. You got about a minute, so you don't have to rush as much as they are, I don't think.
In the moments where they need it most, they come up dry with boost, offensively and defensively. Opportunity here for Guns. At least he takes that challenge, but go again, actually, and he'll win it towards the corner. And for Nkosi Ballers, they've found their footing downfield, but haven't been able to put on a quality shot quite yet. Cam gets that clear.
Oh, hello.
And another one downfield for Nkosi Ballers, but still no shot coming out from it.
Very comfortable third man for Twisted Minds as well. They're well aware of the clock situation. You know, 34 seconds on the clock. Hey, send somebody deep to the net. The only thing we have to do is not let them back into the game. We're confident in the midfield challenge. We don't need a lot of extra help at the middle. Twisted Minds doing a great job managing the situation here. They know they don't need more goals. They just need to keep this one locked down, get themselves in a winning position, and move forward into game 3.
And for Twisted Minds, as you said, you know, they don't have to blow out Nkosi Ballers to establish the dominance. Naupo might get one more for the road, and he will. Put it on the highlight reel. He makes it look easy. And the mechanics for this one, what a great first touch using the top front end of his car. And I mean, really actually the finish as well.
Sometimes it's just not fair, you know? A guy's that good.
Can you do that?
No, I wish I could. Let me tell you, I'd be a lot higher rank if I could.
I've seen Jorby do it.
Really? Color me impressed. But the end of game 2 finds its way as the ball finds the floor. Twisted Minds, not quite as easy as game 1 perhaps, and Nkosi Ballers definitely, like you said, found a few counter punches there, and maybe that's the right way to go about it here as you move on to the rest of the series. Do you just say, look, we're playing KG defense, you know, hands up in front of the face, try and keep them off you, but maybe you just say, hey, let's take a few risks, send the guy downfield. Let's blow up the guy in the midfield and say, hey, hold on 2v3 for a second while I go try and make something happen. Give us a little extra room. I don't know if it's worth trying to say, let's camp out in the net, because it hasn't netted enough payback yet.
Right. And I think for Nkosi Ballers, again, you saw the offense come out. For a second there, they were playing up to the pace of Twisted Minds. I mean, this is the crux of, I think, the whole conversation for Nkosi Ballers is finding their pace against high-powered offenses like Twisted Minds. And you saw that when that challenge game sped up just a little bit, they were meeting Twisted Minds in the midfield, especially in the air. The boost management wasn't there, but they were in position, and that's what's important. And for Nkosi Ballers, a lot of learning going on here against Twisted Minds, and you can see that improvement game over game.
Yeah, it's a respectable series as all things considered, I think, for Nkosi Ballers. But as we all know, you don't come and be a professional player without that competitive fire. So we know they're not want to go, just go out with a whimper here. Of course, try and roar back here in Game 3, see what they can do, and it's just a matter of how do you want to do it? Do you go try and sock them right in the mouth? Or do you keep it what you know best? And honestly, if you keep it what you know best, that's fine, but you got to make sure you improve upon it. And it's all going to start with, look, we have to own the corner boosts. We cannot allow Twisted Minds to deny us. We are going to, at the very least, need those to keep that possession as we push past the midfield line.
And, a series like this, it reminds me of what Snowy was talking about in his interviews from Limitless, from SSA. The opportunity for these regions to play against the best. And Nkosi Ballers, I mean, I commend them for coming out here, going up against Furia. And for them, this series down 2-0 right now, having the opportunity to learn, as we said, game over game. This game could be different for Nkosi Ballers with the way it's been going.
Alpo continuing that masterful display of ball control. As a little fake, and there's that dangerous 5% changeup that Mina likes to throw at you. Pulls out 2 defenders. Maassen will drive it home.
Smart by SMW. Got 2 to bite. Snoozy's going for the in-and-out save with 0 boost, and not enough, or certainly not there in time. And for Twisted Minds, right back to business, 1-0.
Been going full speed, about 10 minutes, and then bam, the one fake challenge. It's a brutal thing to handle. And Twisted Minds, great display of how easy it can be to throw your opponent off the scent. Nasty ball off the middle. Snoozy able to keep it out to safety on a dribble. Working his way up the pitch onto the orange half, looking for some bumps on the goal line. Cam secures the midfield line, so Nkosi Ballers a chance to stay on it. Wants it lower right-hand corner, and Cam will tie things up.
Finally getting a goal on the board here. Yeah, let him know, boys. Y'all broke through. And what a touch from Cam, getting the second touch off the ground. And Nkosi Baller is able to find the equalizer with 3:30 left on the clock.
And a goal like that earns you a little bit of respect, because you could see Twisted Minds, he was willing to try and wait that out in the net. He's like, all right, show me what you got. And then you can kind of nod your head and say, all right, fair enough, good shot. And now you know Twisted Minds going forward, they're going to come hit you a little bit sooner now. So you got to be able to build on it. They did a great job to progress game to game. Who knows, Nkosi Ballers maybe find a win here if another good turn happens. That's a 1 missed touch, make it 2 now, as Nalpo is just fighting for possession in the corner. Bounce shot straight at Cam, and a great save. Snoozy finds a demo on Nalpo in the midfield, opening up some room for guns. Winning, ooh, yes, he did win the midfield boost, so Twisted Mind's gonna be a little bit hampered here. Popped in front of the box and poked out to the midfield line. SMW trying to keep the attack rolling. How much is in the tank for Twisted Minds here?
And credit to Twisted Minds off that kickoff. Initially, Nkosi Ballers, you could see, felt like they had a lot of confidence. A little fire was lit under them. And it's been all pressure. It's been all possession. They're winning every single challenge and have completely put it out. Unless Guns can find the backboard, Maassen will clear it away.
Nalpo taking his time in the midfield, noticing Snoozy gave just a little bit of room. And he's earned his way back onto the Nkosi Ballers half as that one gets floated into the corner. Awkward to play here for Snoozy. 0 boost, tough to close the gap. Tries to force the issue. Now Maassen trying to take the space with a little stop and go. SMW drop over the head. 2-1 Twisted Minds.
Great setup from Twisted Minds here in Maassen, letting this one bounce, and that's what lets him get the angle to find SMW. That little stutter onto the ball, the challenge doesn't come through, and you leave him just that little gap to pick where he wants to go with it, and he finds the mid-air pass in the box.
Nice kickoff for Nkosi Ballers, but they missed the boost. That's going to make it real difficult as Snoozy will let guns come through. And they just missed the 50. Yeah, it's got a blue trail, but deep back the other way. And it's going to force Snoozy to cut with 0 because they missed the midfield, or maybe it didn't spawn on the way past that midfield line. And once again, Nkosi Ballers just a step or two out of rhythm with how the game is playing. And it's making it so difficult to stay on the attack as Naupo is just carving up the defense. Not enough to break them down. But the game far from over. We're not even at a minute 30 yet. And Nkosi's still well within striking distance here.
Absolutely. I think it comes down to holding this possession the final third for Nkosi Ballers. And they're challenging. Cam's got an opportunity here off the ceiling. Unfortunately, no one was able to follow up. It was to space, and it wasn't threatening. But here's a pass out of Snoozy, and see if Nkosi Ballers can set something up.
A little too direct, the shot from well back on the pitch. As here's a double tap opportunity. SMW puts in a huge insurance goal with a minute 10.
And that possession given up by Nkosi Ballers, that's what lets Twisted Minds go instantly on to the counterattack. And for Twisted Minds, they're going to make you pay if you're going to give them the ball for free. That's what happens.
Understand, you feel a lot of heat playing MENA teams. You get that pass across the box, you think surely they're going to be right on me. You get on the sidewall, and the first thing you do is just rip it straight on target. Yeah, it feels good, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to get the job done versus these guys. And Nkosi Ballers, now they've got time against them. Elimination looming. All holds and bars are off. Time to press the go button. Throw caution to the winds. Throw everything you got in the kitchen sink. You may as well.
And they certainly did. 2 players up from Nkosi Ballers, and they might pay for it now. The last man, Snoozy, can't make the play, and Guns try to get out of the way and let Cam come in for the clear. Less than 30 seconds to go.
And once again, Twisted Minds showing you wonderful management of the situation here. Just keeping Nkosi Ballers at arm's length. They're going to force them to win the challenges past the midfield line. Hey, we're not going to give you extra room. We're going to make you beat us, and that's exactly what Naupo does here in the corner.
And Cam, I think, trying to do his best to hold possession there, or at least get it clear, but unfortunately Naupo knew exactly where he was going with it, and that's a routine play for Naupo. 4-1 Twisted Minds, crushing here in Game 3.
And regrettably, the end of the road here for the Nkosi Ballers in the lower bracket here at the Esports World Cup. A valiant effort and some respectable showings for an expansion region in a major international event, but not enough to get the job done against the hometown heroes, Twisted Minds. What a show they put on, you know. Yesterday, they said, hey, here's our statement game versus Vitality. Not enough to get the job done, but enough to say, hey, we're here to play. They may beat us, but we made it look good. And now they come out here and say, yeah, we're not worried about lower bracket. Like you said, they're all here for business. They went out and got the job done 3-0. Nice and easy.
Twisted Minds, definitely a scary team. And at their best, they are one of the fastest teams here. They have the crowd behind them as well. They're on home soil. That means a lot for players' mentals, and that's why they're so exciting here in this tournament. You know, when you have a tournament like this, a lot of times you're talking about the top teams in Europe, the top teams in NA, maybe a top team from SAM, and oftentimes the top team in MENA, which isn't Twisted Minds. So for them to come out, get the crowd behind them, getting a good quality win under the belt here, and giving Vitality a run for their money, Twisted Minds, they're looking to make a run.
As they should. They've looked solid here in the first couple of rounds of the Esports World Cup. As there goes Nkosi Ballers handing over their key. Sportsman-like handshake. Well-deserved. Take another scalp, why not?
Yeah.
That's part of the fun part of this EWC is let's go ahead, throw it up to the studio.
Well, again, that's one of those handoffs of the keys that we knew would probably not end up in fist fights or anything like that. Because, again, I think for Nkosi Ballers, they're probably sure want to do some more damage, but happy they got a goal at least.
I mean, look, here's the reality is that Sub-Saharan Africa as a region has not had many chances to play internationally. And this is one of the only chances that a second team from the region has been able to go to an international land. So it is valuable experience for these players. And yes, they got a goal. And it sounds a little silly to celebrate that, but the reality is, like, those are the stepping stones. It takes a while to get there.
Sir.
There were good things to look at.
It was an improvement on the Furia series.
It could only get better from there.
Yeah, no, and you're right. What's huge about this is it gives those players true perspective of what those other teams are like. Sure, they could hear it from like Limitless and all that, right? Now you get to know that for sure, James.
Certainly, and I mean, it was a pretty goal as well. It was a pretty goal as well from Nicosia, and now they've got this experience. And then also, you know, although their tournament is over, they had to hand over that key. They're still over here. They have access to the teams and the players to still continue to get that practice. So while their tournament is over, it's not the end of the story for Nicosia Ballers.
That's right. And for Twisted Minds and Jorby, just looking at them, how do you feel they place kind of in the perspective of everyone else now? I feel like there's still some things to work on.
I don't think you can really draw any conclusions after that match.
Right.
Just too outmatched.
They had a lot of free space, yeah.
Well, now I'm really confident about how they're going to do against Furia, and I'm not really willing to say that about a lot of teams against Furia already.
Right.
But one thing I did want to see is I wanted to see a little bit of synergy. I do think we started to see that near the end when Nicosia Ballers weren't just letting everything go into the net and they had to start actually using each other a little bit more. That's what I want to see. I loved SMW switching it up, slowing down the play, and like making a low 50 work, getting good passes out. Nopo doing a great job, even creating space for his teammates, not just scored all the double taps that we saw in the highlight reel.
And we did see that his teammates work with that space, putting in a decent amount of goals. But like you said, it's going to be tough to try to use that series as a gauge going into the next one. It's going to be a very tough matchup, but I think, you know, the team coming out of that lower win, you know, you have a little bit of momentum going into that qualification match.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's time for our Sony MVP player of the match. I mentioned it before, if you're going to put a player on your team to rise to new levels, Nubo's going to be Jorby, one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this guy's career is going to be one that we're all going to be watching. He is one of the most talented players in the scene right now, and he was kind of showing it to you in here. When he gets the space and the freedom to do what he wants with the ball, he's pretty dang good. And so that's why going up against Furia and getting a classic Middle East versus South American matchup, it's going to be fast. It's going to really test his skill and ability to adapt to a team like Furia. And that's what I'm excited to see.
James, he almost got onto our top place. He almost replaced one. I think it was almost a triple flip reset in him.
Even that shot, I mean, to pinch that ball off the ceiling and get back to a double tap. That's lovely. You can even see Nubo here with the key, putting it in to crush.
Crush it.
Yeah, so do you guys have a better chant than the other two had for this crushing?
The chant?
Yeah, I mean,
you'd have to say, crush that key.
Well,
that's what we were saying before.
I'm not thinking about a chant in this moment. What I'm thinking about is, what if it were me and my key
in the hydraulic press?
I don't know. No, well, if I was in the hydraulic press, I wouldn't belong to the world. But if I was the loser and I had to sit there and watch my key be crushed, I think I'd tilt off the face of the earth. But hey, that's part of the game, right?
We got Zoom. Here we go. Oh,
there it is.
Nicosia Ballers. No.
Your key may be crushed.
Oh,
it's not your key, Jorby. It's okay. It's someone else's key.
I don't know. I think I got some secondhand crush there.
Yeah. Did you feel it in your heart a little bit?
Just a little bit.
It hurts, you know?
Yeah.
There's only one key that won't be crushed, though.
I can't wait to see who takes whose keys. That's the part I'm
That's the real big juicy.
What opponent's keys will you put in your trophy?
I'd almost be like more heartbroken if someone didn't pick my key. Right?
Right? Like, oh, you don't think I'm good enough for that?
Yeah, that's real. But
hate
again,
me enough?
There's only 3 that end up getting.
How
picked,
fitting
right?
that the MVP got to
Right. No, I don't think we calculated that. I think it was just good coincidences here. But we do have another one to get through before day 2 is done. So one more quick break and then one more key crush.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Here with Guns from Nicosia Bowlers after that tough little loss there. Again, it was similar to your SSA boys in Limitless in that it was a close series. Like there were some moments there, but in the end couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. It's our first LAN, so we're willing to learn, and yeah, just how it goes.
And your first LAN, how have you enjoyed the experience so far? Obviously playing on stage in front of a crowd, things like that.
It feels like a lot better than playing online. More like into it, more experience. And it's just better in every way.
So you have fun out there, and how much, I guess, you're going to take from this experience playing in front of a crowd, as you said, first international LAN?
Yeah, I'll take it as a lot of experience because you don't really get to interact with the viewers online. So it's like you get a feel for it. Because on stage, first time against Furia, I was nervous. I couldn't play. Today it wasn't so bad. Yeah.
And how important are these international events for? I guess it's similar to OCE. You don't get much exposure, very isolated there in SSA. So how important are international events for teams like you?
Yeah, it's quite important because we didn't really get exposure for a lot of good players because we usually just play around for the 6 best players of the region, let's say. So it's kind of important to improve the region and yeah, whatsoever.
So you've still got a couple of days left here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. What are you going to get up to? Anything on or in mind?
Shopping and going to ride a camel.
Oh, can you set that? Are you actually going to do that?
Yeah, I will. I'll ride that camel.
I love that. Oh, finally, any message of support or thanks for friends or family watching back home?
I just want to thank my mom, to be honest. My mom, my #1 supporter. Love her a lot. Love you, Mom.
There you go. Thank you very much to the Guns from Nicosia Ballers, and all the best with the rest of the weekend. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So hard to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly.
The Esports World Cup is back on for one more match before we end today, and there's one more key that will also be ended today. You now have the Gentlemates rolling in. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, we do have James Bott and Jorby again for our last matchup here. Guys, it's been a long day, and the Gaming Gladiators get to end it off against a very tough opponent. Jorby, they probably did not want to be facing in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they got an angry Seiko to deal with. I mean, I'm pretty sure Gentlemates want to beat the allegations after they dropped to the Chiefs. But hey, if anything, they shouldn't feel too bad because Chiefs put up a great performance in their match today despite losing. So they have a chance to go back and get some revenge against them here in the lower stage of their group.
Oh yeah, it's a tough match. Imagine playing the a major winner this year in the lower bracket.
I mean, nobody thought Gentlemates was dropping anything in the group, right?
That's tough.
Yeah.
To Chiefs of all people too, right? Like, it's just what a crazy drop down just in general. This is maybe an easy one, maybe a tough one, should be easy, but let us know at the STC Play audience vote on stcplay.gg. You'd think it'd be easy. I think most people will still back these guys, but we saw Gentlemates fall down here in the first place to a team they shouldn't have.
We did, but you know, they are so good. They are so good, and this would be unimaginable.
I mean, I guess talking about it, because you think you guys could pinpoint what went wrong for this squad to be down in this point? I mean, like, what do the Gentlemates have to do so terribly that, or was it just on the other side, Chiefs being
well, Leaf, you're trying to create a narrative here, okay?
I ain't creating no narrative.
First of all, hang on, no, you're sounding like a Reddit comment, okay? Settle down. All right, Chiefs played really well. Why are you trying to take away from the Chiefs' victory? And I just got done telling you, Chiefs had a great 5-game series today that despite they didn't win it, Game 5 they didn't look great, but the first 4 games looked competitive as well. It was Chiefs playing really well against Gentlemates. Gentlemates just couldn't keep it up. It was a close series, not because Gentlemates played poorly.
No, the narrative I'm trying to create is you getting emotion on stage. That's exactly what I was going for. We got it. One more key crush is on the way. It's Gladiators versus Gentlemates. Let's see what happens.
This is it, Fancy. The last shot at redemption for the Gentlemates Alpine going up against Gaming Gladiators. If they manage to successfully win this game, they'll be facing off against Chiefs once more. Can they rewrite history?
That's what they're trying to do, but at the same time, Chiefs are not that bad of a team. I mean, yes, coming into this tournament, we thought that they were the underdogs, but against Space Station Gaming today, they've been doing really, really well, and they almost took the game in a full reverse sweep. But either way, Gaming Gladiators are ready to face them once more, and let's see if they can have their key crushed or continue on the tournament. Either way, Cassis, take it away.
As they said on the desk, Corelli, Gentlemates Alpine here. Wee woo, fraud watch. Pay attention. Gaming Gladiators. Hear me out. 8-pack team.
Okay.
But look who's on it. Tho, Virtuoso, Max Yu. I don't know about you, those are 3 European players. Now, I understand. Gentlemates, definitely a different tier of consistency and all of that. But just on the off chance, you're a little rattled by the Chiefs L. The Gaming Gladiators is exactly the team that wants to come out here and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna beat them.
I think that if you're Gentlemates, you are coming into this series, as Jorby said, a little upset. At least I would. I mean, this is a team that were, I think, tournament favorites walking into this, or one of the tournament favorites, maybe not the tournament favorite. One of the tournament favorites, especially after their last performance at the last RLCS Major LAN. So for Gentlemates to be in the lower bracket, and as the Death said, to be knocked down by Chief Esports, which of course have been playing fantastic. Joyous has been great, and that team as a whole has been great. For Gentlemates, though, that's not what you expect, but I guess when you start off with a kickoff goal, I'm just going to shut up.
Life is good to be a Gentlemates Alpine fan.
Look at Max, he's laughing.
Nice, easy kickoff goal, little giggle. But, if you're claiming Gladiators, I think the only proper response is, okay, handicap set.
Yeah.
And Virtuoso should go out there and try and just tilt somebody off the face of the earth with demos and see what Tho can cook up mechanically. I think that's what I would go for if I was the Gladiators here.
And typically when we've seen Gentlemates at LAN, they have been a team that have sprinted downhill. And what I mean by that is they just seem to get better, faster, stronger. They just seem to get that momentum, and they never stop. The snowball just gets bigger and bigger. We've seen that multiple LANs now. It's taken some exceptional performances to knock down Gentlemates, and sometimes it hasn't happened. They've just swept major LANs before. The shot comes out, and that one will ring true for Max, and he'll put it away. Gladiators get their response.
Let's just crisscross the pitch a few times. Right, left, back into the left-hand side of the net. Seiko doing his best, but not enough. Gladiators find a fairly quick equalizer, and you got a game here.
Definitely got a game. Gentlemates letting that one come back through. And is that a return? Gladiators now getting their kickoff goal. No laughs on the side of Gentlemates.
You can't. Fake kickoff goes horribly wrong. Tho just went straight for it. Trying to square it up, maybe stalemate it, maybe draw it back left. But if you don't hit it, it's just going to go right into the net. And an early lead now for Gladiators. Itachi with a little room to air dribble off the next kickoff. Finds Juicy in the middle, and it's just able to get poked out to the safety of the corner. A little help from Tho comes through and buys a little breathing room as that's picked off by Maxiu over the middle of the box, and Juicy deep back. Finds Seiko waiting on the side. Well, he comes up huge with a massive whiff. Has to force the third man forward for Gentlemates. That's going to make it kind of difficult. That's a nice demo to at least keep Gladiators from pushing forward with too much man advantage, as that will just get popped off the bar. Virtuoso keeping the attack going, almost finds a block, and Tho needs to buy some time.
And you mentioned Virtuoso as someone that was needed to disrupt Gentlemates, right? With the demos, the physical play. He's been known for that for a while. But he's also not just on his team, but in his region, the #1 goal scorer.
He's good.
So you need him involved in the offense more than just chasing down players in blue. You've got to have him in shooting positions. You've got to have him set up. That's where the success is going to lie for Gladiators.
As Gentlemates just seeing how strong their foothold is here at the midfield line. Seiko gets a hand on it, but not enough of one. Tho maybe overplays the hand a little bit, though, and presses too far. Runs out of boost, and Gladiators still push back onto their own half. Both players up off the back wall and out of the net. Should be a good chance here, as that's not quite enough. Itachi was hoping for the dunk. But Gentlemates doing a great job keeping Gladiators boxed into the blue half. Still not really threatening the net just yet, but all it takes is one bump, one missed touch. Gladiators feel like they might just collapse, as finally they're empty, and Juicy will find an equalizer.
Well, you asked for it. I think Virtuoso got tied up with someone here, or he jumped. He didn't have boost. Someone swept across the side, and Virtuoso had to dodge him. I think either way, Max was the better one to make the play. Couldn't get back in time, and Gentlemates able to find their equalizer after chipping away at the Gladiator defense.
Free ball in the middle for Virtuoso. What can he do with it? As unfortunately just runs out of boost, has to kind of give it up. Tho will come through and support now. Here's Seiko. If I'm Seiko, I want to have the best game of the tournament after losing. I want to just pop off in this series, put up 8 goals over 4 games, you know, maybe. But I am looking to have a good day, because I am not happy about yesterday, and a chance for Juicy. Deflected out by Virtuoso. Nice way to get through 1, maybe 2, as that's a huge block. Again, Seiko gets the ball just taken out of his hands. Maxiu should fake, where his teammate actually ends up donating it to Gentlemates right in front of his net.
Yeah, a little panic coming out from Gladiators, and now that one almost dunked through by Itachi. Gentlemates, they're finding their form offensively. Maybe a little slow to wake up, but they're locking in their opposition. Itachi going to take this one away. He needs help. His Gaming Gladiators looking to break out. This is your man you want. Virtuoso was trying to find the back wall. He does, but no follow-up.
Smacked away. Maxu, that's a great idea, trying to find a little pass with a lean back touch out into the middle. Couldn't quite get as far under it as they would have liked. As Itachi continuing the press for Gentlemates. Seiko now wins a 50 in front. Here comes Juicy with a head of steam, and that will just get popped out to the side. Itachi rips one towards the wall that's met equally. Seiko, a beautiful trap and a nice stutter step on the wall to keep possession. Now he's onto the backboard, and again, Gladiators doing an excellent job finding some tough 50s in their own half to keep the ball out of frame and away from a follow-up touch. Yes, Gentlemates staying on the attack, but it's tough for them to really get one on target.
And that one rings off the backboard again. Gentlemates, you talked about it, trying to get him on target, but they are putting on so much pressure. Gaming Gladiators starting to show cracks in that defense. 10 seconds left. They've got to get to the kickoff. With the way Gentlemates have been locking them down, Virtuoso with no boost. Here comes Itachi, calls off the team, will put it home. And Gentlemates up by 1 with 5 seconds left.
The collapse at just the wrong time. Seiko with a real tester shot. It's not anything special, but it's just designed to freeze a defense on the goal line. A bullet off the sidewall. They have to make some type of touch because, you know, you're not going to sit there and just lose the game. And it just ricochets right back into the box for Itachi. Great finish, and Gentlemates will close out game 1. They'll take the win, but I'm sure they're not happy with having to get it done with seconds on the clock to spare.
And you could see, though, that the control of the game really fell into their hands, especially the back half of game 1. Felt like Gentlemates were starting to find their form, as I said, find their pace. I still don't think they're up anywhere close to their normal pace. I think they're kind of just living off the scraps that Gaming Gladiators are kind of coughing up out of their box. We mentioned it a couple times, just gave away possession too easily. But for Gentlemates, that back half of game 1 is a little bit more akin to what we expect from Gentlemates.
Yeah, a lot of great pressure out of the midfield, and honestly, I think if you're Gentlemates, you don't have to change too much, but I do think you want to tweak a little bit. I want to put more heat on them consistently. I don't want to have them sitting here thinking, yeah, we're keeping them at arm's length, you know, they're not putting much on target. I want to go have somebody run rampant through that Gladiators box, blow somebody up, because they're already boost starving them, and I just want to crush them right now if I'm Gentlemates. I don't even want to give them a chance. Yeah, you got within, you know, sniffing distance in game 1. I don't want to even have that be an option if I'm Gentlemates going into game 2.
And for Gladiators, I mean, listen, this was not a bad game from them. Rough start on the kickoff goal. Yeah. They did get one back, so it was all even in the end, but for Gaming Gladiators, this wasn't a horrible game. I do think, you know, on the flip side of my point on the back half of game 1 for Gentlemates, Gladiators certainly let Gentlemates take control of that midfield. Yeah. Gladiators didn't have a lot of boost to work with breaking out, and that's why you saw them give up the ball so much. So for Gladiators, it is about controlling the pace of play as they move into transition downfield.
And I think you don't need a huge tweak. It's just a matter of having that first man at least get a hand on the ball. They don't have to win it, but I do want that first man challenging for Gladiators to just touch it. Just find any type of 50 on it, because the last thing I want is to let Alpine through cleanly on a 50 and have a man advantage by default. And I think that's all going to come through with Maxu. He's probably going to have a heck of a time out of that midfield. I think a lot's going to fall on his shoulders here. So he will rotate back. Now, how do you hold possession? Just get a hand on it. And can't quite do it. And now he's just going to be stuck out in front with nothing to do for a few seconds.
And you're right, because I think in the attacks that are kind of organically grown from Gentlemates, meaning that they get possession and then use each other downfield, or maybe a solo play from Juicy as he is attacking the net. But in those types of attacks from Gentlemates, those are the ones, especially for Gladiators, they have to put a hand up and break it up sooner rather than later.
Far more important as Seiko. That's a very heavy touch, and Tho will rightly come through and say that's definitely not going to be good. Now Virtuoso starting to do what he is known for, turns one to smoke. Maxu pressing in the corner, letting Tho come through, and now trying to disrupt the net. Seiko early pressure, and that's a deep transition. Itachi's over his head. Can he find it on target? Doesn't hit it up hard enough. and that will allow Gladiators to make the stop and keep the score tied at 0.
Yeah, no flip reset off the ball is a shame for Itachi there. Could have gotten a little bit more power, would have beat that defender to their post. But Gentlemates looking to press, and they're looking to press hard, even sending 2 in some cases. And you can see 2 players parked inside of the net for Gaming Gladiators just to make sure that Gentlemates can't break through.
And Maxu just kind of hiding there as well. I didn't even notice he was there for a second. But finally a chance for Gladiators to get set up out of the midfield line. Itachi just looking for a little help. That's a clean whiff from Juicy as Seiko, totally uncontested, actually gets an opportunity to keep the attack alive for Alpine. As Gladiators, now you really got to make sure you don't get your boost stolen here as we're bouncing back and forth. Ball into the middle, deflected off the wall. Maxu doing some overtime work on defense as his teammates try and collect something, but still not a lot of boost in the tank on the defensive side of Gladiators, and they're actually pushing forward. Now they all rotate back. Now they get boost, and the only thing you can do is hope for a good 50. It's going to get real dicey real quick. Though makes a quality touch. Virtuoso gets his boost stolen. The pressure is building, and here's where I want Alpine to go through, smash somebody in the face. You've taken everything from them, and now you kind of let them out of the cage here by nobody really hampering that net.
With 2 minutes left, still scoreless. I mean, despite all of this achieves, we're sitting knotted with nobody really having a real advantage. I mean, we've spent more time on the orange side, and maybe you can give some credit to Gentlemates there, but I think for the most part, Gladiators have done well to stay above water, although this is quite scary. Seiko, he's got a flip reset, and I think Gentlemates kind of taking turns on who's going to attack the back wall or who's going to attack the net. Itachi, it's his turn. Back wall he chooses, looking for follow-up, and no one bit from his team.
And Maxu with the 0 boost takes his only chance. A decent clear out to the midfield line that they know is headed back their way. That one comes up empty, but it makes the defenders believe them. They've at least earned enough respect on defense to buy themselves a little bit of room, as that's a great bit of patience from Maxu on the goal line. Trusted that that wasn't going to end up near post. Let him hit it off the wall. Found a nice poke out past the midfield line, but once again, unable to maintain possession through it and get an attack started. Gladiators on the back foot. It's been 4 minutes of defense, really. Yeah, you've got a few chances to come up for air, but boy, you'd like to just swim instead of having to doggy paddle.
Yeah, how long can you doggy paddle is the question. For Gaming Gladiators, that's an awkward pinch for everybody, Juicy included, but he has a flip reset into the ceiling, shot on target. Ooh. What a pinch off the post from though another shot comes through. Gentlemates firing, trying to break through, another one. Juicy denied, and Gentlemates can't break through. A flurry on the attack, and Gladiators stand tall.
Bend but don't break. Seiko now going to try and do his worst. 70 boost out of the midfield line. Flip reset through 1. Looking to ground pinch through 2. Can't get back to it. Knows it. Elects to leave and rearm. Juicy ranging in the midfield. Ready to block any potential clear and keep the attack alive. As he actually ends up giving a little bit of room just so he can make sure he can reach that pass. Maxu lets it go, and they will steal the corner boost. Gladiators pushing with limited time. They may get the last chance. Flip reset, not quite. It will pop high, and everyone's forward for Gladiators. Yeah, knock it down. Let's play an OT.
Talk about getting sucked into your own offense. That was, everyone was gravitating towards that play. Gladiators could kind of smell some blood in the water there for a second, and they almost paid for it. Gentlemates, an opportunity. This one comes across the box. Seiko's there. He puts it home. And after all that achieves, 11 seconds into overtime, and Gentlemates take game 2.
Yeah, I think Tho expecting that 50 to play out differently. I think he thought his teammate was going to get a hand on it and have that ball go forward, not straight across. So as soon as it pinched out directly to his right, just couldn't react in time. And unfortunately for the Gladiators, somebody from Alpine lurking over there on the far side of the pitch. Easy walk-in goal. But man, tough break. Another 1-goal game. Tough stuff for the Gladiators, but boy, that was a tough game.
What a save, though, from Maxu. And I mean, this was just a flurry of attacks coming out from Gentlemates. 0 boost for Virtuoso there. And then this is such a shame because Gladiators, despite, yes, playing defense for the whole game, did a great job of staying above water. And that's credit to them. This is one of the best offenses, you know, in the world. Or at least they have been. I don't know if they've really been showing that here, but they have been one of the best offenses, at least in the last RLCS majors. And for Gladiators to at least stand up to that, it means something.
Yeah, looked good on the defensive side, but defense only takes you so far. The next step is being able to stay on it, and you do have to give credit. You know, even if Gentlemates aren't blowing this team out of the water, it is a whole other ball game when you've got them boxed in, not even getting 5 minutes straight. You know, it took the last 10, 15 seconds for Gladiators to even think about it, and you saw the desperation immediately. That attack just kind of fell in on itself because they were so ready to go try and get something started at the end of regulation and just steal a game and even up the series. And so here in Game 3, you really wonder if Gladiators can adjust a little bit, find some extra boost to work with, as that one gets pinched off the floor, actually, down into the corner. And Gladiators trying to do exactly what they're open for, start on the attack, see how long they can stay there.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And right now they're not doing that. Demos come out. They've got to push back on Gentlemates. They can't rely on the counterattack. They haven't been able to make that work. And there hasn't been too many opportunities because they use so much boost defensively to stay alive and to keep Gentlemates at bay, that when they finally do get that possession or that opportunity, when they blast it downfield, there's no one to follow up.
Max, you got to take a good 50, and that's a beautiful trap. Bobbing, weaving, sidestepping the defenders as much as possible. Tho takes a 50. Can't find a win. Seiko slips through one, double tap, and into the top of the net, 1-0.
Clean, clean, clean from Seiko. Polished that one up nicely.
What a
solid contact on the touch of the back wall. When it's wide open like that, it's routine for Seiko. 1-0, Gentlemates.
Yeah, just slipped by. If he doesn't air roll left there, he gets turned to dust, or at the very least pumped way off the ball. So important to not get hit when you're taking those touches aimed at the wall. Seiko, a beautiful display there to start off strong here in Game 3 and look to close out just like in Twisted Minds fashion. All business here. It's not pretty, but it gets the job done, and that's what matters to him.
It certainly hasn't been pretty, and you know, as much as maybe there's been some negative light shown on Gentlemates in this tournament, I feel like you have to give some credit over to Gladiators. They have done a great job at least keeping these games close, and as I say that too go in, Itachi will drop it down, and maybe things the wheels starting to fall off.
Oh, what a trap again. Seiko in the midfield, just catching that clear effortlessly, immediately turning it back into the middle and forcing Gladiators to halt all that momentum that they think they're going to be able to build up over to that left side. Just dropped one right on Itachi's nose, and nice, easy put in for goal number 2. Here's potentially number 3. This help comes through on the back line. Virtuoso on transition. He's going to need some help of his own if this attack wants to have any legs. And Tho in the midfield steps way too far forward, way too early, and concedes number 3.
Yeah, and this might get a little ugly for Gladiators if they can't stop the bleeding. Again, pushed up too far. And for a team that's been playing so much defense, I guess I can't blame them. They're trying to push. They're trying to put the attack on to Gentlemates, but Gentlemates just break it up so easily. And that line push too far up means Gentlemates,
you leave a lot open over the top.
They're able to take advantage, and for Gladiators, like you said, just leave too much to be desired. Gentlemates right now actually feeling some of the pressure, and this is good looks from Gladiators, but how long can they keep it?
Hopefully at least one more touch. Virtuoso actually ends up going a little bit back towards their own half, as that's a beauty of a double tap. We're not going for net, we're going across the box. And Gentlemates finally saying, yeah, now you know you have to make something happen. Now the aggression gets turned up. 3 goals with about 3 minutes. And now Gentlemates always has that valuable threat of you must defend the net, and that's probably going to run to this being a runaway game for sure.
Sitting at 4-0 with over half the game left, can confirm that. Seiko looking for another, and he almost got it. I don't think the defense would have been ready for that touch towards the net. And now an opportunity if Gladiators can just pick this one up and keep possession. But look at this touch to Juicy to the back wall. Lovely from Gentlemates. And Juicy, go on all the way, big fella. It's Maxu makes the save. And Gentlemates, they are now showing those fangs in the offense. They were subdued maybe early on, despite the 2 games they got earlier. This is more true to form from Gentlemates.
An excellent show to potentially close things out here. Job's not done. 2 minutes is a long time, but 4 goals is quite the mountain to climb over. As Maxu just trying to find a demo on Seiko to give this team a chance. of breaking out and starting the attack. Though pops one forward. Gladiators trying to get to some of these touches, and they just know, unfortunately, at the pace the game has developed into, it's making it very difficult for Gladiators to keep anything tight, and they will not be able to do so here. Itachi puts in number 5.
And so much control going over to Gentlemates. You can see the challenge game certainly paying off as well, positioned perfectly to pick up the challenge, or the scraps of it at least. Gentlemates putting up 5 and maybe showing their offense a little bit more, and
skill issue,
showing that those games earlier on could have been much, much uglier.
Nice job from Gentlemates to close things out. You know, 90 seconds is a while, but at this point, the game should, in theory, play itself. Assuming no, you know, disastrous ideas like let's play with our monitors off. Gentlemates should be able to stroll in to the subsequent round to face Chiefs Esports again and find a chance at vengeance. But for now, Gladiators going to try and make it look respectable on the attack. Virtuoso will give a little bit of ground. Take it all the way back to the corner. Try and retool with the 100 boost. Is it enough? Not quite. Itachi will get blocked out by Max Youth, though. Trying his best to get all the way around and squeeze one into the net. At least Gladiators have a chance to flex the muscles a little bit. Gentlemates definitely taking their foot off the gas now that they know for certain victory is at hand, and they'll just sit here, stack the net, and say, beat us if you can, and move on.
This one off the back wall, and maybe the highlight reel. Tried to get over it, he couldn't. Flip reset was acquired, but with 15 seconds left, I mean, that one, you know, that's the one you make sure you edit out the scoreboard if you were to score it. With 5 seconds left, maybe Juicy can do the same. But for Gentlemates, there's one final key to crush, and it will be Gentlemates crushing Gladiators in this last game.
What a delivery from Gentlemates. You say you want to come out here, all business, well, boy, were they. Yes, you can put up a stiff defense, but as we said in the previous series, defense is not good enough. You must be willing to attack. Seiko and co. do just that. They close it out in fine fashion, 3 straight, 3 fairly controlled and honestly dominating series. If we played 15 minutes of Rocket League there, I am willing to bet 13.5 was spent over on that game in Gladiators half.
Yeah, definitely.
So even if the scoreline looks a little close, you got to give credit. Gentlemates took control, sat in the driver's seat, never gave anything back.
It's why the context of the game matters so much. Yes, you're right. Some of the games were close, not that last one, but some of the games were close. To see Markey having to give up his key over to Gentlemates. They're happy about it, clearly. Get a win on the board, especially, I think for most people, they look at Gentlemates and say they had a disappointing start here in this tournament. So for them to get back on the right foot is good news.
And more importantly, earn their shot at finding redemption against the Chiefs tomorrow to qualify for the playoffs. So a lot to play for going forward. Well played to Gentlemates. Desk, thoughts, feelings, concerns, if any?
I mean, the only thing I'm concerned about is that key that's about to get crushed in just a moment here. But that's the inevitability. That's the way the tournament works. Eversax looked honestly, genuinely very happy to get that key. He's like,
I know.
He's like, to break this.
I mean, yeah, it's better than the alternative league.
Of their key going in? That is very true.
Yeah, and now they have a chance to get revenge against Chiefs, who set them down to the lower bracket to begin with. And I'm excited to see that one for sure.
Right. Well, what I wanted to say about this team, a team that I had as potentially a grand final winner for this entire tournament, the beginning wasn't as convincing as I want them to be. It looked like they warmed up
Beginning of that series.
Yeah,
and I would tend to agree. I think Gladiators came out, you know, they responded after the kickoff goal. They looked good. They were keeping it close. And it wasn't until this last second goal in game 1 that Gentlemates were able to secure that. It was way closer than I expected.
Yeah, but then game 2, sure, the scoreline said 0-0, but like Corelli said, at the end of that series, context matters. And the reality is, Gladiators spent a grand total of 20 seconds in the blue half in game 2. So yeah, it was 0-0. Sure, it went 11 seconds into OT, but Gentlemates put on the hydraulic presser on the team here before they even got.
They crushed them before they're crushing the key.
Actually, well, I was going to say, I don't know, is that a good analogy? The hydraulic press does move kind of slow.
It does move very slow, but it's efficient and inevitable.
But once it gets close to the end, it is really destroying that key. So that's a good analogy of the series. Joe.
All right,
fitting.
We'll give them that one there. But now, what I saw by the end of it, that's a Gentlemates that I do see continuing to make the run through the lower bracket, to be honest.
Well, I mean, we're going to get a rematch to maybe the most exciting series that we've seen so far, that upset from the Chiefs over Gentlemates. But now we get to see the crushing of the key by Juicy.
You can give me your chant you were working on.
Je suis Juicy. That's pretty good. James got that in 45 seconds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He worked on it for about 10 minutes, though.
No, it was 45 seconds.
Oh, was it?
We talked
sorry. It was 30 seconds.
I'm surprised that Veracity got enough on-the-job training to oversee this whole process.
She was a little worried about operating the presser, and I don't blame her. I feel like I would crush my face.
Hold on. Is it going to work? Will it not crush this time?
Go.
It's worked every other time.
Yes!
Oh, I can feel Marquis' pain.
Send that key to the MRI machine. We're going to need to take a closer look.
Actually, I don't think metal's allowed in MRI machines.
Oh, well, whatever machine, electron microscope, whatever.
Okay, an X-ray or something.
Hook it up to an IV.
X-ray? You're not going to be able to see it.
No, you'll just see a block.
That's why I said electron microscope, so you can see the atoms.
Get your prize out of there,
sorry,
Juicy.
Guys, I don't think it's going to the hospital. I think this is a death certificate being issued.
Yeah,
by Gentlemates.
That's a tombstone.
The key is Dunzo.
The funeral home.
Yeah, that's it. What a fun little event. I love that at the end there. And again, as I said, you saw Eversax was stoked. He's like, oh, this is cool. This is really fun. I think overall, a lot of the players are showing they're having fun. One player right now was specifically having more fun. It's time for a Sony MVP player of the match. And we got to give this one to Seiko. I mean, overall, they all started bouncing off at the end.
I mean, Itachi, especially that game 3, looked very, very good. But Seiko, he's at the heart of the success of this Gentlemates team.
Really is. Always shows up when they need them to. And I think it was Corelli who said during the match that, usually with Gentlemates, they sprint downhill on lands, meaning they get better, stronger over time, and I think you're starting to see that. And I would be at least a little worried if I was Jorius and company tomorrow.
Yeah, no, again, I think everyone else that comes through their path should be worried. I don't count them out just because they ended up in that lower bracket. It's a hiccup. We've seen tons of top teams end up with a couple stumbles along the way. Gentlemates is not to be counted out.
Oh, certainly. And I mean, that's probably going to be the match of the day tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if it is the rematch of that big upset. Gentlemates, all eyes are on them because, Corelli was saying it. They were his tournament favorite. I think that's the case for a lot of people, especially after how good they've. Obviously, I'm sure it's Furia, but
what makes you think that?
Because you're a big Furia fan.
Well, maybe the match of the day is Furia Twisted Minds tomorrow.
That could be. That awesome. I wouldn't be surprised.
Did I ruin your sentence? I thought you were done. I'm
gonna ruin both of
anything. I saw your brain melt for a second.
I'm cutting both of your sentences off because we do have our exit interview. Shut up. With CJ. Let's hop on over.
Here we are with Virtuoso from the Gladiators. Unfortunately, just got knocked out by the Gentlemates. Firstly, commiserations, but talk us through that series.
I think it was honestly just like a lot of basic mistakes that we were making. Went over them yesterday. Unfortunately, same thing happened today. But we have another event after this. So, we have a boot camp going on after Riyadh, so hopefully we can get them fixed.
Yeah, so fortunately enough, obviously Texas after this. So how long is the boot camp and how confident are you guys if you can have some good practice going into the next event?
2-week boot camp in NA. So lots of time to fix those mistakes. And yeah, I mean, I think with a better draw, maybe not playing Gentlemates in the lower bracket also would have helped. But you can only play what's in front of you, so not much we can say about that.
Well, fortunately enough, still a couple of days left here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. Obviously, we know there's go-karts, there's heaps of other stuff. Have you got anything in mind that you want to, or any activities you want to get up to?
I'm not sure really. I mean, it was my birthday 2 days ago, so I didn't get to celebrate. It was media day. But yeah, I mean, we'll see and explore Riyadh.
Yeah, see if we can get Vert some cake. Happy birthday to you. Finally, just any last words, perhaps friends or family back home?
happy birthday to my mom, because I also missed her birthday, unfortunately, boot camping. Yeah, also to the fans, hopefully we'll come back stronger for Worlds.
You got an absolute birthday festival going on, but thanks very much to Vert and all the best in Texas.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, well, I guess a happy birthday is in order for everybody.
I wish it was my birthday.
It could be if you try hard enough.
Yeah, well, I don't know how much trying
I think that's how it works, Leaf.
Just scribble on your birth certificate.
Maybe if we can go back in time, we'll call
Probably
Dr.
not allowed.
Maybe he can help.
Let's get a recap of the day. Taking a look through our groups, starting off, of course, with Group A. We had a lot of matches across the 2 days, and this is where you've ended up here. This one was a beast, with no beast, to be honest. G2 still cruising through, Jorby, with Naz a sub.
Yeah, you know, we had beast mode at home, and it was Nas, and it actually was just beast mode in disguise. I mean, he was absolutely insane today. G2 didn't lose a single step, and honestly, for me personally, was really disappointed with how BDS played.
Right.
I do not think that that was a good BDS that G2 beat. They were all over the place. They had one goal that entire series, and it was a solo play from Drawley. That team is capable of so much more than that, and I hope they can recover coming into more.
They are, but they've been shaky on land, and they're going to have a rematch against Power that took a game off them before. And, you know, I think Power has a really good shot at denying that BDS top 8.
And Group B, of course, we had a ton more best of fives there, and it was Falcons, James, that held through on the top side.
They're looking so good, aren't they? I mean,
yes.
They look like the best team here.
Every tournament, I have been picking Falcons as that team that I think is going to win it all, and they continue to get close.
This seems to be, it could be the one, honestly, James.
Gen.G, that's not an easy team. They're making top 8s at these international events. So, you know, Team Falcons, not even breaking a sweat, making it look easy. They're through, and now we're going to see another rematch with Gen.G going up against Team Secret.
Yeah, and EXO was the one that got knocked out on that. Nikosi Ballers knocked out on this one. Looked like they had a good time, though. I think they're excited. He was mentioning he was going to go ride some camels after this. But on the top side, maybe he is the real winner. But Team Vitality did win in this bracket, Jorby.
Yeah, Team Vitality did win, and despite the 3-1 scoreline, which is always how Vitality Furia end up in whatever game they play, and it's been a great burgeoning rivalry between them. A lot of close games. Now, Twisted Minds looking to take on Furia. I'm really excited for that. That's probably going to be the fastest match of the day tomorrow. I'm excited to see that.
Oh, you think it's going to be a 3-0?
Oh, of course. I mean, look, Furia
I knew what you meant,
are
though.
just straight up one of the best teams in the world, okay? Twisted Minds, they have a long way to go to do that. They're still trying to find synergy. They're a talented team, but like Furia's Furia. Come on.
So you think it'll be speedy on the pitch and a quick one in the season?
I think it'll be speedy on the pitch, and then Furia will show you why experience with that speed matters.
I might have to agree. Honestly, Jorby might be right. But taking a look at Group D, was our last group. We only had 4 of them. It was Chiefs, honestly, overall, making a big statement. They're still in it, knocking Gentlemates down. But now it's the rematch, James, that they'll have in front of them as Space Station cruise through.
Yeah, what a show Chiefs have put on already with that upset, and then going to Game 5 against SSG. They have been so fun to watch, and now we get the run back. I think all the pressure is going to be on them, though. And you know, I heard Veracity talking about it in the green room. She's like, "Uh-oh, now that they have expectations, now that they know they can win, it's going to be a different ballgame."
It's funny, you know, Veracity already has OCE downloaded, and that always seems to happen with them. And I know that they were joking around the first day, like 1 step forward, 4 steps back. I really don't want that to be true. As much as I love Gentlemates, I need OCE to get a top 8. Please. Get a top 8.
And if they do it by beating a major champion,
that's not a fluke. If they do it twice too, that's not a fluke.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, I mean,
at that point,
look, it wasn't a fluke the first time. I don't want this narrative about like Chiefs like sneaking through it. Can we stop? Can we just give Chiefs credit for beating
let's be real here, though. It's like
no, I'm serious.
If the Chiefs do get this 2-time dub over Gentlemates, then Jorius better be flying to Australia.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, he's there for sure.
Renounce your
sign that paper.
And
yeah, exactly. All right, one more little bit of recap to get through. It's the Kidia plays of the day. We had 3 of them. Jorby, what's our first?
Well, how about Daniel? He started off the day with a couple of bangers. How about this one right here? Gets the reset, got underneath it, goes for the torpedo bump. I mean, come on. You get this, you have to respect Daniel on this, and he drops this straight down. Now, he didn't have much choice. He didn't have boost. He falls off the ball, but they don't know that. So why not go for the torpedo? Kid's nuts.
Good follow through.
And then you know that play that you were talking about, or the player, the beast mode at home, in the pantry. Well, Nas, he's the guy. He is so good, filling in for beast mode. G2 doesn't lose a step. The reset off the backboard, getting the double.
Are we sure that's not beast mode?
I mean, it's
I'm not convinced.
It's Nas.
Where was that on M80?
Hey, both of those old M80s doing great, but hey, I had to get a save in here as well. This was just on the goal line, heart throbbing, like what's going on? And somehow Jorius stays composed on the goal line.
And they go on to win that game.
I would have put that in.
They go on to win that game and force the game 5. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how you stay composed like that. And again, the whole talks about the M80 players just still at this point. It feels like almost the meta. We saw it with the old Moist squad as well, doing that too. When they were queso, split up, they all stay at the top. So any teams that need to do a little better, just split up.
That's not good.
Okay, no, that's terrible advice.
The counter example, yeah.
Let's take a look at the schedule. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matches. We're almost done here. We're almost sending her out. Anything off the bat you guys would have as your match of the day that maybe you're keeping your eyes on?
Take your pick. These are all going to be so good. I mean, we get the rematch between BDS and Power. Obviously, Chiefs and Gentlemates, I think that's the one.
That's mine to
100%.
Sure.
You know, that was the biggest upset, Chiefs. They took it to 5 against Space Station. That, to me, is the hands-down match for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we hammered the nail on the matches that we're all really excited about. But a sneaker. Wow, we're not.
Just spit it out.
Gen.G versus Secret.
Thank you.
KV1 looked really good in that series, and to me, the big key there is Mata. I want to see if Mata can remain disciplined, because that series was a little closer than it might seem on paper. And Secret, they didn't have a great day today. Obviously, EXO looking pretty decent against them, but Secret against Gen.G looked a lot better than that. So I'm curious how that one will go.
Well, you're going to have to find out tomorrow, because that's when the games play. It's all elimination going forward. Final thoughts on day 2 as we have our longest one yet to come tomorrow.
You know, I just can't hammer it home enough, man. I really want to see some OCE success.
That's what I'm saying, man.
We're going to be trimming it down from these teams to just 4 tomorrow. So tune in, see if OCE can do it.
Look, the pretenders are gone. The contenders are here. I'm ready for tomorrow.
Well, thank you guys for joining me for today. Again, I've been Leaf, your host. I will be here tomorrow, unless for some reason one of these guys beat me up or something. I don't know what's going on. I keep talking about that going on.
The more likely thing is you're going to sleep in and miss the show.
I have never done that, so I never.
Okay.
Either way, I'll be dreaming of keys being crushed, because that's what's happening tomorrow. So many matches. You don't want to miss it. Esports World Cup continues day 3 tomorrow.